Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents The Perfect Wedding by Jennifer Kelley. Narrated by Bronwen Price. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. 1. 7 days before the wedding. The house looks better in person, which is irritating, because it means she was right to choose it. Isla stands in the doorway, with her keys still in her hand, listening to the silence do its work. There's a particular kind of quiet in expensive rentals, like a pause held for whoever has paid to arrive, rather than any sense of peace or comfort. The air smells faintly of lemon polish and something floral that's probably supposed to suggest country, as if the countryside were a brand. Light comes through the glass transom above the door, sliding across the stone floor in a clean, pale strip. Isla watches it, then steps forward, and the sound of her shoes changes. The floor is solid enough that it takes her weight without comment. She has seen the house online a dozen times. She can still picture the listing photographs, perfectly staged, the cushions and throws arranged as though human bodies are too messy to be permitted on the furniture. But photographs don't show the way a room holds people. They don't show where you can stand without being blocked, where the sightlines are, where you might be trapped in a conversation you don't want. Isla moves slowly through the entrance hall, not dragging her suitcase in yet, letting herself read the space. The staircase curves up with deliberate elegance. The banister is smooth and cold beneath her palm. A mirror sits opposite the front door, chosen to make the hall appear larger. Isla sees herself in it briefly. Dark coat, hair pinned back, face calm enough to pass for serene. She imagines the mirror on the wedding morning, reflecting women she barely knows, while someone pins curls into place and someone else cries because her false eyelashes have gone wrong. She imagines her mother checking her lipstick in it, lips pressed together, asking questions about timing, as if timing is a religion. She imagines Emily darting past, barefoot, laughing. And Isla thinks, without fully meaning to, that Emily has always been too comfortable in other people's houses. There is no welcome basket. Harriet must have removed it. Isla appreciates that. A basket with local treats would be one more thing people would touch, one more thing they'd take and leave half-eaten on a windowsill, one more sticky mess to be dealt with. The drawing room is to the left. It holds its breath the way the hall does, waiting for bodies. Tall windows, pale walls, a long sofa that looks expensive and unforgiving. Isla walks the perimeter first. It's instinct, not fussiness. She likes to know where the exits are, where the light falls, what will photograph well, what will look wrong, no matter how much you spend. There are lamps positioned in the corners that will cast harsh shadows in the evening. Isla can already picture everyone's faces lit from below, like an amateur ghost story. She makes a note in her head. Those lamps will need changing, or turning off, or moved. She doesn't like the idea of people looking strange in photographs because of a bulb. It is not that she cares about photographs, exactly. It is that photographs last longer than feelings. Her phone buzzes. A message from Harriet Finch, her planner and coordinator. "I'm here when you're ready. Kitchen or drawing room?" Harriet always offers 2 options, as though choice makes people less likely to panic. Isla taps back. Kitchen. She walks through the corridor to the back of the house, where the kitchen opens into a space that feels deliberately social. Everything is made to look rustic without ever being practical. There's a large wooden island, clean white tiles, copper pans hung for effect. Isla touches one absent-mindedly, and it swings slightly. Someone has polished it so hard it looks like it's never been used. Harriet is waiting by the island, clipboard tucked under her arm, hair pulled back, cream jumper, dark trousers, flat shoes, suitable for walking quickly but quietly. She smiles when she sees Isla, and it's not a smile that asks for approval. It's a smile that says, "I'm here, I'm capable, you can stop stressing if you want." "Isla," Harriet says, warm, without being intimate. "You made good time?" "The traffic was kinder than expected," Isla replies. She sets her bag down, and without thinking, checks the worktop. No crumbs, no clutter. Harriet runs a tight ship. Harriet's clipboard comes up. So, quick overview. Housekeeping are finishing upstairs, but the bedrooms are ready. Deliveries start tomorrow. Florist Wednesday, cake Friday morning. Hair and makeup teams will arrive at 6:30 on the day. Isla nods. 6:30 is fine. They'll need access to the bigger bathroom upstairs, the one with the window. Yes. Harriet makes a neat tick. I've arranged that. And the lamps in the drawing room, Isla says. They'll throw strange shadows. Can we reposition them? Or swap the bulbs? Harriet doesn't blink. Oh, of course. I'll have someone look at it today. Isla feels a small lift of relief she doesn't name. It matters, having someone who doesn't argue with details that seem minor only to people who have never been blamed when the photographs look wrong. Harriet continues. Thursday evening we'll run through the ceremony order here, just a quick rehearsal. Friday is guest arrivals, welcome drinks, light supper. Saturday is the day, Isla says, before Harriet can. Harriet smiles. Yes, the day. They walk together through the house as Harriet talks. Isla interrupts occasionally, shifting timings by a few minutes back or forward, asking for the champagne to be brought out later, asking where the coats will go, asking whether the groomsmen will have somewhere private to dress that isn't the lounge, like a group of teenagers. Harriet answers everything calmly. Yes. No, but we can. That's already arranged. She doesn't flinch when Isla corrects her on the placement of a table in the hallway, the one that will become a dumping ground the moment people arrive. We'll clear it entirely, Harriet says, or remove it, whichever you prefer. Clear it, Isla says. It's a good table. People just treat things like surfaces rather than things. Harriet's expression shifts slightly. Sympathy or amusement, hard to tell. People do seem drawn to putting things down where they don't belong. As they pass the side sitting room, Harriet pauses. It's a busy week, she says lightly, but it's going to be a good one. You've planned it beautifully. Isla nods, not taking the bait. Praise feels like a trick. Compliments are often the beginning of someone asking for leeway later. Harriet's eyes flick to Isla's face, then away. Isla can feel the shape of something Harriet almost says. Something about rest or pressure. Something about how brides are allowed to wobble. Harriet chooses not to say any of it. Instead, she brightens her tone. Well, I'll let you settle in. I'm around all day, and you can reach me any time. Thank you, Isla says. I'm sure it will all run smoothly. Harriet gives one more nod, then leaves Isla alone in the hallway with the house's polite silence. Isla checks her phone. Still no message from Sebastian. She doesn't sigh. She simply notes the absence, the way you note a missing knife in a drawer. It will either be somewhere else, or its absence will mean something. Isla's mother, Janet, arrives next, suitcase wheels bumping over the threshold, scarf looped neatly, hair too perfect for someone who claims not to care. She looks around as she steps into the hall, taking in the space with quick, hungry eyes. "It's lovely," she says immediately. "Very tasteful." Approval first, questions second. Typical Janet. "It suits," Isla replies. Janet steps closer, voice dropping. "And you're staying calm?" "Yes." "Good." Janet's shoulders ease slightly. "We don't want any fuss." Isla meets her gaze. She understands what her mother means. She has always understood. The family's currency is composure. Feelings are allowed, but only privately, only neatly folded away. Janet notices the mirror opposite the door and smooths her hair. "Where's Sebastian?" "He's running late," Isla says. She keeps it light, as though lateness is an amusing quirk rather than a pattern. Still, Janet's mouth tightens. Typical. Emily arrives in a rush. Laughter first, then her. She sweeps into the hall with too much energy for a place that wants quiet. Coat shrugged off, hair loose, cheeks flushed from the cold. "Oh my God," she says, spinning slightly, taking in the staircase, the windows, the space. "It's gorgeous." She hugs Isla tightly, and Isla returns her sister's embrace automatically. Emily smells faintly of something citrusy and expensive. It's the kind of scent that suggests she has been enjoying herself lately. It's only when Emily steps back that Isla really sees how much weight she's lost. Not illness drastic, but enough to change the line of her jaw and the way her collarbones show. Enough to make her seem newly lit from within. Isla feels irritation rise, quick and private. Not at Emily, at herself, for noticing. "You look well," Isla says. "I feel well," Emily replies, bright, pleased. "It's mad what happens when you stop drinking wine every night and crying at reality television." Janet gives a quick laugh, slightly alarmed at the honesty. "You were always dramatic, Emily." "I prefer emotionally open," Emily says, and grins. Isla smiles too, because it is easier to smile than to feel whatever else is moving under her skin. Emily's confidence changes the balance of the room. Isla steps half a pace forward without thinking, placing herself where she belongs. "Come on," Isla says. "I'll show you your room." Emily follows, chattering, touching things as she goes. Isla notices the casual contact with furniture, banisters, door frames, as though the house is a friend. Isla feels an urge to slap Emily's hand away, like a child near a wet painting. She doesn't do it. She simply walks faster. Upstairs, the bedrooms are arranged along a corridor that smells faintly of fresh linen. Isla opens doors, checks spaces quickly, already imagining garment bags hung up, makeup cases spilled across surfaces, hairspray settling on mirrors. The wedding will leave residue. It always does. In Emily's room, her sister goes straight to the window and looks out at the gardens. "Look at that," she says softly, suddenly sincere. "It's like one of those magazines you buy when you're going through something." Isla snorts. Just once. It surprises her. Emily beams, pleased to have made her laugh. They go back downstairs, the soft thud of their footsteps echoing slightly on the old wooden stairs. Harriet has left a printed schedule on the kitchen counter, a precise grid of neat columns detailing time and task. Isla reads it quickly, her gaze sweeping over the meticulous entries, then picks up a pen with a decisive click and adjusts 3 things. 10 minutes earlier for the canapes, 15 minutes later for the music. Champagne out at 6 rather than 5. She feels Janet watching her, feels the familiar, comforting weight of her mother's silent approval settle upon her shoulders, like a quiet validation. Sebastian arrives late afternoon, a whirlwind of important phone calls and barely contained energy. His phone is pressed to his ear, his expensive coat slung carelessly over his arm, his mind already halfway elsewhere, still buzzing from the day's demands. He finishes his call with a terse goodbye, then kisses Isla briefly on the cheek, a fleeting touch, before moving on to Janet's cheek and finally offering a curt nod to Emily. "Sorry," he says, the word a perfunctory offering, as if he's apologising to the very air around him. "Meetings ran over." "Of course," Isla says, her tone even, betraying nothing. Sebastian looks around, his smile broad and self-satisfied, as though the house itself is a trophy he's just been handed, a testament to his success. "This is nice. Proper." He looks at Isla, his gaze momentarily settling on her. "Everything okay?" "Yes." Her answer is simple, unequivocal. He doesn't ask what that means, doesn't probe for nuances or hidden meanings. He assumes it means yes, that her world, and by extension his, is perfectly in order. "Has Callum arrived?" he asks, almost as an afterthought. Janet's expression changes by a fraction, a subtle shift in her features. So quick, it might not be real, a mere trick of the light. Emily's eyes flicker, a spark of interested curiosity igniting in their depths. "Not yet," Isla says, her voice dry. "I imagine he'll appear when he decides to grace us with his presence." Sebastian laughs, a short, sharp sound. "Yeah, he'll turn up late and hungry like always, expecting a feast to be laid before him." Emily tilts her head, her curiosity piqued. "Is he coming today?" "Supposedly," Janet says quickly, a defensive edge to her tone. He's doing his own thing. You know what he's like, always on his own schedule." Isla hears the strain in her mother's voice, the braced quality, like a wire pulled taut. Callum's absence is not just expected, it's become a familiar pattern. But that expectation doesn't mean comfort. It just means a constant readiness for disappointment. Sebastian's best friend and best man, Julian, arrives just before dinner, quietly, almost imperceptibly, as though he doesn't want the house to notice him, to disturb its serene atmosphere. He brings a single well-worn suitcase and a small garment bag. Nothing excessive, nothing to draw attention. He greets Harriet with easy familiarity when she appears from the kitchen, apron on, to check on arrivals, a warm, genuine smile on his face. "Room 3?" Julian asks, his voice soft but clear. "Yes," Harriet says, a flicker of relief crossing her face at being asked something practical, something tangible amidst the swirling emotions. "Down the corridor. Let me take your bag." "I've got it," Julian says, a polite refusal, and carries it himself, his movements unhurried and self-assured. Isla watches him, with a sense of quiet appreciation growing within her. There is something steady about Julian, a calm presence that makes rooms feel easier, more grounded. He is polite without being eager, respectful without being obsequious. He seems to belong, as though he has been part of this family's complex orbit long enough to instinctively know where to stand, where to fit in. Poppy arrives almost exactly on time, a burst of nervous energy, breathless, and smiling too hard, a brightly coloured tote bag slung over her shoulder, and an apology ready on her lips before she's even said hello. She is the kind of person who constantly thinks she is always in the way, always an imposition. "Isla!" she gushes, her voice a little too loud. "Oh, it's absolutely stunning! I'm so sorry I'm a bit late. I didn't know what time precisely, and the train was—" "It's fine," Isla says, cutting off the torrent of apologies, taking her coat with a reassuring smile. "You've got plenty of time to relax before dinner." Poppy's relief is visible, immediate, washing over her like a wave. She hovers anxiously by the gleaming kitchen island, wringing her hands slightly, asking if she can help with anything at all. "Could you lay out the glasses?" Isla says, giving her a specific task that has a clear end point, a beginning, and a satisfying finish. Poppy beams, as though she has just been invited into the inner circle, entrusted with a sacred duty. Lena arrives next, quieter, her entrance almost unnoticed, a simple nod as she comes in, her keen eyes taking in the entire room with a calm, assessing gaze, rather than a gush of effusive praise. She looks at Isla with a calm, unwavering focus, a silent understanding passing between them. "Tell me where you want me," Lena says, her voice low and steady. Isla almost smiles, a rare, genuine curve of her lips. "A dangerous offer," she replies, her eyes twinkling, and Lena's mouth twitches in response. It isn't exactly humour, not a laugh, but rather a shared recognition, a silent acknowledgement of their long-standing dynamic. Dinner begins with a kind of fuss that strenuously insists it isn't fuss, a choreographed nonchalance designed to appear effortless. There is no formal announcement, no polite clink of a glass to gather attention, no sense of anyone overtly taking charge, and yet, as if by magic, candles appear on the table, their flames flickering warmly, as if placed by invisible, efficient hands. A bottle of expensive red wine is opened with a soft pop, and set on the counter to breathe, which is what people say when they want to make the act of waiting sound purposeful and sophisticated. Platters of food are artfully arranged on a sideboard, napkins folded into obedient, crisp rectangles, water jugs filled and refilled with meticulous attention, because an empty jug, in this house, looks dangerously like neglect. Harriet is, of course, responsible for the orchestration of most of it, though she does her utmost not to be seen taking responsibility, moving with a practised subtlety. She glides in and out of the kitchen doorway as if she's simply passing through, a phantom of domestic efficiency, pausing only to imperceptibly straighten a serving spoon or slide a bowl a few precious centimetres away from the edge of the table. Isla catches her once, in a fleeting moment, wiping a stray drip from the rim of a crystal dish with a corner of a pristine cloth, and thinks, with a faint, almost grudging appreciation, that Harriet notices what other people, less attuned to perfection, simply don't. The problem with noticing, of course, is that it's a relentless, never-ending task. It never stops demanding attention. The dining room they're using is the smaller, more intimate one off the kitchen, specifically chosen for its deliberate casualness, a calculated move. It's not the grand front room, with its imposing long table and ancestral portraits that look down at you with the stern, disapproving gaze of disappointed forebears. This room, by contrast, is deemed cosy, which in practice means it's both smaller and, paradoxically, more dangerous in its forced intimacy. Cosy is where you can't avoid eye contact with uncomfortable truths. Cosy is where you can't simply drift away and claim you're looking for the loo, because everyone knows exactly where the loo is, and it's not in the next county. Isla runs her fingers along the table edge as she passes, feeling for tackiness, a sticky residue that would mean someone had used the wrong polish. Nothing. The cloth is clean. The candles are spaced evenly, not too far apart, not clustered like a romantic restaurant trying too hard. She imagines, briefly, how the room will look later in the week, when people are tired and less careful, when coats are slung over chairs, when lipstick marks bloom on glasses like small accusations. She likes the idea of a neat table. She has always liked it. There is something reassuring about objects aligned, about settings done properly. It suggests order is possible, even when people aren't. Upstairs, doors open and close. Suitcase wheels thud softly over floorboards. Someone laughs, then stops. The house is still learning them, taking their noise and deciding what to do with it. Sebastian appears in the dining room first, already half in his phone. He comes down the stairs with the device held in front of him, thumb moving quickly, attention split into neat compartments. He looks like himself, which is to say, he looks as though he has arrived somewhere he expected to arrive. "Smells good," he says, without looking properly at anyone. He kisses Isla's cheek, quick and absent, then heads straight for the wine, as if he is checking a box. Emily drifts in behind him, barefoot already, hair loosely tied, cheeks flushed from unpacking. She has the floaty energy of someone who doesn't know what to do with herself when she is not needed. Isla notices the way Emily leans on the kitchen island, comfortable, as though she has always been allowed to take up space. It is new. It is not new. Isla can't decide which. Janet enters with the cautious confidence of a woman who has spent a lifetime walking into rooms she suspects might embarrass her. She takes in the table, the candles, the food arranged neatly, and gives a small, satisfied nod, as though she has personally ensured none of this has gone wrong. "This is nice," she says, and Isla can hear the relief in it. "Casual. It's meant to be," Isla replies. "Good," Janet says. "We don't want too much fuss. Not this week." Just before dinner is served, Sebastian's parents, Margaret and Richard Crowe, arrive together, though together is the wrong word. Richard is already speaking as he enters, voice lifted in pleasant commentary, as if narrating their arrival makes it less awkward that they're here at all. Margaret follows half a step behind, expression composed, handbag held close, like a woman attending a function rather than a family gathering. "Beautiful drive," Richard says. "Narrow lanes, proper hedges, the sort of place you can lose your signal and your sense of direction all at once." Sebastian laughs. "It's good for you." Richard smiles at him with a warmth that looks practiced. "I keep telling myself that." Margaret's gaze flickers towards the windows, the darkening line of hedges beyond the glass. Then she looks at the table again, at the candles, at the food. She hums, a sound that could mean approval or nothing at all. Julian comes down last, with no fuss and no apology, as if he has simply appeared where he always intended to be. His entrance, or rather his subtle materialization, barely disturbs the quiet hum of anticipation already settling over the room. He nods at Isla, a brief acknowledgement, then at Sebastian, a little more pointedly, before greeting Richard with an easy familiarity that suggests a shared history, a comfortable understanding. Then, without a word, he takes a glass of water, his movements unhurried, utterly self-possessed. "You've got the calm seat," Emily says to him, half teasing, her voice carrying a playful lilt that hints at a deeper observation. Julian gives her a mild smile, a faint curving of his lips that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Someone has to," he replies, his tone even, almost a statement of fact rather than a witty retort. Harriet hovers at the doorway, a fleeting, almost spectral presence, just long enough to confirm everyone has arrived and will not starve under her watch. She does not sit with them. She never quite places herself among them, always an observer, a facilitator from the periphery. Isla watches her retreat, the soft swish of her apron fading into the quiet of the hall, and thinks, with a faint flicker of something she would deny if asked, that Harriet is lucky. Harriet gets to leave, to step outside the invisible circle that has just begun to form. Callum is not here. His absence is a palpable thing. It sits at the table like an extra setting, polished and gleaming, visible if you choose to notice it, impossible to ignore if you're looking for it. Sebastian checks his phone once, a quick, almost involuntary gesture, then slides it back into his pocket. Janet's mouth tightens for a fraction of a second, a fleeting tension, and then relaxes again, a practiced composure. Emily, ever curious, looks around, her brow furrowed slightly, as though she's been given a piece of gossip without the crucial context, an intriguing puzzle missing its central piece. "Callum's late?" Emily asks, her tone light, almost hopeful, her eyes darting between the faces around the table. Late people, she seems to imply, can be entertaining, a disruption to the predictable. "He's always late," Margaret says quickly, perhaps a little too quickly, as if to preempt any further speculation. "It's just how he is." Sebastian lifts his shoulders in a casual shrug, a gesture of weary familiarity. "He'll arrive hungry and dramatic. Blame the traffic. Ask what we've been saying about him, as if we've been waiting for him to begin." Emily laughs, a bright, clear sound that momentarily cuts through the quiet. "Sounds charming." "It's a gift," Isla says, and allows a tiny edge of humour into her voice, a subtle acknowledgement of the unspoken dynamics. Emily grins at her, pleased, as though Isla has just extended an invitation, a small gesture of camaraderie. They sit, the chairs scraping softly against the polished floorboards. There is no seating plan tonight. The lack of one is meant to feel relaxed, informal, the week beginning gently, without the rigid dictates of formality. Isla still notices where people choose to place themselves, the subtle declarations made by proximity. Janet sits close to Isla, angled slightly, as if to be available for quiet questions, a silent confidant. Emily ends up opposite Sebastian, close enough to meet his eye when he tells a story, to engage in a playful verbal volley. Richard sits beside Margaret, his hand occasionally resting on the back of her chair, as if reminding the room, and perhaps himself, that they are a unit, an established pair. Margaret allows it without reacting, her gaze distant. Julian has the seat nearest the doorway. Isla notices. It is a practical choice, she thinks, a man who likes exits, who prefers to maintain a clear path to departure. Harriet sets the first platter down, laden with an array of cheeses and cured meats, smiles briefly, a ghost of a smile, and withdraws once more. The room becomes entirely theirs, the air thick with unspoken expectations. Conversation begins safely, as if guided by an invisible list of approved topics, a silent social contract. The house is beautiful, of course. The village is quaint, naturally. The weather has been surprisingly mild, a welcome anomaly. Someone mentions the forecast, with a seriousness usually reserved for medical news, a safe, impersonal complaint. Isla steers it, redirecting any remark that might lead to something personal, something raw or revealing. When Emily starts to talk about her job, about how her manager has been unbearable lately, Isla nods sympathetically, her expression attentive, and then, almost seamlessly, asks Richard about the drive again, the winding roads, the sleepy village, the state of the hedgerows. It is not unkind. It is preventative, a carefully constructed barrier. Richard takes the prompt willingly, grateful for the change of subject. "The village hasn't changed," he says, a nostalgic note in his voice. "It doesn't take much interest in outsiders, preferring its own quiet rhythms." "That's good," Janet says, a faint tremor in her voice, as if outsiders are always a risk, a potential disruption to a delicate balance. Richard smiles, a knowing, almost secretive expression. "People keep themselves to themselves. It's the sort of place where a new car stands out, let alone a new face." Emily's eyes brighten, a spark of genuine interest. "Oh, I love villages like that. Everyone knows everything, all the local gossip and secrets." Richard's smile falters slightly, a subtle shift in his expression. "They know, yes. But they don't necessarily say. There's a difference between knowing and telling." Margaret's attention drifts again, her focus dissolving like smoke. She looks at the candle flame nearest her, watching it bend and straighten, as if it's trying to decide what direction the air is coming from, or perhaps having a silent conversation with itself. Isla wonders, briefly, whether Margaret is tired or bored, or simply not here in the way the rest of them are, her presence a mere echo. Margaret has always seemed to exist at a slight remove, as if her mind is in another room, listening to a different conversation, perpetually elsewhere. Sebastian takes over the table easily, a practiced conductor orchestrating the evening's symphony. He tells stories from work that make him look competent and lightly put upon, as if success is something he endures rather than pursues, a heavy cloak he can't quite shed. He's funny when he wants to be, a master of timing and inflection. He does his self-deprecation carefully, a subtle art, ensuring the punchline always lands precisely in his favour, never truly diminishing his shine. Emily laughs freely, a bright, uninhibited sound. Janet laughs a beat later, a cautious echo, checking first that it's safe to laugh, that the social currents are favourable. Richard laughs politely, a well-mannered rumble. Margaret makes a small sound that might be amusement, a barely perceptible tremor. Isla watches the rhythm of it all, the ebb and flow of attention, and feels something settle, a familiar weight. This is familiar, Sebastian performing, and the room responding, like a well-rehearsed chorus. Julian listens more than he speaks, a quiet observer. When he does speak, it's to add a small, dry observation, something that punctures the story gently, like a pinprick, forcing a slight, almost imperceptible pause. Isla sees Sebastian register it, a flicker in his eyes, then grin, as if Julian's restraint is a challenge he enjoys, a subtle sparring partner. Emily tries to join in, but her enthusiasm is a little too bright. She tells a brief story about a colleague, a man who insists on using the phrase touch base as if he's invented it, a pioneer of corporate jargon, who once tried to start a meeting with an inspirational quote from a mug, a ceramic beacon of mediocrity. She's halfway through, just hitting her stride, when Sebastian interrupts with his own story, louder, quicker, a sudden surge of narrative, the table turning towards him without anyone consciously choosing to turn, drawn by his gravitational pull. Emily smiles and waits. Her smile stays in place longer than it needs to, a fixed, slightly strained expression. Isla notices the lingering smile, the subtle shift in Emily's posture. She does nothing, a silent witness. There is a peculiar kind of cruelty in being ignored without malice, a quiet, insidious pain. It's harder to protest, to rail against. You can't accuse anyone of it, for there's no visible weapon, no overt act. It just happens, like weather, like the room's natural temperature, an unchangeable atmospheric condition. The main course is served, and the table becomes busier, a flurry of activity. Plates scrape with a delicate clatter, wine is poured with a gentle gurgle, people reach across each other in a dance of shared food. Someone knocks a candle slightly, and Isla straightens it automatically, her hand moving without conscious thought, barely aware she's done it. A small act of restoration. At 7:30, the front door opens with a bang that suggests impatience rather than apology, a theatrical flourish. A voice carries down the corridor, already laughing at its own arrival, announcing its presence before its owner appears. Callum appears in the doorway, with his coat half off, a whirlwind of motion, cheeks flushed, hair slightly damp as if he's been running, a man in a hurry. He looks at the table, the candles casting a warm glow, the faces turning towards him, and spreads his arms as if he's walked into his own surprise party, a grand self-congratulatory gesture. "Don't all look at me like that," he says, grinning, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "I'm here now." Sebastian laughs, but it's edged now, the laughter of someone who would like to be generous, but is tired of the opportunity, a thin veneer of amusement over irritation. "You're late," Sebastian says, his tone clipped, a statement of fact that carries a not very well hidden accusation. "Fashionably," Callum replies, a quick parry, and leans in to kiss Janet's cheek, a familiar, easy gesture. He does not kiss Isla. He nods at her instead, too casual, like a colleague, a distant acquaintance. "Bride," he says, as if naming her role is enough, a label instead of a greeting. Emily stands to greet him, a polite hostess, and Callum's eyes flick to her, registering something, a spark of recognition. Isla sees it, a fleeting moment of connection. Emily smiles brightly, completely unaware of the subtle exchange, her genuine warmth unclouded. Callum pours himself wine without asking, an act of confident appropriation, takes a large, appreciative sip, then launches into his excuse, a rapid-fire monologue. Traffic, wrong turn, phone dying, a man in a van who refused to let him merge, a villain in his impromptu drama. The story shifts as he tells it, details changing mid-sentence, a fluid narrative. It is not meant to be believable. It is meant to be entertaining, a performance designed to charm and deflect. He slides into a seat with the easy entitlement of someone who assumes he will be welcomed, no matter how he behaves, a king returning to his throne. The table rearranges itself around him, a minor gravitational shift. Conversation lifts, renewed by his arrival, a fresh burst of energy. Callum drags attention with him, like a coat trailing mud across a clean floor, leaving a noticeable mark on the evening's carefully constructed atmosphere. Almost immediately, he begins interrupting, weaving himself into the fabric of ongoing conversations with effortless abandon. Not aggressively, not with obvious intention, no overt challenge to the social hierarchy. He cuts in with jokes, with corrections, with louder laughter, pulling focus back to himself whenever it threatens to drift from his orbit. Sebastian tolerates it with faint irritation, the way you tolerate an insistent itch in public, a minor annoyance, not worth the spectacle of scratching. Janet laughs more than she should, a little too readily, a little too loud, a nervous flutter of mirth. Isla watches her mother's laughter and thinks, briefly, that Janet has always been terrified of the atmosphere changing, of the delicate balance shifting into something uncomfortable, or worse, silent. Emily tries again to speak, offering a thoughtful comment about the house, about how it feels different, almost alive, at night. Callum talks over her without noticing he's done it, his voice booming slightly as he describes the winding village lanes, how he nearly drove into a hedge, convinced the English countryside exists purely to punish unsuspecting Londoners with its narrow, unlit paths and lurking flora. Emily's smile hardens slightly, a barely perceptible tightening around the eyes. She takes a slow, deliberate sip of her wine, the clink of glass against her teeth, the only sound she makes, and says nothing else for a while, withdrawing into herself. Isla notices the subtle shift in Emily's demeanour, the way her shoulders seem to slump almost imperceptibly. She does nothing, a silent observer in this familiar domestic theatre. Callum begins a story about Sebastian as a boy, something about a memorable holiday in Cornwall, a treacherous cliff, a foolish dare. He tells it with exaggerated glee, leaning forward, hands animated, clearly relishing having the undivided attention of the table. Sebastian lets him get halfway through the embellished anecdote, before interjecting with a calm, almost surgical correction. "That's not quite how it happened, Callum," Sebastian says, his smile fixed, as though he's indulging a particularly imaginative, if inaccurate, child. Callum's grin tightens, losing some of its earlier genuine mirth. "It is how it happened, Seb," he says, his voice still playful, but the underlying dynamic of the play has subtly shifted, a competitive edge now discernible. Sebastian's smile stays immovably in place, an unyielding mask. "No, you're remembering it wrong, distinctly wrong." The discrepancy itself is small, almost trivial, involving a minor detail about the height of the cliff or the exact nature of the dare. It shouldn't matter, logically. But Callum's face changes, a flush of colour rising visibly up his neck and across his cheeks. The story, once a light-hearted piece of family history, becomes less about the narrative itself and more about who holds the authority, who gets to decide what's true within this family's shared past. Janet laughs quickly, too loud, a desperate attempt to diffuse the burgeoning tension. "Oh, memory," she says, her voice bright and artificial. "Always playing such tricks on us, isn't it?" Callum looks at her, and then at his mother, looking for support, a flicker of genuine hurt and betrayal in his eyes. "Mum, come on, you were there." Margaret speaks at last, her voice calm and light, cutting through the strained air with practised ease. "Boys exaggerate," she says, her tone dismissive, as though she's ending a childish squabble between siblings. "Memory's notoriously unreliable for everyone. It's certainly not worth arguing about over such a lovely dinner." Her tone, gentle yet firm, closes the moment down with undeniable finality. Not harshly, but with an efficient, almost elegant precision. She folds the contentious conversation away, like a perfectly laundered napkin, neatly and without fuss. Richard nods in quiet satisfaction, a small, almost imperceptible movement, as if order has been restored to his universe. Sebastian shrugs, a gesture of feigned indifference, and sips his wine. The correction delivered, the small, quiet victory subtly claimed. Callum leans back in his chair, jaw clenched, and forces a laugh that doesn't quite reach his eyes, a hollow sound that dissipates quickly into the air. Emily watches all of it with the careful, almost anthropological attention of someone who is new to a family's intricate, unspoken private rules. She looks from Sebastian's placid face to Callum's strained one, then to Margaret's thin smile, trying to locate herself, to understand the subtle currents and alliances within the dynamic. Isla can see her doing it, the gears turning behind Emily's thoughtful gaze. Isla does nothing to help, maintaining her own neutral facade. The food is undeniably good. It has been chosen to be good, comforting, but not heavy, designed to be something people can comment on, instead of commenting on each other's behaviour or underlying tensions. Someone compliments the delicate flavour of the sauce. Someone else asks where the exceptionally tender lamb is sourced from. Harriet's culinary work is praised in her absentia, a safe topic. Isla hears her own voice saying, "Harriet's truly excellent in the kitchen," and feels a tiny, strange relief at having an easy, universally accepted truth to offer to the conversation, a moment of unburdened interaction. Dessert arrives and sits mostly untouched, an array of tempting sweets. The table is full of chocolate tarts, bowls of fresh berries, and a generous jug of clotted cream, a sweetness people don't quite seem to want or have the appetite for anymore. Emily takes a single small spoonful of a berry compote, and then stops, her spoon hovering, as if her appetite has vanished mid-bite, replaced by a sudden weariness. People are already tired of each other, the energy of the evening draining away. The exhaustion isn't physical, not the kind that comes from a long day's labour. It's the specific, insidious fatigue of being constantly observed and observing in return, of performing a version of oneself that fits the unspoken expectations of the room rather than one's authentic self. Isla feels it too, a familiar ache, though she would never name it as mere fatigue. She would, in her own internal calculus, call it the responsibility, no, the weight of maintaining the equilibrium. Harriet reappears briefly, almost as if summoned by the subtle shift in the air, the collective sigh of the room. She stands in the doorway, a polite, almost practised smile gracing her lips, her presence a quiet, efficient counterpoint to the family's complexities. "Everything okay out here?" she asks Isla, her voice a low, unobtrusive murmur, a small island of normalcy in the fading evening. "Yes, Harriet, absolutely fine," Isla says. And her tone, firm and unwavering, suggests that the subject is definitively closed, the fragile peace secured for now. Harriet hesitates, then nods. She does not push. She retreats, leaving them with themselves. After dinner, the group disperses in uneven directions, each person instinctively choosing the place that suits them. Sebastian steps outside to take a call, voice lowered, posture shifting immediately into work mode. Isla watches him leave and thinks, briefly, that he's never fully anywhere. He's always half in the next thing. Callum pours another drink and heads into the sitting room, flopping onto the sofa as if it belongs to him. He turns on music without asking. The volume isn't high, but it fills the silence that might otherwise invite thought. Richard follows Margaret upstairs, with a hand at her elbow. The touch looks guiding rather than tender. Margaret allows it, face composed. Emily watches them go, expression unreadable, then begins clearing plates from the table unnecessarily, stacking them too neatly, making work where there is none. "You don't have to do that," Isla says, following her into the kitchen. "It's fine," Emily replies, already rinsing a plate. "I don't mind." Isla stands behind her, watching. She does not take a plate. She does not offer to help. Instead, she murmurs, "Thank you," as though Emily is staff. Janet comes in with another plate and hands it to Emily at the sink. Then, after a beat, she begins to talk about tomorrow's schedule, about the hair appointment, about deliveries, about timings, about how busy the week will be. Not once does she ask Emily how she is. Emily nods as she rinses, as if she's listening, as if the schedule matters to her. Isla watches from the doorway and feels a faint, tight amusement. They are all obsessed with the wedding in different ways. Emily wants to be included. Janet wants it to look perfect. Sebastian wants it to be over. Callum wants the attention. Margaret wants the room quiet. Julian lingers near the dining room doorway, hands in his pockets, observing without seeming to. He watches the way Isla straightens a chair that doesn't need straightening, the way Emily keeps rinsing plates, the way Janet talks about logistics as if logistics can prevent emotion. Isla catches Julian's eye briefly. He gives no expression that she can read as judgment, just acknowledgement that he has seen what she has seen. That, oddly, is reassuring. When the kitchen clears, Isla returns to the dining room alone for a moment. The table is still covered with half-full glasses, candles burned low, but not extinguished. Wax has pooled in small white puddles, like softened teeth. The room smells of wine and food and people who have tried to behave. She stands there, looking at it. She thinks of the wedding table in a week's time, the top table, the seating plan, the photographs, the way the room will look when everyone turns towards her, smiling, waiting for her to be what they need her to be. She thinks of how many small moments like tonight will lead to that. How many pauses, how many corrections, how many interruptions swallowed. Upstairs, doors click closed and footsteps soften as the house begins to quieten again, absorbing them. In the sitting room, Callum's laughter rises, too loud, then drops abruptly. Sebastian's voice comes faintly from outside, still on his call. Emily's tap runs briefly, then stops. Isla blows out the candles on the table, one by one, watching each flame shrink and vanish. The smoke curls up, thin and pale, then dissolves into the air. When she leaves the room, she closes the door carefully behind her. The house returns to its expensive silence, holding what has been said and what hasn't. 2. 6 days before the wedding. The morning begins the way the house prefers it, with restraint. Isla wakes before anyone else, and lies still long enough to hear the building settle. A tick from somewhere in the walls, a faint, careful sigh of pipes, a bird scratching at the guttering, as if it has business to attend to. The silence is not emptiness, it's containment, the kind you pay for. She gets up quietly, pulls on a jumper and trainers, and slips out through the back door without waking Sebastian. He is sprawled across the duvet like someone who expects to be looked after, phone on the bedside table face down, as if he can't bear even the idea of missing something. Outside, the air has the brittle coldness of early autumn. The grass is wet. The hedges stand tall and clipped, an expensive green wall that marks the property line with firm politeness. Isla walks slowly around the edge of the lawn, following the curve of the garden as if she's tracing the boundary with her feet. Beyond the hedges is the lane, narrow, pale, disappearing between banks of leaves. It doesn't look threatening. It looks like a lane in any village where people park half on the verge and pretend not to notice when you have to squeeze past. Still, Isla pauses near the gate and looks at it properly, the way it narrows, the way it bends out of sight. She likes the separation. The house sits just far enough from the village to feel private, not so remote that it feels exposed. It's a careful balance. She wanted that. She didn't want guests wandering out and immediately bumping into locals at the corner shop, hearing comments, noticing things. She wanted the week to belong to them, contained within the house, the gardens, the planned movements between venue and church and reception. It's contained, private, and safe. She turns back towards the house and walks the gravel path slowly, listening to the crunch beneath her trainers, watching the way the light hits the windows. The building has a calm authority. It's been here long enough that it doesn't need to prove anything. In the kitchen, the kettle clicks on with a soft, obedient sound. Isla makes tea and stands at the counter while it steeps, looking at the printed schedule Harriet left the night before. Times in clean columns, names, deliveries, a walk into the village marked as optional, suggested for last checks. Isla sips her tea and feels her mind begin to organise itself, moving from the vague discomfort of sleep into the steadier shape of task. She prefers task. Task does not ask for feelings. Footsteps sound above her, then down the stairs. Emily arrives first, hair messy, face bare, wearing an oversized sweatshirt she must have packed in a rush. She looks cosy and slightly ridiculous, and Isla has a brief, unwelcome urge to laugh. "Oh, morning," Emily says, yawning. "God, it's quiet." "It's early," Isla replies. Emily goes straight to the coffee machine as if she owns it. She fumbles with the buttons, swearing softly under her breath, then grins when it splutters into life. "I found a cafe online," Emily says, still half asleep. "In the village. They do those pastries that look like they've been laminated, like glossy. You know what I mean." Isla hums, non-committal. Janet appears next, fully dressed, hair brushed, looking as if she's already been awake for hours. Isla wonders briefly whether her mother slept at all, or whether she simply lay in bed, thinking of all the ways a week can go wrong without anyone meaning it to. "Is everything all right?" Janet asks immediately, voice low, eyes scanning Isla's face for cracks. "Yes," Isla says. Janet nods, relieved, then turns the relief into usefulness. "We should eat. We'll need to keep our strength up." Emily snorts. "For what? The war?" Janet laughs politely, as though a sense of humour is something she's borrowing for the morning. "It'll be a busy week." Breakfast stretches longer than planned, because people arrive at different times, and none of them are willing to admit they're tired. Sebastian comes down last, phone already in his hand, thumb scrolling, face lit by the cold glow of whatever it is he's checking. He kisses Isla's cheek, brief, then reaches for the coffee. Emily sits opposite him, wrapped around her mug, watching him with a look that's half curious, half amused. She looks smaller in the sweatshirt, but Isla can still see the change in her, the confidence beneath the casualness. It's there even when she's yawning. It's there when she laughs. Isla keeps the conversation light, steering it away from nerves or fatigue. She asks Emily about work. She asks Janet whether she slept well. She asks Sebastian about the call he took last night. Everything is framed as manageable, ordinary, already unfolding as intended. This week must not be presented as something fragile. Fragility invites attention, and attention invites mistakes. Harriet appears mid-breakfast, not sitting down, just hovering at the doorway with her clipboard in hand. She looks at the table, the half-eaten toast, the jam jar left open, and she smiles, as if she's looking at something slightly charming, rather than something she'll have to tidy up later. "Morning," she says. "Quick check-in. If you're still happy to do a walk into the village today, there are a few things we could pick up, and a couple of confirmations I'd like to make." Isla glances at the schedule again, then nods. She welcomes activity. Activity makes everything feel purposeful. "Yes," she says. "That's fine." Emily's face brightens immediately. "Oh, brilliant! I want to see the shops, and the church, and the pub. Is there a pub? Of course there's a pub." "There is," Harriet says, amused. "We can go past it." Isla watches the way Harriet speaks, warm and open, the ease of someone who can talk to anyone and make them feel seen without giving away much at all. Isla knows women like Harriet, the type who can stand anywhere, in any room, and belong. Isla never quite does. Isla can play at belonging, but it always feels like an act that might slip if she stops paying attention. They leave shortly after breakfast, pulling on coats, Harriet checking the weather app, Emily fussing with her scarf. Isla takes the lead instinctively, then finds Harriet has already unlocked the gate. Julian appears at just the right moment, coat on, hands in his pockets, ready as if he's been waiting. "I'll come too," he says simply. Sebastian stays behind. He claims he has calls to make and work to finish. Isla accepts this without comment. She prefers him absent when he's distracted. A distracted Sebastian is louder than a present one. The lane is narrower than it looked from the garden, damp earth and leaves pressed close on either side. The hedges create a corridor that feels designed to force people forward, a tunnel of ancient green. Isla walks with Emily beside her and Harriet a few paces ahead. Julian lingers slightly behind, not guarding, not trailing, simply positioned where he can see everything, a silent sentinel. As they approach the village, the world changes by degrees. A solitary farmhouse emerges from a cluster of trees. A parked car, its paint faded, with mud thick on its tires, sits by a gate. A dog barks once, a sharp, territorial sound, then stops abruptly mid-bark on the second yap, as if it's been told not to make a scene, to maintain the quiet illusion. Then the first cottages appear, sturdy stone and warm brick, curtains drawn back to show interiors glowing with soft light. Everything looks almost too perfect, curated in a way that makes Isla suspect it is not, a stage set for a life that feels deeply lived. They pass a woman with a pram, who pauses slightly as they approach, her eyes flicking over them with a practised swiftness. Isla feels the glance land on her coat, her city boots, the way her hair has been pinned back neatly, a subtle judgment. The woman's gaze shifts to Harriet, then Emily, then Julian, a brief assessment of the entire group. A decision made without words, a mental note taken. "Morning," Harriet says brightly, nodding, her voice cutting through the hushed air. The woman nods back, polite but guarded, her expression unreadable. Her eyes remain on Isla a moment too long, before she pushes the pram onward, the wheels crunching softly on the gravel. They are being watched, Isla realizes, not openly or rudely, but quietly, the way people watch things that do not belong to them, but have unexpectedly appeared in their familiar, ordered world, like strange birds alighting on a well-known branch. Emily doesn't notice, or perhaps she pretends not to, her attention captivated by the charm of the village. She points out a little bakery, its windows steaming with fresh bread, a shop window filled with jars of golden honey and handmade candles, a quaint cafe with chalkboard signs and vibrant flowers in terracotta pots. "It's so lovely," Emily says, her voice softening with genuine delight. "It looks like someone's idea of England, straight out of a postcard." "It is England," Isla says, and hears the dryness, the faint edge of cynicism in her own tone. Emily grins. "You know what I mean. The quintessential version." They pass the church. Stone, ancient, impeccably neat. The sort of building that has absorbed centuries of vows and secrets, joys and sorrows, without ever changing its stoic expression. Isla slows slightly, her gaze lingering on the heavy wooden door, imagining it open, imagining herself in white, stepping inside, everyone turning to look, a future that feels both distant and immediate. A man stands by the church gate, hands casually tucked in his pockets, watching them with an unnerving stillness. His face is neutral, but his attention is direct, unwavering. Isla meets his gaze briefly, a flicker of acknowledgement, then looks away, a knot tightening in her stomach. Harriet, ever practical, goes into the small village shop to pick up a few supplies, chatting easily with the woman behind the counter. The shopkeeper smiles at Harriet in a way that looks genuine, warm and familiar, as if Harriet is one of them already, a returning friend. "You here for the wedding?" the woman asks, her voice friendly, but laced with an undeniable curiosity, a desire for details. "Yes," Harriet says, her tone light. "Busy week ahead, I imagine." "Big one, isn't it?" the woman replies, her eyes flicking past Harriet to Isla, a swift, appraising glance. "Whole village talking about it. Hardly anything else." Emily laughs, a bright, unconcerned sound. "Are we famous already?" The shopkeeper smiles politely, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes, which remain sharp and observant. "Something like that. You're certainly the talk of the town." Isla feels a faint chill, a prickling sensation on her skin. The village is picturesque, yes, almost idyllic, but it is also closed and insular. It keeps its own counsel, guards its secrets fiercely. It knows what happens on its lanes and behind its ancient hedges. Outsiders, however charming, are entertainment until they inevitably become an inconvenience, a disruption to the established order. Harriet pays, thanks her, and they leave the shop, the small bell above the door jingling softly. Outside, Julian pauses slightly, his head turning almost imperceptibly as he scans the street with a calm, almost predatory attentiveness. Isla watches him. He is not uneasy. He is simply aware, absorbing every detail, every potential shift in the quiet landscape. They walk past the pub, its presence comforting and familiar. It is exactly what Emily expects it to be. A low-slung building of dark wood and weathered stone, a creaking hanging sign, window boxes overflowing with geraniums. Two men stand outside smoking, pints of ale resting on the narrow ledge of the window. They look up as the group approaches, their conversation dying down. Their eyes flick over Isla, Emily, Harriet, Julian, in a slow, deliberate assessment. One of them says something quietly to the other, a low murmur that doesn't quite carry. The other laughs once, in a brief, humourless sound that seems to echo in the sudden quiet of the lane. Emily's smile falters, a brief tremor at the corners of her mouth. Isla watches her register it, a fleeting shadow of vulnerability, then recover with practised grace. Emily squares her shoulders in a subtle act of defiance and keeps walking, head held just a fraction higher, as if challenging the unseen judgment. Isla feels a strange, reluctant admiration stir within her. Emily has always been driven by a deep-seated desire to be liked, to be accepted. Now, however, there's a new edge to her, a burgeoning need to be seen for who she truly is, flaws and all, rather than merely reflecting others' expectations. They return to the house laden with bags of supplies, the mundane purchases of bread and milk imbued with a faint, unsettling sense of having crossed into territory that doesn't quite welcome them, a quiet resistance in the very air of the village. Back at the ancient weathered gate, Isla pauses, her gaze drawn down the winding lane again, towards the unseen village. It sits just out of sight, yet she can feel its presence, a palpable entity rather than simply a collection of buildings. It's a watchful, almost sentient place. She steps inside, the worn wood of the gate groaning softly, and closes it behind them with more force than strictly necessary, a small, unconscious act of sealing themselves in. Sebastian's parents return from an excursion to the country club mid-afternoon. Isla hears the car before she sees it, the distinctive crunch of tyres on the loose gravel of the drive, followed by the engine cutting cleanly, abruptly silent. She is in the kitchen, wiping down the counter, when Harriet murmurs, "The crows are back." Isla feels her posture shift immediately, an instinctive alignment with readiness, a subconscious bracing for the social performance to come. Margaret Crowe enters first, a vision of composed coolness, dressed as if for a discreet lunch at a private members' club in the city, every detail of her silk blouse and tailored trousers impeccable. She offers Isla a kiss on the cheek, a brief, restrained warmth, her expensive perfume crisp and subtly floral. Richard follows a step behind, slightly flustered, his hand already reaching for his tie, already talking as he comes in, as if the slightest silence might let something unwelcome, something unspoken, slip into the room. "Lovely day. Traffic was absolutely nothing," Richard declares, a little too loudly, his voice filling the space. "A miracle, really. I thought we'd be stuck behind tractors the whole way there and back." Margaret smiles faintly, a knowing, almost imperceptible curve of her lips. "We found a few." Richard laughs, a short, sharp sound, then realizes he's laughing alone and adjusts his expression, his joviality deflating slightly. "Well, still, we made it there and back in one piece, didn't we?" Isla absorbs their presence carefully, noting the subtle dynamics already at play. Margaret's coolness is a familiar, almost architectural presence. Richard's polite brightness, however, feels like a carefully constructed cover, a thin veneer over something less certain. Isla watches the way they stand together without quite touching, the small, almost imperceptible space they maintain between them, as if affection is a private matter, something that should not be openly displayed. Sebastian appears, suddenly attentive, his usual relaxed demeanour replaced by an easy, practised charm. He moves towards them, hugging his father quickly, a perfunctory pat on the back, and kissing his mother's cheek, already launching into plans, logistics, how everything is coming together with admirable efficiency. Margaret's gaze flickers over the kitchen, taking in the bags from the village shop, the meticulously organised schedule pinned neatly to the fridge. She nods once, a curt, almost businesslike gesture, as though approving a well-prepared presentation. Julian moves quietly, almost invisibly, to take their coats, a silent efficiency born of long experience. Margaret looks at him for a moment, a rare, direct gaze, as if noticing him properly for the first time, then offers a brief, almost regal nod. "Thank you." Richard claps Julian on the shoulder, a little too heartily, saying, "Good man," as if Julian is merely a member of staff, a hired hand, rather than a family friend. Julian accepts it without comment, his expression unreadable, a quiet dignity in his silence. Lunch is eaten late, a sprawling, informal affair, gathered around the large farmhouse table, with platters of food passed back and forth, the casualness quickly becoming routine. Small frictions surface and disappear, like ripples on a pond, before they can gather any real weight or significance. Margaret corrects a detail about the ceremony, a small thing about the precise order of the readings, her tone precise and unwavering. Sebastian dismisses it lightly, a wave of his hand. "It's fine, Mother," Sebastian says, a hint of impatience in his voice. "No one will notice a minor adjustment like that." Margaret's mouth tightens, a subtle but telling sign of her displeasure. People notice more than you think, Sebastian. Details matter. Sebastian smiles, a placating, almost indulgent expression, as if she is being overly dramatic. Isla intervenes, her own smile a carefully calibrated instrument of diplomacy. "We'll double-check it, Margaret," Isla says gently, her voice calm and reassuring. "Harriet's got it all in hand. She's been incredibly thorough." Margaret looks at Isla, her gaze assessing, then nods, seemingly satisfied by the promise of control and meticulousness, rather than by any real answer or resolution. Everyone resumes eating, the clinking of cutlery filling the brief silence. Nothing is truly resolved, yet nothing is openly wrong. The delicate balance holds. Emily wanders the house later, her eyes alight with fresh possibilities, commenting on rooms, views, and potential photo opportunities. "This room would be absolutely amazing for pre-dinner drinks," she exclaims, standing in the doorway of the front sitting room, gesturing expansively. "Imagine the photos, the light in here." Isla feels a familiar irritation prick again, small and sharp, like a sliver under her skin. Emily's easy, proprietary manner with the space still unsettles her. Emily talks as if the house is inherently theirs, as if it belongs to them by some unspoken right, rather than by a meticulously planned rental agreement and careful negotiation. "We've only got it for the week," Isla says, keeping her tone meticulously neutral, a subtle, almost imperceptible reminder of their temporary tenancy. Emily turns, smiling. "I know. It just feels like it's meant for something bigger." "It is," Isla replies. She hears the finality in her own voice and softens it slightly. "For the wedding." Emily's smile wobbles, then steadies. "Yes, of course." As evening draws in, Isla stands at the dining room window, watching the village lights come on in the distance. Tiny, warm squares scattered across the dark. The village feels near and far at once, visible but inaccessible. A place that watches without approaching. The house feels sealed off again, the gate shut, the hedges high, the week enclosed within these walls. Isla tells herself that whatever happens here will stay here, contained within the house and the people she has chosen. She thinks of the men outside the pub, their brief laughter, the shopkeeper's polite smile, the way the woman with the pram looked at her coat as if it were a sign. She tells herself it was curiosity, nothing more. Behind her, in the kitchen, voices rise and fall. Sebastian laughing, Richard talking, Margaret's quiet, precise interjections, Janet's smoothing, always smoothing, Emily's bright commentary, a little too eager. Julian moves through it all without fuss, carrying a tray, closing a door, placing something where it needs to be. He makes no noise doing it. The village lights blink steadily in the distance, patient as stars. Isla watches them until her eyes ache, then turns away. 3. 5 days before the wedding. Margaret tells Richard she needs air, as though air is a medical requirement, like water or the tablets she keeps in the bathroom cabinet for headaches she refuses to admit as stress. He looks up from his phone, smiling automatically. "Of course, don't go too far." Margaret's mouth tightens. She has been married long enough to hear the difference between concern and instruction. She lifts her keys from the hall table and slips them into her coat pocket, then pauses to check the mirror opposite the front door. The mirror throws her back at herself. Hair neat, coat fitted, face composed. A woman going for a walk, not a woman leaving a house that suddenly feels crowded with other people's expectations. Outside, the afternoon is cold and clear, the kind of brightness that makes everything look a shade too sharp. The gravel crunches under her shoes. Beyond the clipped hedges, the lane runs pale and narrow, tucked between banks of green, as if the village has tried to hide itself from passing cars. Margaret walks quickly at first, without meaning to. The pace is instinctive, the body's old solution to discomfort. Move forward, and you don't have to sit with it. She can still hear the house behind her, muffled through glass. Voices. The intermittent clatter of someone in the kitchen. Harriet's brisk, pleasant tone as she confirms something for the following day. The names of suppliers, of florists, of the man delivering the marquee heaters, all spoken with the weight of necessity. Isla's voice has been in her ear all morning, calm and firm, correcting a minor detail about the order of readings, asking whether the napkins will be linen, whether the candles will be unscented. Isla says these things as if they are neutral questions, but Margaret has heard that tone before. It is the tone of a person holding the edge of a table to stop it from tipping. Margaret tells herself, as she reaches the gate, that she is not walking because she is irritated. She is walking because the house is full, and she needs space. It is a simple truth. Simple truths are easier to carry, less prone to unravelling under scrutiny. The lane is quiet, in a way that feels deliberate, rather than peaceful. No birdsong or distant traffic. Even the leaves on the hedges seem still, as if they're listening, holding their breath in the crisp, cool air. She has noticed, since yesterday, how the village watches. It does not stare or gossip openly, but it registers every movement. Eyes lift when the gate opens. Conversation dips when the wedding party passes. People smile politely and then look through you, as if you are an object they will forget once it is moved away, a temporary fixture in their permanent landscape. Margaret has lived long enough to know the difference between curiosity and judgment. The village's attention has a weight to it, a palpable pressure in the air. She cannot say why. Perhaps it's simply that they are outsiders, well-dressed, temporary, arriving with vans and catering trays and extra cars parked where locals would never park, an unwelcome invasion of their routines. Perhaps it's just annoyance at disruption, the way a wasp is annoyed by someone waving their arms, a momentary disturbance in their quiet lives. Still, Margaret feels it as she walks, a prickle at the back of her neck, an unspoken assessment. She keeps her gaze ahead, as if refusing to meet it will make it go away, an invisible shield against their silent scrutiny. The lane bends, a gentle curve in the path. The hedges give way briefly to open fields, a wide stretch of dull winter grass under a pale, washed-out sky. The horizon is low, giving the sense that anything could be visible from anywhere if you stood in the right place, a vast, unblinking canvas. Margaret slows, her pace faltering slightly. She has come here before this week, not with a house full of people and noise, the air thick with forced cheer. But she knows the feel of these lanes, the particular quiet that settles over them. Richard has brought her here on quiet weekends, insisting it would be good for them, a balm for unspoken tensions. They would eat lunch at the pub, walk the lanes, return to the house with muddy shoes and a bottle of wine. The weekends have always been framed as an antidote, as if distance could cure whatever is wrong, a geographical solution to an emotional problem. Margaret has never found distance particularly curative. It merely gives you more space to hear yourself, to amplify the thoughts you tried to outrun. She walks on, the cold biting through her gloves, a sharp reminder of the season. Her breath comes out in small white clouds, ephemeral puffs in the still air. She tells herself she will walk to the edge of the fields and back. 10 minutes, 15 at most. Enough to reset, to regain a semblance of control over her thoughts. A movement near the stile catches her eye, a flicker at the periphery of her vision. At first, Margaret thinks it is an animal, a dog, perhaps, slipping through the tall wintry grass. Then the shape resolves into a woman, standing close to the fence, as if she has been there all along, and Margaret has simply failed to notice her, a silent sentinel. The woman is not dressed for the village, not quite the country attire you'd expect. Her coat is too thin for the biting cold, her hair loose and wind-tossed, her shoes unsuitable for the muddy, uneven ground. She looks as though she has stepped out of a car and begun walking without thought, driven by urgency rather than practicality, a sudden impulse overriding common sense. She lifts her head and meets Margaret's gaze with a steadiness that feels intimate, a recognition that cuts through the cold air. "Margaret," she says softly, her voice carrying clearly in the quiet, as if they are somewhere private, the only two people in this vast, open landscape. Margaret's body stops before her mind does, an involuntary halt, a freeze that starts in the shoulders and settles into the spine, locking her in place. She keeps her face still, because that is what she has practiced, a mask of composure, but she feels the skin around her mouth tighten, a telltale tremor she hopes remains unseen. The woman takes a step closer, stopping on the other side of the fence. She does not smile, though her expression is not hostile. It is simply resolved, as if she has rehearsed this moment and will not be put off. "How did you find me?" Margaret hears herself ask. Her voice is even, almost polite. She dislikes the politeness, but she cannot dislodge it. It is part of her armour. The woman's mouth curves slightly, not quite a smile. "It wasn't difficult." Margaret swallows. The fields suddenly feel too open, the lane behind her too empty. She keeps her hands in her pockets so the woman cannot see if they are trembling. "This is not appropriate," Margaret says. "Not here." The woman's gaze flicks towards the house, invisible beyond the bend. "It's all very public now," she says. "Everyone arriving. Cars, flowers. It's like a show." Margaret feels a flare of irritation. Not at the woman's words, but how accurate they are. "That's because it is a wedding." The woman nods, as if confirming something to herself. "Yes, that's why I'm here." Margaret forces herself to breathe steadily. She does not deny. Denial would be a crack, a point of entry. She does not explain either. Explanation is worse. Explanation is a rope you hand to someone so they can pull you towards them. "What do you want?" she asks. The woman's eyes do not flicker. "Acknowledgement," she says, simply. "And timing. You always had great timing, didn't you?" Margaret's stomach tightens. She glances briefly along the lane. There's no one there to watch them. Nothing moves. The hedges stand still, indifferent. "This is not the time," Margaret says again, keeping her tone controlled. "You cannot appear like this. Not now." The woman tilts her head, as if she is listening to a familiar song. "When, then?" Margaret does not answer, because there is no answer she can give that would be safe. The truth is that Margaret has always relied on time doing its work. Time blurs edges and makes other people doubt their own recollections. Time turns anger into a story told less often. The woman watches her with a patience that feels almost threatening. "I've waited," she says. "I've been quiet. I did what you wanted. I stayed away. But then I saw the invitations, the florist vans, people posting about it all over social media, like it's the happiest thing in the world." Margaret feels heat rise in her throat. "This has nothing to do with you." The woman's expression hardens slightly. "It has everything to do with me. It's why I'm here. It's why I came back." Margaret keeps her voice even, reminding herself that control is found in tone. "You cannot come to the house," she says. "You cannot approach my family. You just can't do this. Please." The woman's mouth lifts again, that thin, near smile. "Your family," she repeats, as if tasting the words. "Everyone is here, aren't they? All together. It would be unfortunate if things unravelled in front of them all." Margaret's breath catches. The woman speaks without raising her voice, without overt menace. She states the possibility the way someone states the weather. Margaret forces herself to move. If she stays rooted, the woman will take another step, and another, until the fence is meaningless. She steps back, then turns slightly so her body is angled towards the lane, ready to leave. "You will not do this," she says, and hears how thin it sounds. The woman's eyes stay on her. "I didn't come to be told no," she says quietly. Margaret's heart beats hard enough that she can feel it in her wrists. She keeps her face still. "Go home," she says. "You're making a mistake." The woman looks at her for a long moment, then nods once, as if Margaret has confirmed something she already knew. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips, a silent promise. "I'll be in touch," she says. Margaret does not ask how. She does not ask where. She turns and walks away, the gravel crunching under her sensible shoes. She doesn't run, even though she wants to. Running would admit fear, a weakness she refuses to display. She walks quickly, the cold air scraping her lungs with each sharp intake. She keeps her eyes ahead, fixed on the distant gate, refusing to look back, as though if she does not see the woman again, the encounter might not solidify into a tangible, terrifying reality. By the time she reaches the gate at the house, her hands are shaking inside her pockets, a tremor she struggles to control. She opens it, the old iron groaning faintly, steps through, and closes it with a click that feels too soft, too insignificant for the violence churning inside her chest. The house stands warm and calm beyond the hedges, a beacon of deceptive normalcy, its windows reflecting the pale, indifferent sky. It looks innocent. It looks like a place for a wedding, for joy and celebration, not for the shadow that has just fallen. Margaret goes straight to her bedroom and closes the door with a soft thud. She stands in the middle of the room for a moment, breathing hard through her nose, trying to organise her scattered thoughts into something coherent, something she can use. Richard will ask questions. Richard always asks questions, believing that enough interrogation can somehow conjure a solution out of thin air. She smooths her hair in the mirror again, a habitual gesture of control. The mirror shows only what she allows it to show, a carefully constructed facade. When she goes downstairs, Richard is in the sitting room with a cup of tea, talking to Sebastian about something to do with the cars, the mundane details of their upcoming event. Isla is nearby, listening with half an ear, her attention already elsewhere, on a sprawling mental list that exists only in her mind. Richard looks up as Margaret enters, a polite, expectant smile on his face. "There you are," he says. "Feeling better? You were gone a while." Margaret keeps her expression neutral, her voice steady. "I was approached," she says, the words clipped and precise, "by someone near the village." The words land heavily in the comfortable silence, shattering it. Isla's gaze flicks to Margaret for the first time properly, her casual posture sharpening. Sebastian stops mid-sentence, the name of a car model dying on his lips. Richard's face changes, and a rapid succession of emotions from interest to alarm to annoyance cross his features too quickly to separate. "Approached by whom?" he asks, his tea forgotten. Margaret shakes her head slightly, a gesture of dismissal. "It doesn't matter." Richard leans forward, his jaw tightening. "Margaret, who was it? What did they want?" "No," she says, her voice quiet but firm, cutting him off. "We'll discuss it later." Sebastian's jaw tightens further, a muscle twitching as he watched his parents. Isla's face remains outwardly composed, but Margaret can see the sudden, heightened alertness beneath it. Isla is a woman who hears unsaid things like they are shouted, who understands the unspoken implications. Richard exhales sharply through his nose, a sound of frustration. "All right," he says, his voice forced steady, a thin veneer over his agitation. "Later, then." Margaret nods once, a curt, final gesture. That is all she will offer, for now. The rest of the afternoon is spent under a thin, fragile film of normality. Harriet brings in a delivery list for the caterers. Isla discusses timings with precise, almost clinical efficiency. Sebastian makes a forced joke about how the village lanes are designed to trap unwary drivers. Emily laughs too loudly, a little desperate to be included, to break the tension that now hangs in the air. Margaret participates when required, offering small, strained smiles at the right moments, answering simple questions with a distant politeness. She does not sit down for long. She cannot bear the stillness, the quiet that allows her thoughts to spiral. When Richard finally gets her alone, the house settling into the twilight quiet, he closes the door to the small study off the hall with a decisive click and speaks in a low, urgent voice, his earlier composure completely gone. "Who approached you, Margaret? Tell me everything." Margaret lifts her chin, her gaze meeting his without flinching. "A woman," she says, her voice flat. "From before. A ghost from a life we thought we'd buried." Richard's eyes narrow, a cold dread beginning to show. "And what did she want? What did she say?" Margaret does not answer immediately, the woman's chilling voice echoing in her memory. "Your family. Everyone is here. It would be unfortunate if anything were to disrupt their happiness. She wanted acknowledgement, Margaret says, finally, choosing her words carefully, omitting the implied threats. She wanted me to remember her. Richard's mouth tightens into a grim line. That's not a request, Margaret. That's a veiled warning. She didn't threaten me, Margaret insists, though even as she says it, she is not sure this is entirely true. Not directly. Not with words. Richard sits back heavily, running a hand over his face, his usual meticulous composure crumbling. Where is she staying? We need to find her, understand her intentions. I don't know. Did she say she was coming to the house? No. Richard looks at her as if she is being willfully stupid. Margaret, use your head! Margaret's anger flares, brief and hot. Don't speak to me like I'm an idiot! Richard's expression softens slightly, then hardens again into practicality. All right. We need to deal with it. Margaret's throat tightens. No, she says. We need to keep it quiet. Richard stares at her for a long moment. Keeping it quiet is what got us here. Margaret does not respond. She doesn't want to admit anything, because admission would be a crack. Later, as dusk settles, Margaret goes upstairs and stands at the window at the end of the corridor. From here, she can see the lane beyond the hedges, pale in the fading light, disappearing into the village. She watches it, as if the woman might materialize again, walking towards the gate, hair loose, coat too thin, expression resolved. Though no one appears, the relief does not come. The house glows around her with warm light and soft voices. Someone is laughing downstairs. Someone is playing music too quietly to be called music, more like background reassurance. Margaret keeps watching the lane until the light drains from it completely. When she turns back into the corridor, Isla is there, coming towards her with a glass of water in her hand, as if she has been sent to check on her. Lovely and quiet here, isn't it? Isla says casually, voice light. Margaret answers too quickly. Yes, very. Isla pauses, studying her for a fraction of a second. Isla's face is calm, but her eyes are not kind in the way young eyes can be kind. They are attentive. They do not miss things. Everything okay? Margaret forces a smile. Just tired, she says, as if tiredness explains everything. Isla nods, accepting the explanation she is given, because that is what this week requires. Of course, she says. It's a lot. Margaret watches her walk away, and then returns to her room and closes the door. She sits on the edge of the bed, staring at the carpet. Somewhere beyond the hedges, beyond the lane, beyond the village that watches without speaking, something has begun to move. A decision is forming, the way a bruise forms under skin, invisible and painless, until it isn't. 4. 5 days before the wedding. The day belongs to things that refuse to be handled at a distance. You can agree to a flower choice over a photograph. You can sign off on menus without tasting them. You can nod at a seating plan and pretend you haven't imagined faces at the table, mouths chewing, people leaning in to hear something they think they deserve to know. But a room is different. A room insists on being visited. It makes you stand inside it and feel, physically, where attention will go, where it will snag, where it will linger like a hand that doesn't know when to let go. Isla wakes with that awareness already sitting in her chest, as if she has swallowed a small stone. The house is busy from early on. Not noisy, exactly, more like full of motion that keeps trying to disguise itself as calm. Doors click shut softly. Someone runs a tap full blast, then stops. Downstairs, Harriet's voice drifts up through the stairwell, pleasant and capable, speaking to a delivery driver as though they are old friends, as though nothing ever goes wrong when you're polite. Isla dresses with care that looks effortless if you don't watch closely. Hair pinned back, makeup minimal, clothes chosen for movement rather than comfort. She comes downstairs and finds Sebastian in the kitchen, coffee in hand, phone in the other, eyes fixed on whatever it is he can't stop feeding himself. "You're up early," he says, without looking properly at her. "It's the venue visit," Isla replies. "Right." Sebastian glances up then, smiles as if remembering. "The hall?" "Yes." He reaches for her, kisses her mouth quickly, then returns to his phone. Isla stands still for a beat after the kiss, not because she is moved by it, but because she is waiting to see if he will say anything else. He doesn't. His attention has already stepped away. Harriet appears at the doorway with her clipboard and that particular bright expression that says she has already solved 3 problems this morning and doesn't intend to let anyone see her sweat. "Ready when you are," Harriet says. "I've got the keys, and I've asked them to have the chandeliers on so you can see the light properly." Isla nods, grateful despite herself. Light matters. People will remember the warmth of a room, even if they can't articulate why. Emily drifts in briefly, hair still damp from the shower, looking too relaxed for the day. She is carrying a mug, as if she has all the time in the world. "Are we going to see the hall?" she asks, bright. "Just Isla and Harriet," Sebastian says, eyes still on his phone. "I've got work stuff." Emily pouts slightly. "I could go, in your place." "No, I'll join them there." Isla's smile is polite. "We'll be back later," she says to Emily. "You'll see it in good time." Emily's mouth tightens in a way that suggests she doesn't like being placed on the outside of anything, even temporarily. She nods anyway, swallowing it down. Isla watches her do it and feels an odd, faint pang that she refuses to name. Emily has always been quick to adapt. It's one of her strengths. It's also why Isla has never been able to fully trust her. Julian appears at the back door, coat on, keys in hand, as if he has been waiting there quietly for permission to exist. "I'm going into the village," he says to Harriet. "Easy. I'll swing by the hall afterwards, in case you need anything picked up on the way back." Harriet smiles, grateful. Perfect. Sebastian doesn't come. He claims a call. Isla doesn't ask which call, or how long it will take. She has learned the shape of his attention. If she presses for it, it stiffens and pulls away like an animal. She and Harriet leave in Harriet's car, which is clean and smells faintly of peppermint, the sort of scent people choose when they want to feel crisp. Isla sits in the passenger seat and watches the lane unfold. The hedges press close. The sky is a pale wash. The village arrives in snapshots of quaintness. The church spire, the pub sign, the shop window with jars lined up like a display of wholesome virtue. A man outside the shop turns his head as the car passes, a casual flick of attention that still feels potent. His gaze lifts to the window, follows the vehicle's slow progress, then drops again, lost in the rhythm of his own day. Isla feels it like a small, unexpected weight landing on her shoulder, a fleeting chill, despite the warmth of the afternoon. She tells herself it is nothing, a mere coincidence, the natural curiosity of a stranger. She tells herself they are visible, unmistakably so, in their pristine car and their air of anticipation. A wedding, after all, always makes you visible, drawing eyes and whispers. Harriet chatters beside her, a steady stream of timings, gentle reminders, and what still needs confirming. Her voice is a soothing counterpoint to Isla's internal hum of anxiety. Isla listens in the way she has trained herself to listen over years, absorbing every detail without allowing it to lodge emotionally, a protective barrier she has meticulously constructed. She offers short, clipped answers. Yes, fine, good. Her mind is already several steps ahead, visualizing the flow of the day. She makes one precise adjustment to the schedule, 5 minutes shaved off the gap between arrival and drinks, because 3 minutes in a room full of people can become 10 if someone decides to speak, to linger, to upset the delicate choreography. The reception hall sits just beyond the village, nestled among ancient oaks, a building that has been meticulously refurbished into something both rustic and undeniably expensive. It's the kind of place people choose when they want heritage, without the inconvenience of actual history, a polished veneer of tradition. From the outside, with its weathered stone and dark timber beams, it looks handsome and restrained, almost unassuming. Inside, however, it opens into an astonishing height and an abundance of natural light, a dramatic reveal. The chandeliers are already lit as requested, though the hour is early. They don't blaze with harsh brilliance. Instead, they glow with a soft, inviting warmth. Warm pools of light hang suspended above a floor that has been polished to an almost liquid shine, reflecting the intricate patterns of the ceiling. The room smells faintly of beeswax and old stone, a comforting, earthy scent, mingled with the ghost of last weekend's celebration, giving a sweetness of forgotten flowers and spilled champagne that lingers, no matter how often the staff scrub and air the space. Isla steps inside, the polished floor cool beneath her elegant shoes, and feels her posture subtly shift. It's an instinctive adjustment, a professional stance. She lifts her chin slightly, her gaze sweeping the expanse. Her shoulders settle, no longer burdened by the exterior world. This is her domain, the stage where her wedding will be remembered, every detail etched into the memories of her guests. The hall is not fully dressed yet, still in its transitional phase, but enough has been placed to suggest the grandeur that is coming. Buckets of vibrant flowers, their petals still tight and dew-kissed, line the walls, their stems wrapped in damp burlap. A towering stack of pristine white chairs awaits near the back, ready to be arranged. Tape marks out where tables will go, pale, almost ethereal lines on the gleaming floor, like a precise map to a treasure no one is entirely sure they deserve, or perhaps a blueprint for a perfect, unforgettable day. Isla walks slowly, deliberately, not because she is hesitant or unsure, but because she is learning the room, absorbing its dimensions and potential. Her eyes move first to the main entrance doors, then to the tall arched windows that offer glimpses of the manicured gardens, then to the long central expanse where the aisle will be. She imagines bodies filling the space, a vibrant tapestry of friends and family. She imagines the murmur of noise, a joyful symphony of conversation and laughter. And then she imagines the hush that falls, a collective intake of breath, when a room decides to truly listen, when all attention focuses on her. Harriet walks beside her, a discreet shadow, her clipboard tucked against her hip, a constant, reassuring presence. "So," Harriet says softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the grand, empty room itself might overhear their logistical secrets. "Guests will enter from that door there. Coats will be taken efficiently in the side room. Then drinks will be offered immediately, a subtle encouragement to keep people moving into the main space. We'll have staff positioned here and here." She gestures with precise, almost military movements, so no one blocks the entrance, ensuring a smooth flow. Isla watches her hands, noticing the angles and trajectories, and then looks at the places Harriet points to, already visualizing the potential bottlenecks, the natural drift of conversations, the way drunk people lean in too close, their voices rising, threatening to disrupt the carefully curated atmosphere. "And then they'll be guided forward," Harriet continues, her tone confident. "We'll encourage them to take their seats fairly quickly, a gentle but firm persuasion, so that when you arrive, the room is already settled. No late scrambling, no last-minute adjustments, no chairs scraping across this beautiful floor, disturbing the solemnity of the moment." Isla nods, a slight, almost imperceptible movement. She can already hear the imagined scrape of chairs in her mind, a discordant sound that jars against her vision of perfection. It is a noise she absolutely does not want captured in the pristine photographs, a blemish on the otherwise flawless memory. Harriet walks the taped aisle length, her steps soft and measured, as if performing a private rehearsal. "You'll come in from here," she says, pointing to the far end of the vast room, near where the arched windows overlook the garden. "You'll take your time, a slow, deliberate procession. People will be seated, facing forward, their eyes drawn to you. They'll see you as you come in, every step of the way." Isla stands where Harriet indicates, a solitary figure at the threshold of her future, looking down the impressive length of the room. Even empty, stripped of its decorative finery, it feels profoundly expectant, humming with unspoken anticipation. The light is warm, bathing everything in a golden hue, but the space holds itself with a quiet, dignified gravitas. It looks as though it is waiting, breath held, poised for someone to fill it, to infuse it with life and meaning and the profound joy of a new beginning. For a moment, Isla feels a steadying calm settle over her. Not happiness, not a surge of excitement, but something far more profound. It's a quiet certainty that this is what she's been waiting for. This grand hall, still in its skeletal stage, was the culmination of countless hours, meticulous planning, and an unwavering vision. This is what she has built, a tangible testament to her efforts. This is the thing she can point to and say, "Here. This is real, a solid foundation in a world that often felt ephemeral." Harriet pauses beside her, her gaze sweeping across the vast space. "It's beautiful," she says, quietly, and Isla hears in her voice a genuine appreciation, devoid of the usual professional pleasantries. It's a rare, unvarnished compliment. "It will be," Isla replies, her voice carefully neutral. Approval, she has learned, is always safer when it is spoken in the future tense. Present beauty can be spoiled, marred by unforeseen circumstances or the fickle whims of others. They resume their slow walk around the perimeter of the expansive room, Harriet meticulously talking through table placements, the precise location of the head table, the crucial spacing between chairs. Isla, meanwhile, watches where the eye naturally goes, observing the subtle lines and focal points. She notes with satisfaction that the glittering chandeliers draw attention upward, an intentional design choice. It makes people look lifted, less heavy, imbuing the space with an airy elegance. The room, she knows, will photograph kinder, softer, more ethereal. Harriet asks just one question about floral height, a minor detail in the grand scheme. Isla answers without conscious thought, her preference delivered with the unwavering authority of a rule. "Keep them low enough that people can see each other," Isla says, her tone firm. "No towering arrangements. It's not a jungle, after all." Harriet smiles, a small, knowing curve of her lips. No jungle. Understood. The easy compliance is a comfort. Isla finds herself touching her ring as they walk, her thumb idly brushing the cool, smooth edge of the band. The intricate facets of the stone catch the chandelier light in repeated flashes, little bright winks, as though the ring itself is trying to make its presence known. Isla isn't consciously checking it. It's a deeply ingrained habit, a nervous tic, like pressing a bruise just to see if it still hurts, to confirm the lingering ache. They are halfway through the expansive hall again, when the heavy double doors swing open with a soft thud, and Sebastian appears. He's still wearing his overcoat, his phone clutched in one hand, looking utterly out of place, as if he has just walked in from another life entirely, a different world that operates on a separate clock. "Sorry," he says, and the word sounds hollow, as if he is apologizing to the grand, silent room itself more than to Isla. "Call ran over." Harriet straightens instinctively, her professional smile already in place, a practiced mask. "No problem at all, Sebastian. We've just been going through the layout, finalizing some of the finer points." Sebastian glances around with a flicker of mild interest, his eyes lifting briefly to the sparkling chandeliers, then dropping to the meticulously taped lines on the floor that delineate the future arrangement. "Looks nice," he says, and the word, delivered without inflection, lands flat in the cavernous space, a dull thud against Isla's carefully constructed calm. He walks a few more steps, then gestures vaguely at the very centre of the room, a dismissive sweep of his hand. "Do we really need all this?" he asks, half joking, half not, the underlying criticism barely concealed. "Could we simplify? Fewer tables, maybe. More space. Less fuss." There it is. The small, familiar insult, deftly hidden inside a seemingly benign suggestion. Fuss. As if the immense care Isla has taken, the meticulous attention to every single detail, is an inconvenience, rather than a deliberate, thoughtful choice, a reflection of her unwavering commitment. Isla smiles, a serene, unreadable expression. She keeps her face perfectly smooth, her gaze unwavering. She says nothing, because responding would create a moment, a tiny ripple in the air, and moments, she knows, have a way of growing in rooms like this. They echo, reverberating long after the initial sound has faded. Harriet's expression tightens almost imperceptibly, a brief flash of concern. She looks at Isla, waiting for a correction, for a sharp retort, for any kind of response to Sebastian's casual dismissal. Isla simply turns her gaze back to the empty aisle, a silent refusal to engage. Julian appears then, as if summoned by the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere, a silent guardian arriving precisely when needed. He steps into the room quietly, no coat, hands empty, completely unburdened. He offers Sebastian a smile that manages to be both genuinely friendly and immediately calming, a balm on the simmering tension. "We can absolutely do that, Sebastian," Julian says easily, his voice smooth and accommodating. "A small adjustment, certainly. We can shift a few tables after the meal, and you'll get a much larger floor space later for dancing or mingling. It keeps the room feeling open and expansive." Sebastian visibly relaxes, the tension draining from his shoulders. His suggestion is now recast as sensible, insightful, rather than dismissive or critical. "Exactly," he says, his tone bright, as if this is precisely what he meant all along. "Open, that's all I was getting at." "Of course," Isla replies, already knowing it will not happen. Harriet exhales so softly, Isla almost doesn't hear it, a tiny puff of relief. The subtle tension that had begun to thicken in the air dissolves completely. Not because the underlying issue has been solved, but because Julian has expertly caught it, acknowledged it, and then folded it away before it could escalate into a full-blown confrontation. Isla meets Julian's eye briefly across the expanse of the room. Something passes between them that isn't intimacy in the romantic sense, but is profoundly close to relief, a shared understanding. It's a rare and valuable thing, finding someone who instinctively understands the true cost of a scene and prevents one from arising without ever asking for credit or recognition. They're about to resume their gentle tour when a new sound rises. More people approaching. Isla hears Margaret before she sees her, the click of her shoes on the floor, precise, controlled. Richard's voice follows, already discussing parking, access, where the cars will queue, how quickly people will be moved in and out. Margaret steps into the hall and looks around without smiling. Her gaze moves in clean lines. She takes in the symmetry, the restraint, the light. She nods once, almost imperceptibly, as if approving a piece of art. "Didn't want to leave anything to chance," Margaret says. "Oh, great," Sebastian mutters, but only Isla hears him. "The flowers," Margaret says, pointing towards the buckets. "Good. Not too much. Don't let them go wild." Harriet smiles. "We're keeping it simple, seasonal and clean." Margaret's mouth curves faintly. "Good." Richard looks at the taped lines and asks about timing. "When do guests arrive, exactly? How long between the speeches and service? What happens if the kitchen delays? Where do staff move about? Are there heaters for later? Where do we put my mother, so she isn't in a draft?" Harriet answers patiently, holding it all in her head as if she has memorized every scenario. Isla watches Richard ask, and ask, and ask. He believes questions are protection, as if the correct answer to every possibility can stop the wrong one from happening. Margaret doesn't ask questions. Margaret watches. "Room for a small one?" Emily appears at the doorway, drawn by the scale of the hall, despite being told not to come. "I hitched a lift with the parents of the groom." Isla flinches. annoyed at how easily Emily has nicknamed her future parents-in-law. Emily stands there for a moment, eyes wide, turning slowly as though she's in a film. "Oh," she breathes, and there is genuine awe in it. "It's stunning." The comment is innocent, but it still stings. The room was meant to belong to Isla alone. Emily's admiration makes it shared. Harriet, always kind, gives Emily a warm smile. "Wait until it's full," she says. "It'll be breathtaking." Emily steps forward, walking along the taped aisle as if testing it. "I can't imagine everyone sitting here," she says. "It's enormous." "It won't feel enormous once it's filled," Isla replies, calm, neutral, closing the subject without making a scene. Emily glances at her, then nods, the enthusiasm dimming slightly, as if she has bumped into an invisible wall. "It's like something you see in magazines," she says, deflecting. Sebastian makes a small sound of mock despair. "God!" Emily flushes, embarrassed. Isla's voice becomes gentle, precise. "It's meant to feel like that," she says, feeling slightly defensive of her sister. The visit ends with confirmations, notes made, minor adjustments agreed. Harriet gathers her clipboard. Richard asks one more question. Margaret offers one more comment about symmetry. Sebastian checks his phone. Julian holds the door. As they leave, Isla looks back once, taking in the chandeliers, the taped lines, the buckets of half-opened flowers. The room is waiting for them to return and fill it with their bodies, their noise, their private tensions disguised as celebration. On the drive back, Sebastian talks about a work problem. Isla listens without taking it in. Margaret sits very still, staring out of the window. Julian drives behind them as promised, with Richard and Emily, a steady presence in the mirror. The house feels different when they return. The interior has been reset while they were gone. Surfaces cleared, and cushions plumped. A window opened for air. Even the house behaves as though it is part of the wedding party, performing its own version of composure. Harriet disappears into her calls again, back into the week's moving parts. Before dinner, Isla goes upstairs and closes the bedroom door. She removes her engagement ring. It is a small motion, unthinking, like taking off a watch. The band leaves a faint impression on her skin. She opens her jewellery box and places the ring inside, carefully, centred, not tilted. The lid clicks shut with a sound that feels final in the quiet room. She sets the box into the bedside drawer, among other items she has arranged neatly, then closes the drawer. The ring is safe. It is where it belongs, for now. Downstairs, voices rise and fall as the house fills with polite evening noise. Isla goes down and joins them, as if nothing has been put away. 5. That evening. Dinner ends clean, just the way Isla likes dinners to end. The plates are cleared before food congeals, glasses gathered before lipstick dries into rings that look accusatory. Even the candles are snuffed while their wax is still neat, not allowed to slump into ugly little puddles. The room returns, quickly, to the house's default state, as though it's embarrassed by evidence of human appetite. People drift away with polite fatigue. Doors close softly upstairs. The week has settled into a rhythm now, the kind that makes days blur. Everyone is always either arriving, leaving, eating, or waiting for the next thing to begin. Isla stays in the kitchen when the others have gone. She stands at the counter with her phone in her hand, scrolling through a thread of messages and confirmations, her thumb moving with the calm certainty of someone doing something ordinary. Final numbers for the evening due, a reminder from the florist, a note about chair covers, a question about whether the candles should be unscented, as if there is any question. The venue manager has sent photographs of the table layout again, slightly different angle, as if a change of perspective might make Isla feel more relaxed. It does not. It makes her look harder. Sebastian is still there too, leaning against the opposite counter with a drink in his hand. Whiskey, poured without care, the way he pours most things. He watches Isla with mild amusement, the expression of a man who believes he's witnessing harmless eccentricity. "You're still at it," he says. Isla doesn't look up. There are still things to do. "Of course there are," Sebastian says, and takes a sip. His tone is affectionate, but there's a softness to it that feels like indulgence. The sort of softness adults use with children who insist on wearing a cape and tiara to the supermarket. Isla keeps scrolling. She doesn't speak because she doesn't trust herself to speak casually. Casualness is how people mishear you. Casualness is how you end up agreeing to something you never wanted. Sebastian's glass clinks lightly as he sets it down. He runs a hand over his face, as if the day has exhausted him. Isla watches his reflection in the dark kitchen window behind him, the way his shoulders drop. He has the air of a man who thinks he has done enough simply by being present. "I made a small decision today," he says. Isla looks up then, not sharply, but fully. "What decision?" Sebastian's mouth curves. "Nothing major. Don't start." "I'm not starting," Isla says. "I'm asking." He lifts his shoulders. "The reception menu. I cut one of the canapes." Isla's body stays still. Only her thoughts move. She sees the menu in her head, the sequence of it, the balance, the little symbolic touches she chose because they meant something, not in a sentimental way, but in a way that suggested care. The course he has removed is the one she insisted on, the one that felt like a quiet nod to something older, something precise, not too showy, not too trendy, just right. "What did you replace it with?" she asks, keeping her voice neutral. Sebastian waves a hand. "Something simpler. One less thing to fuss about. People won't notice." Isla's thumb stops moving on her phone. "When did you do this?" Sebastian takes another sip. "Today. I spoke to Harriet." Isla feels a faint tightening at the mention of Harriet, as if Harriet has been touched by something careless. Harriet, who treats details like delicate objects. Harriet, who has been patient with every adjustment Isla has made. Harriet, who has held the week in her hands as if it were fragile. Isla imagines Sebastian speaking to her, smiling, making it sound like an easy change, and feels an odd flash of irritation on Harriet's behalf. "You spoke to Harriet?" Isla repeats. Sebastian's expression shifts slightly, boredom flickering. "Yes, it's not a crime." Isla nods once. She hears her own calmness, the measured breathing of someone who refuses to make a mess. "Why?" Sebastian's smile widens a fraction, as if he believes the answer is obvious. "Because what we had was unnecessary. We're not feeding a royal party. It's one less thing for you to think about. I did you a favour. Isla stares at him. Not angrily, but the way you look at a person who has misunderstood you so completely, it becomes hard to locate where to begin correcting them. Sebastian continues, emboldened by her silence. It's my wedding too, he says, as if this is a trump card he hasn't used yet. And honestly, you worry about the wrong things. His words land gently. They are phrased like concern, like someone trying to be kind. That is what makes them difficult to argue with. If he were cruel, she could push back. If he shouted, she could justify her own anger. But this mild reasonableness, this soft dismissal, it slides under the skin and stays there. Isla inhales slowly. She thinks of the week ahead, the impending ceremony, the grand hall, the carefully arranged lights, the rows of empty chairs awaiting guests, the photographer's lens poised for countless photographs. She thinks of how many decisions she has made alone, each one meticulously planned, because Sebastian didn't seem to care until it became something he could casually comment on, or worse, subtly undermine. She thinks of how easily he assumes the vast, unspoken space between them is his to move through, to occupy, to dictate. She thinks of the engagement ring upstairs in its velvet box, still tucked away in the drawer. She feels, briefly, a cold, sharp amusement at that, a flicker of dark irony in the quiet of the room. Then she smiles, a light, almost imperceptible curve of her lips. "You're probably right," she says, her voice smooth and even, devoid of any discernible emotion. Sebastian blinks, a slow, almost bewildered movement. The unexpected ease of her agreement visibly surprises him. He had meticulously prepared for resistance, for the familiar pushback. He had mentally rehearsed rolling his eyes, ready to tell her she was overreacting, to offer a perfunctory hug, and then smoothly move on. Her sudden, uncharacteristic acceptance completely disarms him, leaving him momentarily off balance. "Exactly," he says, a wave of palpable relief washing over him. He reaches for his glass again, the ice clinking softly. "See, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Not in the grand scheme of things." "It doesn't matter," Isla repeats, her voice carefully modulated to sound light, almost airy. "It's one less thing to worry about, one less detail to meticulously arrange." Sebastian watches her for a long moment, his gaze searching, as if waiting for the inevitable twist, the hidden barb. When none comes, he visibly relaxes, the tension in his shoulders and jaw leaving him like air slowly leaking out of a deflating balloon. He moves closer, a brief, absent-minded kiss pressed to her temple, then picks up his drink and wanders towards the wide terrace doors, a sense of quiet triumph about him. "Come and sit outside with me," he says, his voice a little louder now, carrying easily across the room. "You've been staring at that phone all night, lost in its glow." Isla follows him out a few minutes later, her movements unhurried, because it's simply easier to follow than to refuse, to offer even a hint of dissent. The terrace is surprisingly cold, the evening air biting at her exposed skin. The sprawling garden beyond is a canvas of impenetrable black, save for the faint, indistinct outline of tall hedges and the pale, almost ghostly stretch of manicured lawn. The village, usually a distant twinkle of lights, is entirely invisible from here. That, she knows, is precisely the point. The house feels utterly sealed at night, as though the towering hedges are insurmountable walls, and the narrow lane beyond is not real, merely a figment of imagination. Sebastian sits on one of the wrought-iron outdoor chairs, his sweater draped over his shoulders, drink still firmly in hand. He looks utterly relaxed now, a smug, self-satisfied air about him, as if he has just performed some immensely helpful deed and fully expects immediate gratitude for his thoughtful intervention. Isla sits opposite him, her posture perfectly composed, folding her legs neatly beneath her. She doesn't take a drink, not even a sip. She can't risk blurring herself tonight, not when every perception needs to be crystal clear, every thought meticulously sharp. For a long moment, neither of them speaks, suspended in the chill silence. The pervasive cold seems to hold them apart, creating an invisible barrier. Somewhere deep within the house, a door closes softly upstairs. A muffled laugh echoes briefly, then quiet descends once more, deeper and more profound than before. Isla looks at Sebastian's face in the low ambient light filtering from the house. He looks younger out here, less composed, the usual mask of control slightly softened. The house behind them glows through the large glass panes, warm and inviting, domestically perfect, as if nothing within its walls has ever been awkward, never unsettling, never anything but harmonious. "I still would have liked to be asked," Isla says, breaking the stillness, her voice a quiet ripple in the cold air. Her tone is even, almost conversational, perfectly devoid of any aggression. The sentence itself is simple, unadorned. It isn't an invitation to a fight, not a challenge. It's merely a fact, offered gently, carefully, as if it can sit between them without causing any harm, without disturbing the fragile peace. Sebastian's posture changes immediately, subtly but perceptibly. His shoulders stiffen, his spine becomes more rigid, and she can almost physically see him bristle at the underlying implication of her words, rather than their actual content. He hears accusation, where she has articulated only a simple preference. He hears a sharp, pointed criticism, where she has merely said, softly, unequivocally, "Include me." "For God's sake, Isla," he says, a short, dismissive laugh escaping him, the kind of laugh used by someone desperate to make her perfectly reasonable sentence sound utterly ridiculous, utterly absurd. "Isla, really?" "I'm not angry," Isla says, her voice unwavering, a calm counterpoint to his rising frustration. "I'm just saying. It would have been nice to have been consulted, to have been part of the decision." Sebastian's jaw works, a muscle twitching visibly along his cheek. "It's always a test with you, isn't it? Every single thing becomes an examination." "It's not a test, Sebastian," Isla replies, her voice steadfast, resolute. "It's a conversation, a simple desire for communication and shared understanding." Sebastian leans forward slightly, an almost predatory movement, as if he is trying to physically pin the moment down, to control its trajectory. "You make everything into this thing," he says, his frustration rising, a simmering heat beneath the surface, but still carefully contained. "Like, if I don't do it your way, if it's not precisely to your exacting standards, it automatically means something significant. It's utterly exhausting, Isla, truly." Isla watches him closely, her gaze unwavering, absorbing every nuance of his expression. She feels something in her chest tighten, a familiar, unwelcome constriction, but she does not, under any circumstances, let it reach her face, allowing no outward sign of her inner turmoil. She has spent years, long, arduous years, learning how to keep her reactions meticulously tidy, impeccably contained. "I only want the day to be right," she says. The word right hangs between them, undefined. Right can mean beautiful. Right can mean perfect. Right can mean safe. Sebastian hears only one version of it. "There," he says, pointing slightly with his glass. That's what I mean. Right. According to you." Isla smiles faintly. It is not warmth. It is an effort. "It's our day," she says. Careful, gentle. "I'm not trying to take it from you. I've been making decisions for months, alone. And then you change something without telling me. It's not the menu. It's the assumption." Sebastian's eyes narrow. "Assumption?" he repeats, as if the word itself is annoying. "You know what, Isla? You make me sound like a child." "I'm not trying to," Isla says. "I'm trying to explain." "You're trying to make me feel guilty," Sebastian says, and his voice lifts a notch, enough to reach the open doors. Enough to sound like normal conversation, if anyone hears it. "You do this. You do this thing where you're calm and reasonable, and then, suddenly, I'm the villain." Isla's smile stays. She feels the muscles in her face begin to ache. "I'm not saying you're a villain," she says. Sebastian scoffs. "You're saying I'm thoughtless, that I'm careless?" Isla pauses. She could say yes. She could say, "You are." But that would be a fight, a real one. And real fights leave marks. So she chooses the softer truth. "I'm saying I'd like to be asked," she repeats. Sebastian stares at her for a long moment, then takes a large sip of his drink, as if swallowing frustration. "Honestly," he says, voice quieter now, more dangerous in its intimacy. "Sometimes you're impossible. You have to have everything your way. It's so controlling." The word lands like a slap, not because it's surprising, but because it's lazy. A label instead of an understanding. Isla feels herself go very still. She has heard this kind of accusation before, in different forms, in other mouths. It always arrives when someone wants you to stop asking for something. Isla does not flinch. She absorbs it the way she absorbs everything, letting it settle inside her without showing where it hurt. "I don't want everything my way," she says. "I want everything to be right." Sebastian laughs again, but there is no humour in it now. "There it is again." The terrace feels colder. The darkness beyond the hedges feels closer, pressing in. Through the open doors, Julian passes briefly, moving from the hallway towards the kitchen. He glances out, registering the posture, the stillness, Sebastian leaning forward, Isla sitting too upright. He does not pause to stare. He keeps walking, respectful, giving them privacy by pretending he hasn't seen anything. Sebastian's voice lifts just enough to sound normal again. "Forget it," he says, and forces a lightness into his tone. "Let's just not do this." Isla lets the conversation die. She does not argue. She watches Sebastian drain his glass and stand, the movement abrupt. "I'm going to bed," he says. "Of course," Isla replies. He goes inside without looking back. Isla stays on the terrace a little longer, breathing slowly, letting the cold steady her. She watches the dark garden as if it might offer an answer. It offers only hedges and lawn and the faint, distant sense of the village sitting out there, watching with its closed windows. When she goes inside, she moves quietly through the house. The controlled interior receives her without comment. The kitchen has been tidied. Surfaces are blank again. The schedule is pinned to the fridge, clean and neat, as if nothing in the house has ever been said in anger. Isla sits at the counter and picks up her phone. She doesn't message Harriet immediately. She waits, reading back through the menu notes, the confirmations, the choices she made. She thinks of Sebastian's casual dismissal. Guests won't notice. You worry about the wrong things. She thinks of the canapé he removed and why she chose it. Not because it would impress anyone. Because it mattered to her. Because it held a thread of meaning she didn't want to lose. She cannot explain it to Sebastian without sounding ridiculous. She knows that. She knows he would laugh, lightly, and call it fuss. So she does not explain. She simply fixes it. She opens a message thread with Harriet and types, "Hi, Harriet. Small correction. Please reinstate the original canopy menu as agreed by me. No need to mention. Thank you." She stares at the message for a second, then sends it. A small act of great defiance. She sits for a moment after, phone face down, hands resting flat on the counter. Her reflection in the dark window looks calm, almost serene. She watches herself as though she is a stranger. Isla turns off the kitchen light and walks upstairs slowly. She pauses at the bedroom door, listening. Sebastian is already breathing heavily, the way he does when he has decided he is done with the subject. Isla undresses quietly, folds her clothes neatly, places them on the chair. She slips into bed without touching him. She lies on her back, hands on her stomach, staring at the ceiling. When she finally closes her eyes, she understands something with sudden clarity. This marriage will run on assumption, unless she intervenes. She sleeps, anyway. 6. 4 days before the wedding. Isla notices the absence before she notices anything else. It happens in the small, unremarkable space between waking and standing, when her hand moves out of habit, fingers brushing against skin that should meet metal. The place where the ring sits feels oddly bare, as though something has been erased rather than removed. She lies still for a moment, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The light in the room is thin and early, the colour of a day that hasn't decided what it's going to be yet. Sebastian's breathing beside her is heavy, untroubled. He is sleeping the sleep of someone who believes the world will arrange itself around him. Isla does not let the thought finish itself. She tells herself, immediately and firmly, that she must be growing used to the feel of it, and that's why she's missing its weight on her finger. She sits up carefully, so as not to wake Sebastian, and reaches for the bedside drawer. It slides open smoothly. Inside, she finds hairpins, lip balm, the folded schedule, everything exactly where it should be. The ring box is there. But when she opens it, it is empty. Isla closes the drawer again, slowly, as if speed might give the moment weight. A faint click echoes in the quiet room. She stands, pulls on a dressing gown, the soft fabric of familiar comfort against her skin, and begins to retrace her steps with the calm precision of someone following a mental map, each movement deliberate, almost ritualistic. The ensuite first. The cool tiled floor beneath her bare feet. The sink, gleaming porcelain. The shelf above it, meticulously tidy. The small dish where she sometimes places jewellery when washing her hands, a delicate ceramic bowl. Nothing. Not even a stray hair clip. Back into the bedroom. The armchair where she had folded her clothes the night before, a neat pile, now undisturbed. The windowsill, dusted clean. The top of the dresser, where a small collection of perfume bottles stood like silent sentinels. She lifts each item deliberately, her fingers brushing the cool glass, places it back exactly where it was. She does not rush. Rushing would suggest panic, and she is not panicking. Not yet. She's sure she left it in the box in the bedside drawer, but when she double-checks, it's still not there. And now she's doubting that too. She goes downstairs quietly, the house still wrapped in early morning silence, the only sound the soft padding of her feet on the carpeted stairs. The kitchen is cool, surfaces blank and obedient, reflecting the faint pre-dawn light. She checks the counter where she sat the night before, the exact spot where she had laid her phone face down after messaging Harriet. She opens the drawer where napkins are kept, a flash of red and white linen, then closes it again with a soft thud, irritated with herself for checking somewhere that makes no sense, a desperate act of illogical hope. She moves methodically through the ground floor. The sitting room, hushed and orderly. Side tables, polished wood. The arm of the sofa, where a throw was neatly folded. The small shelf by the front door, where keys and loose change accumulate, a jumble of everyday forgotten things. Nothing. The silence presses in, amplifying her growing unease. She returns upstairs and checks the bedside drawer again, slower this time, her fingers tracing the velvet lining, touching each item as if it might speak, might confess its secret. The ring box sits there, accusing in its emptiness, a silent witness to a disappearance. Isla inhales and exhales carefully, a shallow, controlled breath. The thin, sharp thing running beneath her composure sharpens further, like wire pulled taut, vibrating with an unspoken dread. She doesn't wake Sebastian immediately. She checks once more, everywhere she can reasonably justify, every nook and cranny her mind can conjure, because once she says the words aloud, they become real, undeniable, irreversible. When there is nowhere left to look, when the last possibility has been exhausted, she turns to the bed, to the warm, sleeping form beside her. Sebastian stirs when she touches his shoulder with a gentle nudge. He groans softly, a sound of deep contentment rolls onto his back. She nudges him again, and his eyes open, reluctantly, unfocused, blinking against the dim light filtering through the curtains. "What is it?" he mutters, his voice thick with sleep, a question already laced with mild annoyance. "My engagement ring," Isla says, the words feeling foreign on her tongue, heavy with unspoken meaning. Sebastian squints at her, his brain still catching up to the waking world. "What about it?" "It's not where I left it. It's gone." He blinks, processing this with visible effort, a furrow appearing between his brows. "You probably moved it.
You're always taking it off.
Yes, but I put it in the box, in the drawer, like I always do. Her voice is steady, but a tremor runs beneath it. He rubs his face with a hand.
Isla, it's early. Don't worry about it now.
She watches him closely, noting how quickly irritation slips into his tone, how instinctively he minimizes her concern, dismisses it as a morning eccentricity. She keeps her voice even, a conscious effort. I left it in the drawer last night. It's gone this morning. The finality of the statement hangs in the air between them. Sebastian sighs, a long, suffering sound, and pushes himself up onto his elbows, propping his head in his hands.
Gone where? Rings don't just vanish.
I don't know. That's why I'm telling you.
Well,
he says, and gives a small forced laugh that he probably thinks is reassuring, but only sounds hollow.
It hasn't sprouted legs.
Isla says nothing, her gaze unwavering, holding his.
It'll turn up,
he adds, already reaching for comfort rather than concern, for an easy solution to an inconvenient problem.
You're stressed. You've got a lot to organise. You'll find it in your bag or something later.
She looks at him for a long moment, the silence stretching, heavy with unspoken words. She sees how alone the moment is becoming, how quickly it has been handed back to her as her problem, hers alone to solve. I've checked, she says, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. Sebastian swings his legs out of bed, irritation edging closer to impatience, a clear signal that the conversation is over.
Fine. We'll look for it later, when I've had some coffee.
Later feels like a luxury Isla does not have, a postponement of an urgent truth. She goes downstairs again, this time with purpose rather than hope, a cold resolve settling in her chest. The house is beginning to wake around her. A door opens upstairs, a faint creak. A tap runs in the bathroom. Someone coughs. The sense of privacy she relied on, the quiet intimacy of her search, vanishes as the day asserts itself, bringing with it the demands of the outside world. Harriet arrives early as ever, with her clipboard tucked under her arm, and her dark hair already pinned into a precise, efficient bun. She takes in the kitchen in a single assessing glance, noting Isla's rigid posture and pale face, before Isla has even said a word. "Morning," Harriet says, her voice bright, then more careful, as though sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere. "Everything all right, Isla?" Isla considers lying. She considers saying nothing and letting the day proceed, as if this is an irritation she can solve quietly. But Harriet is not the sort of person you lie to. She notices what is missing as quickly as she notices what is wrong. "My engagement ring's gone," Isla says. She says it calmly, as if reporting a delayed delivery rather than a personal disaster. Harriet's expression changes immediately. Not alarm, exactly, but focus. "All right," she says. "When did you last have it?" "Last night," Isla replies. "I put it in the bedside drawer." Harriet nods, already moving into problem-solving. "Let's check the obvious places again. Sometimes when we are under pressure—" She trails off, respectful enough not to finish the sentence. Stress makes people forgetful. Stress makes people careless. Stress explains a lot of things that might otherwise look like cracks. Julian appears in the doorway without announcement. He has a mug in his hand, steam curling faintly. He takes in the room, The stillness. The way Isla stands too straight. "What's happened?" he says quietly. "Her engagement ring's missing," Harriet replies. Julian does not react outwardly. He simply nods. "I'll help look." He moves without fuss, beginning at the edges of the house, checking rooms methodically, opening doors, looking without touching where possible. He does not ask Isla questions that require answers she doesn't have. He does not crowd her. He creates space around her, as if that, too, is part of the search. Isla watches him now, really watches him. She notices who else does. Janet hovers nearby, hands clasped, eyes flicking from Isla to Harriet to the doorways Julian disappears through. She speaks in soft encouragements, the sort that sound helpful, but are designed to keep panic at bay. "These things happen," Janet says. "They always turn up. You've got enough on your plate without worrying about this." Isla nods, because nodding costs nothing. Margaret has also ventured into the fray, and now stands back, composed, arms folded lightly. She offers sympathy without urgency, a cool, "I'm sure it will be found," that carries no suggestion of action. Isla notes it. Margaret has always been good at keeping her hands clean. Sebastian comes downstairs eventually, dressed, coffee in hand, the faint irritation still clinging to him. "Any luck?" he asks, not quite meeting Isla's eye. "Not yet," Harriet says. Sebastian sighs. "It'll be somewhere stupid." The phrase lands poorly. Isla feels it, a small abrasion. But before she can snipe back, Callum appears briefly in the doorway, hair unbrushed, eyes bloodshot, the faint smell of alcohol preceding him like a confession. He squints at the group gathered in the kitchen. "What's all the drama?" he says, voice thick. "Her ring's gone," Janet says quickly, a strange hint of accusation in it. Callum laughs, a short, careless sound. "Bit dramatic, isn't it? It's not going anywhere." Isla turns to look at him. He avoids her gaze, focusing instead on the coffee machine. "Have you seen it?" she asks. Callum shrugs. "No idea. I was half cut by the time I got to bed." The way he says it, almost proud, irritates her more than the content. Julian appears behind him in the doorway, presence firm but unobtrusive. "Callum," Julian says, tone mild, "why don't you grab some water and take a seat?" Callum glances at him, then at Isla, then nods, backing away without protest. Isla notes the timing, the alcohol, the avoidance. She files it away without comment. Emily arrives next, drawn by the atmosphere rather than the details. She takes one look at Isla's face and stops short. "What's wrong?" she asks. "I've lost my engagement ring," Isla says, again calmly. Emily's eyes widen. "Oh, my God!" She immediately offers solutions, hands fluttering. "I can help look. If it doesn't turn up, you could borrow mine, just for the day. No one would know." The suggestion hits Isla harder than she expects. It is generous. It is also unbearable. "No," Isla says, too quickly. The sharpness in her tone surprises even her. Emily flinches. "I just meant—" "I know what you meant," Isla says, then moderates her voice with effort. "But no." Emily nods, stung. withdrawing a step. She presses her lips together and looks down, suddenly very aware of where she is standing. The search continues. Julian works quietly, efficiently. He checks rooms Isla has already checked, but he does it differently, as if expecting the house to respond to him rather than to her. Harriet keeps people moving, preventing the kitchen from filling with anxious bodies. Time stretches thin. Then, Julian reappears in the doorway to the sitting room. "I've found it," he says. The room stills. He holds the ring between his fingers, the stone catching the light, bright and familiar. Relief ripples through the group, uneven and quiet, like a breath released at different times. "It was on the floor under your bed," Julian says simply. "I missed it the first time I looked." Isla takes the ring from him without thanking him. Not out of rudeness, but because gratitude feels too small, too misplaced. She slips it back onto her finger and feels the house settle around her again, as if a piece has been slotted back into place. Janet exhales audibly. Margaret nods, satisfied. Sebastian laughs, light and relieved. "See, told you." Harriet glances at Isla, checking. Isla meets her eye briefly, then looks away. Something has shifted. The ring is back where it belongs, but the moment has rearranged the room. Trust has moved. Attention has realigned. Isla is keenly aware now of who acted, who watched, and who assumed. She touches the ring once, deliberately. 7. That evening. Mid-mornings in the house have begun to feel like the only honest part of the day. By the time breakfast is finished and the last coffee has been taken upstairs, everyone's masks slip a fraction. Not enough to show the truth, but enough to reveal the shape of it. Voices have quietened, footsteps soften. Doors close more carefully than they do first thing, as though everyone is aware they're living inside someone else's week. Isla retreats to the upstairs bathroom, with the familiar relief of a person returning to a private routine. The bathroom is large, clean in the way expensive bathrooms are, all pale tiles and quiet lighting. The mirror is generous, too generous. It shows everything, even when you aren't asking to be seen. She closes the door and turns the lock with a small click that feels like a boundary being drawn. The sink is crowded with her careful little rituals: her cleanser, toner, cotton pads, a small tub of cream she insists is the only one that doesn't break her out. Hairpins removed one by one and laid neatly to the side. Earrings placed in their dish. The ring stays on this time. It has stayed on since it vanished and returned, as if taking it off now would be tempting fate. She wipes her face slowly, watching her own expression in the mirror as the day comes off in stages. Foundation first, then mascara, then the faint redness around her nose that she always forgets is there. Without makeup, she looks younger, almost bare, and she dislikes that. Bare invites sympathy, and sympathy invites questions. She is bending to rinse the cloth when the knock comes. It's quiet at first, almost tentative. Then another, slightly firmer, as if whoever is outside has decided they are allowed to exist. Isla pauses with her hands under the tap. Water runs, then stops. The house beyond the bathroom door is still. She can hear her own breathing.
Isla? Emily's voice comes through, careful. Are you in there? Isla closes her eyes briefly. Her first instinct is to say she's tired. Her second is to pretend she didn't hear. Her third, the one that feels like duty, is to open the door and be a good sister for 5 minutes. Yes, Isla says, crossing to the door and unlocking it. Come in. The handle turns. The door opens slowly. Emily steps inside, with the cautious body language of someone entering a room where she isn't sure she's welcome. She is in pyjamas, hair loose, face washed. She looks softer like this, less guarded. Sorry, Emily says immediately, as if apology is the price of admission. Isla turns back to the sink, picking up a cotton pad. What is it? Emily hesitates, then perches on the edge of the bath, hands clasped between her knees. It is an awkward posture, too small for her, and Isla notices the effort it takes. Emily begins, then stops. She inhales. I wanted to say sorry about earlier, about the ring thing. Isla does not look at her directly. She watches Emily in the mirror instead, her sister's face reflected behind her. It allows Isla to keep herself composed. Direct eye contact would invite softness. Softness is harder to control. You meant well, Isla says calmly. Emily's shoulders drop in visible relief. I did. I honestly did. I wasn't trying to be... I don't know. I wasn't trying to make it worse. I know, Isla says. Her voice is reasonable, almost kind. Emily nods quickly, grateful. It's just, she says, and laughs softly, embarrassed. I panicked. You looked like you were about to implode, and I didn't know what to do. Isla presses another cotton pad to her skin, wiping gently around her eyes. I wasn't going to implode. Emily smiles in the mirror, a small curve of affection. You were, though. You were doing that thing where you go very still and your eyes get hard. Isla's hand pauses for a fraction of a second. She resumes, slower. She keeps her voice light. You're imagining things. Emily shrugs, unoffended. Maybe, but it's been a weird week. Isla hears the words as they land, soft and simple. Weird week. As if that's all it is. A strange holiday house and some family tension. Nothing heavier. For a few minutes, the tension eases, not because it has been resolved, but because Emily has lowered her voice and made herself small again. Isla finds, to her surprise, that she can breathe. Emily looks around the bathroom with mild awe. This place is ridiculous, she says. It's like a spa. Mum would die for a bathroom this big at home. Isla allows herself a faint smile. Mum would fill it with scented candles and those little soap roses. Emily laughs. And she'd put a basket of guest towels that no one's allowed to use. Isla's smile becomes more genuine, brief and unwanted. The humour is easy because it is safe. It points outward, at Janet, at something familiar. Emily leans back slightly, more comfortable now. Do you remember when we used to share the tiny bathroom at home? She says. And Mum would knock like the police if we took too long. Isla nods, watching herself in the mirror, her own bare face appearing under the bathroom light. And the way she'd stand outside, Emily continues, warming to the memory. and talked through the door, like we weren't even there, just narrating her own anxiety.
She still does that, Isla says, just not at the bathroom door. Emily grins.
True.
They drift, briefly, into childhood things, remembering the cramped bedroom they shared, or the way Emily always stole Isla's clothes without asking, and the way Isla would notice the missing jumper and then pretend she hadn't, just to see if Emily would confess. They talk about their mother's nerves before school events, her obsessive list-making, the way she would smile too widely at teachers, as if trying to convince them the family was normal.
"Do you remember that time," Emily says, eyes bright, "when Mum made us practice walking into the school hall like we were on some sort of stage?"
Isla snorts softly.
"She wanted us to look composed."
Emily nods.
"She has always wanted that."
Isla's smile fades slightly.
She wipes the last of her makeup away,
then stands still, cotton pad in hand, staring at her reflection. Emily's voice softens.
"It's just, this week feels strange to me."
Isla doesn't respond immediately. The bathroom hums quietly around them. Emily continues, almost shy now.
"Like you're really far away, even when you're right there. Like you're in the room, but you're somewhere else."
She says it without accusation, just observation. That makes it harder. Accusation, you can fight. Observation, you have to absorb. Isla watches Emily in the mirror. Emily's face is open. She wants this moment to matter. She wants to be close again. She wants the sort of intimacy that exists in old sisterhood, the kind you take for granted until it begins to slip. Isla looks at the way Emily sits on the bath edge now, no longer shrinking, occupying the space with ease. Even perched awkwardly, Emily's presence feels fuller than it used to. Isla notices the curve of confidence in her posture, the subtle assurance in her voice. Emily speaks as if her opinion belongs here, as if she belongs here. The observation hardens into something quieter and more dangerous. Isla doesn't let her face show it. She turns slightly, still not looking directly, and speaks in the calm, measured tone she uses when she wants to make something sound like a sensible request. "I need you to be careful this week," Isla says. Emily blinks, then nods quickly.
"Of course."
Isla continues, voice soft but precise. "Don't draw attention to yourself. Don't improvise kindness in ways that complicate things." Emily's brow furrows, not with anger, but with confusion.
"What does that mean?"
"It means," Isla says, and keeps her tone gentle, "that people are watching. Everyone. And this week isn't the time for embarrassing, spontaneous gestures." Emily laughs faintly, trying to make it lighter.
"Like offering you my ring?"
"Exactly," Isla says. Emily's smile wobbles, then steadies. "Right. I get it." Isla watches her in the mirror and sees Emily misunderstand. Emily hears inclusion. She hears, "I need you with me." She does not hear limitation. She does not hear, "Stay in your place." Emily nods again, too quickly.
"I can do that," she says eagerly. "I can be whatever you need."
Isla feels a strange, brief flicker at those words. It's not gratitude, though. It's something colder. The knowledge that Emily is still willing to shape herself for Isla's comfort.
That, Isla realises, has always been the true balance between them. Emily bending, Isla letting her. The bathroom door opens slightly, and Janet appears in the doorway with a smile that is too bright for the hour. She looks between her daughters, relief plain on her face, as if seeing them together like this is proof that the week is still safe. "There you are," Janet says softly. "I wondered where you'd got to." Emily beams. "We were just talking." Janet's smile widens, pleased. "Good, good. It's nice to see you together." Isla hears the need in her mother's voice, normality restored on cue. Two daughters chatting like sisters, a family moment, something she can cling to when her own anxiety rises. Janet tilts her head. "Don't stay up too late," she says. "You'll exhaust yourselves. Isla, you need your rest. Emily, you too. Everyone's looking tired." "We're fine," Isla says. Janet nods, as if she has been given permission to believe it. "Good. Right." She lingers for a second, smiling, then leaves, leaving the door ajar behind her. Emily stands, smoothing her pyjama top unnecessarily. "I should go too," she says, voice gentle. I wanted to say sorry, and I miss you a bit." Isla turns slightly, meeting Emily's gaze for the first time properly. Her expression is calm, reasonable. "I'm here," Isla says. Emily smiles, satisfied. "I know." She moves towards the door, then pauses. "I'll be careful," she says again. "I promise." Isla nods once, and Emily leaves, closing the bathroom door with quiet care. Isla remains standing at the sink for a long moment, hands resting on the counter, staring at her own reflection. The warmth of the conversation drains away quickly, like water down a plug hole. What's left is the familiar sense of control, of distance, of keeping herself contained. She touches her ring once, feeling the hard metal. It is there. It is present. It is proof. Outside the bathroom, in the hallway, Emily pauses. Isla can hear it, the faint shuffle of feet, the hesitation. Emily stays there for a moment, smiling to herself, believing, wrongly, that something has been repaired. Then Emily walks away. 8. Later that morning. The boxes arrive just before lunch, with the sort of quiet ceremony people reserve for things they want to pretend are joyful. A delivery van pulls up outside the house, and the driver carries the parcels in as if he's transporting something delicate and important, which, in Isla's mind, he is. Each box is clean and square, and labelled in careful handwriting with names and sizes. A strip of tape that looks too neat to be peeled. Harriet meets the driver at the door, thanks him, signs for the delivery, then carries the stack through to the hallway with the ease of someone who has held far stranger burdens. Isla appears almost immediately, as though she has been waiting at the top of the stairs, listening for the van. "Are they here?" she asks, and she tries to make her tone light, as if this is a fun milestone, rather than another test. Harriet nods. "All arrived. No damage." Isla's eyes flick over the labels. Emily, Poppy, Lena, hers. "Bring them up," Isla says. "We'll do it now." Harriet pauses. "Now?" We've got the florist call in 20 minutes, and... Now, Isla repeats, and her voice is still polite, but the word has weight. Harriet nods, accepting the adjustment, and Isla takes the first box herself, as if proving she is not asking anyone to do something she won't do. The dressing room is one of the house's indulgences, the space that looks designed for transformation. It has a long mirror, a velvet chair, and a clothes rail fixed to the wall, empty until now. Isla leads them there and sends a message to the bridesmaids, summoning them with a brisk cheer of a host who refuses to show nerves. They arrive in stages. Poppy first, hovering at the doorway as if she needs permission to breathe. She looks excited and frightened in equal measure, hands clasped, eyes too bright. "Is this it?" she asks, voice hushed. "Yes," Isla says, smiling. "This is it." Lena arrives next, quiet, composed, eyes taking in the room as though she's logging details rather than absorbing atmosphere. She nods at Isla, nods at Harriet, then leans against the doorframe, waiting. Emily arrives last, as if she's been deliberately slow, as if she wants to appear relaxed. She smiles brightly and says, "Oh my God!" as soon as she sees the boxes, as though she is entering a bridal suite in a film. Janet drifts in behind Emily, drawn by the idea of a moment she can frame as normal. She stands at the edge of the room, hands folded, smiling too widely. "This will be lovely," Janet says, and it sounds like an instruction. Isla claps her hands once, softly. "Right," she says, "let's try them on." Harriet watches closely. Isla can feel her attention, steady and professional, already alert to mood. Harriet has been around enough brides to know that fabric is never just fabric. It's hierarchy and expectation. It's proof. Isla insists on seeing each dress immediately, as if the sight of them will make the wedding more real. She opens the boxes carefully, folding the tissue paper back in neat layers. The dresses emerge, pale and smooth, a shade chosen to look flattering in photographs and non-threatening in person. They are beautiful in a restrained way. They do not shout. They do not compete with the bride. They behave perfectly. "Gorgeous," Janet murmurs. Poppy makes a small sound of awe, as if she's grateful to be allowed to wear something this expensive. Isla touches the fabric lightly, then steps back. "Emily first," she says. Emily's eyebrows lift. "Me?" "You're here," Isla replies simply, and Emily's smile shifts, pleased to be chosen first. Emily disappears behind the changing screen with her box. Isla stands in the middle of the dressing room, arms loosely folded, watching Harriet and the others with a calm she feels only on the surface. Beneath it, she is listening for friction, waiting for the first snag. Emily emerges a few minutes later. The dress fits perfectly. It skims her body with an effortless fall, the fabric hugging in the right places and loosening in the right ones. Emily looks taller in it, sharper. She turns to look at herself in the mirror, and her face brightens, a genuine flash of delight. "Oh," she says softly, It's perfect." Isla watches her sister's reflection rather than her sister directly. The dress makes Emily look like someone who belongs in the room, someone who knows where to stand, someone who will be looked at. Isla feels something tighten, small and familiar. "You look lovely,"
Isla says, voice warm enough to pass as affection. Emily beams.
Do I?
Yes, Isla says, and smiles. She doesn't add anything else. Poppy claps her hands gently.
It's stunning.
Lena nods. It suits you. Emily turns, grinning at Isla.
Your turn next.
No, Isla says lightly. Poppy. Poppy's face flickers. She nods quickly, eager.
Right, okay.
She disappears behind the screen. Isla hears the rustle of fabric, the small grunt of effort as Poppy tries to maneuver the dress over her body without smudging makeup that isn't there. When Poppy emerges, the first thing Isla sees is the strain. The dress is tight across Poppy's chest and hips, the fabric pulling slightly at the seams. The zip has been forced up, but it sits under tension, the line of it bowed rather than straight. Poppy's cheeks are flushed. She holds her arms awkwardly, as if unsure where to put them. She laughs, too quickly.
Oh, God, she says. I'm so sorry. I must have given the wrong size.
Harriet steps forward instinctively, her face softening. It's all right, she says. We can sort it. I'll call a seamstress. Isla keeps her expression unreadable. She takes in the dress, the way it sits, the way Poppy's discomfort is immediately visible. She knows, in a flash, how this will look in photographs. She knows how it will read as a problem. Poppy tugs gently at the fabric, trying to make it sit more comfortably.
It's fine,
she says, still laughing.
It's just snug.
Janet murmurs, we can make do, in the tone she uses when she wants a subject closed down. Harriet, still kind, says, we can arrange a last-minute alteration. Let the seams out a touch. It won't be noticeable. Isla turns to Harriet slowly. It won't be possible, she says. Harriet blinks. It is. I can call the seamstress this afternoon. She can come to the house. Isla's smile is polite. No, she says. The dresses need to match. Harriet's voice stays calm. They will match. It's not changing the design. It's just making it comfortable. Isla looks at Poppy, then at the mirror. It's fine, she says. She can manage. Poppy's laugh falters. Her eyes flick to Harriet, then back to Isla. She nods quickly, grateful to be told what is expected of her. I can manage, Poppy says, voice thin but determined. It's fine, honestly. I'll be on a water diet until Saturday. Emily steps forward without thinking, eager to smooth the moment. We could swap, she says brightly. If mine fits and hers doesn't, we could just swap. No one would— No, Isla says. The word is cool and final. It cuts through the room like the snap of a thread. Emily's face flushes. She looks instantly embarrassed by her own attempt at kindness, as if she has spoken out of turn. She glances at Janet, then at Harriet, then back at Isla, searching for a softer explanation that doesn't come. We're not swapping, Isla adds, still calm. We ordered sizes for a reason. Poppy will be fine. The room stills. Poppy forces a smile. Yes, fine, it's fine. Janet nods quickly, murmuring something about not drawing attention. Exactly, she says. No one will notice, and we've got enough going on without fuss. The word lands again. Fuss. A word that means do not make yourself a problem. Harriet tries once more, gently,
framing it as comfort rather than appearance. "Isla, it's not about attention," she says. "It's about Poppy being able to breathe. She'll be in this all day." Isla keeps her smile in place, a practiced mask. "It's one day," she says, her voice light, almost dismissive. "She'll manage." The words hang in the air, a subtle but firm boundary. Harriet understands, then. She has reached the edge of what she is allowed to suggest, the unspoken rule of Isla's quiet authority. She nods slowly, swallowing her own discomfort, along with the unsaid words that had threatened to spill out. "Right," Harriet says, her tone now brisk and professional, shifting gears. "Okay, let's do Lena's." Lena disappears behind the screen, the rustle of fabric a brief interruption. When she emerges, her dress sits somewhere in between. It fits, but not as perfectly as Emily's, lacking that effortless drape. It pulls faintly at the waist, a subtle tension visible to the discerning eye. Lena doesn't react, her expression unreadable. She turns once in front of the mirror, a perfunctory movement, checks the hem with a quick glance, then nods, a decision made without fanfare. "It's fine," she says, her voice flat, leaving no room for discussion. Isla's gaze flicks between them, a silent assessment. Emily, sleek and effortless, radiating a quiet confidence. Poppy, strained and flushing, her discomfort palpable. Lena, neutral, calm, a still point in the swirling anxieties. Isla registers all of it at once, the subtle shifts in body language, the unspoken tensions. Her face, however, gives nothing away, a perfectly composed facade. Sebastian appears briefly in the doorway, leaning against the frame, as if he's been drawn by the sudden quiet and the lingering sound of voices. He takes in the scene with a quick, encompassing glance, the women in matching dresses, the imposing mirror reflecting their various states of unease, the tissue paper scattered like freshly fallen snow around their feet. "Blimey," he says, a smirk playing on his lips, half amused, half genuinely surprised. "Fashion suffering already." Poppy laughs too loudly, a brittle sound that cracks the tense silence. Emily smiles, tight and forced, her eyes barely crinkling at the corners. Isla turns towards him, her movements fluid, and gives him a bright smile, perfectly pitched, a performance for his benefit. "Don't be cruel," she says lightly, a playful reprimand that belies the undercurrents in the room. Sebastian grins, a flash of white teeth, and disappears again, already bored with the domestic tableau. Isla's smile disappears the moment the door clicks shut behind him, as if a switch has been flipped. It drains from her face, leaving it bare and thoughtful, as if she has never owned the expression in the first place. Lena, ever practical, moves behind Poppy and helps with the tricky zip, murmuring reassurance. "It looks fine," Lena says softly, her voice a balm. "It's just new. It'll soften with wear." Poppy nods, grateful for any comfort, even if the truth of the statement feels distant and unlikely. Once the dresses are carefully folded and back on their hangers, the room feels subtly altered, the energy shifted. Tissue paper has been gathered up and stuffed back into boxes, the temporary chaos tidied away. The rail holds the dresses neatly now, identical shapes in pale, luxurious fabric, waiting patiently for their moment. what was meant to be a shared moment of joyful anticipation has instead turned private and awkward, the fault line clear, even if unnamed, a silent rift between them. Harriet, sensing the lingering discomfort, begins to talk about the next item on the schedule, her voice professional and unwavering, giving everyone something concrete to focus on so they don't have to sit in the heavy silence. Janet drifts closer to Isla, her voice low, a conspiratorial murmur. "You handled that well," she murmurs, and Isla hears the praise for control and composure rather than any kindness or empathy. Emily lingers a moment longer, her fingers brushing the delicate sleeve of her dress, as if she wants to hold on to the feeling of being looked at, of being the perfect fit. She catches Isla's eye and offers a small smile, tentative, almost questioning. Isla nods once, a curt acknowledgement, then looks away, the moment of connection broken. Later, in the quiet solitude of the kitchen, Isla stands alone with a glass of water, staring out at the garden terrace. The hedges sit firm and high, a dense green barrier, the world beyond them hidden from view. The house holds its controlled interior around her, surfaces cleared, rooms reset, every object in its appointed place. She tells herself the problem was inevitable. Someone was always going to feel uncomfortable, out of sync. That, she muses, is the very nature of weddings, especially those with such precise expectations. A group of women, carefully curated and put into matching clothes to prove unity, will almost always reveal difference instead, highlighting individual insecurities and aspirations. She cannot allow the week to be shaped by that small, unsettling incident. The larger picture demands her focus. She thinks of Poppy's strained laugh, the flash on Emily's cheeks, Harriet's carefully paused patience, Janet's murmured instruction. She thinks of how quickly the room fell silent when she said no, the immediate deference to her will. And she smiles. 9. That evening. The house goes quiet in layers, like a slow, deliberate exhalation. First, the obvious noises end with a clatter of plates being stacked, the hiss of taps being turned off, someone's laugh fading down the long corridor as they drift towards their beds with a call of good night. Then, the smaller things begin to soften, to recede. A door that was closed too firmly in the daylight hours becomes a careful, whispered click. Footsteps turn from purposeful strides to drowsy, shuffling movements. A phone buzz is silenced, its brief vibration absorbed by the night. Somewhere, a charger is plugged in with a faint plastic scrape. The scent of lingering dinner, of fresh flowers, and of old wood settles into the stillness. Eventually, there is only the house itself, creaking in the darkness, a vast, silent presence. Isla lies awake in the dark and listens to it. She can hear Sebastian beside her, the steady rise and fall of his chest, the faint catch in his breathing that appears when he's had too much wine. He sleeps as if sleep is a right, a simple thing the world provides him on demand. Isla has never slept like that. She turns onto her side and stares at the pale shape of the curtains. The room smells faintly of the hand cream she used earlier and the leftover warmth of bodies. The night should be calming. It isn't. It feels like a pause in which her mind becomes louder. She thinks of the dresses hanging in the dressing room, identical shapes, the pale fabric already waiting to be judged.
She thinks of Poppy's strained smile, Janet's murmured insistence, Harriet's careful pause when Isla said no. She thinks of Emily in her dress, how easily it fit, how easily she filled the room. She thinks of the ring, still on her finger, its weight suddenly a conscious presence against her skin. She twists it once, then stops, because twisting it feels like doubt. A thought settles in her mind with the quiet certainty of something inevitable. If she lets this week run on momentum, it will get away from her. She has to take better control. She sits up slowly, keeping her movements quiet. Sebastian shifts slightly, but doesn't wake. Isla steps out of bed, pulls on a cardigan, and pads barefoot to the small desk in the corner of the room where her laptop sits. She opens it with the careful gentleness of a person trying not to wake the house. The glow of the screen brightens her face in the mirror. It makes her look paler, harder. She ignores it. The seating plan file is already open. She has been in and out of it all week, pretending she is only checking names, only confirming the inevitable. But tonight is different. Tonight, she opens it with purpose. She tells herself immediately that she is only checking details. That is what she always tells herself. The names sit in neat rows, ordered and contained. The tables are numbered, headings aligned, fonts consistent. It looks controlled and calm, like a solution to a bigger problem. Isla stares at it and feels her shoulders loosen slightly, as if the sight of order is medicine. She begins at the top table. Her name and Sebastian's sit at the centre, fixed and unavoidable. Beside them are the parents. Harriet's original suggestion had been symmetrical and pleasing, sensible even. Isla had nodded at it at the time, because nodding was easier than explaining why symmetry is not always the same thing as peace. She scrolls slowly, eyes moving across the names. Emily is placed where Isla originally put her, close enough to look supportive, far enough to not dominate. But Emily has changed since the plan was made. Emily's presence in a room has changed. The dress fitting perfectly wasn't an accident. The confidence in her posture wasn't a fluke. Isla can feel it now, even in a spreadsheet. Isla drags Emily's name down one seat. Just one. It is nothing on paper. A small movement, an adjustment. But Isla feels the shift immediately. It's like moving a piece on a chessboard. You don't need to explain it. You just need to know it's right. She pauses, watching Emily's name settle into its new place. Emily will still be near enough to feel included. Emily will still have people around her. But she will not be framed as central to the bridal party. She will not be next to someone who draws attention to her. She will not be in the photographs in a way that suggests equal importance. It isn't punishment, Isla tells herself. It's management. She scrolls again. Callum's name sits further down, placed near the groomsman, where he can be loud and annoying without disrupting anything important. Isla considers leaving him there. She could. It would be the obvious choice, the choice that suggests disinterest. But Callum is not someone you leave unattended. Callum has already appeared hungover in the kitchen, joking at the wrong moment, smelling of last night. Callum is not malicious, exactly. He is simply careless, and carelessness in this house has begun to feel dangerous. Isla drags Callum's name closer to the top table. Not
beside Sebastian, so that he's not close enough to feel rewarded, but close enough to be watched, to be supervised, framed as responsibility rather than favour. She can already hear the justification if anyone asks. He's the groom's brother. He needs to be nearby. It's practical. It's sensible. No one will notice the truth beneath it. She continues. Certain guests are placed too close together. People who have history, whose laughter becomes sharp when they drink, whose quiet comments can turn mean if they are seated beside the wrong person. Isla knows these people. She has watched them in other settings, watched how easily they slip into old dynamics. She separates them without explanation, moves one man to another table, shifts a woman 2 seats away from someone she always competes with. The changes are small, but necessary. Corrective. She pauses occasionally, hearing Harriet's earlier suggestions echo faintly. Harriet saying, gently, "If we cluster the families like this, it feels warmer." Harriet asking whether Isla wants to prioritise comfort, conversation, ease. Isla remembers nodding, smiling, saying, "Yes, that's fine," while thinking, "You don't understand." Harriet doesn't understand family dynamics. Harriet doesn't understand what it's like to be in a room where certain people look at each other and something old sparks. Harriet doesn't understand how quickly a week like this can unravel when you let people sit where they want. Harriet thinks in flows, whereas Isla thinks in fault lines. Isla scrolls again until she finds Julian. His name sits where she placed it days ago, beside Sebastian, where the best man should be. She could tuck him nearer to the family. She could make him even more of a buffer to Callum. But she doesn't. She pauses over it for longer than she means to, staring at the letters of his name as though they might rearrange themselves into a different meaning. Julian has been steady all week. He has moved through the house without demanding credit. He has softened moments before they thickened. He found the ring and returned it with no theatre. He asked only what needed asking. He has noticed things without intruding. Some things, Isla realises, already feel settled. She leaves Julian's name untouched. The hour slips, and Isla's eyes begin to ache from the screen. The house remains silent around her, as if it is thinking with her. She hears Sebastian shift in his sleep, and pauses, listening, then resumes when his breathing settles again. When she finishes, the plan looks almost the same to anyone else. That is the point. The changes are subtle. They do not draw attention. They do not invite argument. But Isla can feel the internal logic click into place, like a drawer closing cleanly. She sits back and exhales slowly. The early hours feel like a private corridor, a time in which decisions can be made without interruption. Isla opens her email, attaches the revised seating plan, and types a brief note to Harriet. "Final adjustments to the seating plan. Please use this version going forward. Thank you." Polite and neutral, but unchallengeable. It offers no reasons, because reasons invite debate. Isla has learned that. She sends it and closes the laptop. For a moment, she sits in the dark, hands resting on her knees, feeling the satisfaction of having acted. The week will not get away from her. She has placed the pieces where they need to be. She climbs back into bed carefully. Sebastian murmurs something incoherent and rolls closer, his arm flinging across her waist with unconscious entitlement. Isla lies still,
letting his warmth settle against her, staring at the ceiling until her eyes finally close. When she wakes the next morning, the house is already busy. She comes downstairs early, hair still damp from a quick shower, and finds Harriet in the kitchen, with her phone in one hand and a mug of coffee in the other. Harriet's expression is professional, but Isla can see the small tightness around her eyes. Harriet has read the email. "Morning," Harriet says. "Morning," Isla replies, reaching for her own mug. Harriet waits until Isla is standing at the counter, coffee poured, before speaking. She keeps her tone gentle, almost conversational. "I saw the updated seating plan," Harriet says. Isla nods. "Yes, I made a few final changes." Harriet takes a sip of coffee, as if buying time. "It's fine," she says carefully. "Of course it is. I just wanted to check a couple of placements, for balance and comfort." Isla looks at her. Harriet chooses her words the way someone chooses a path across ice. "For example," Harriet continues, "Poppy. She's been moved to the far end of table 6. She'll be quite isolated there." Isla doesn't react. "She'll be fine," she says. "And Emily," Harriet adds softly, "you've moved her further from you. Was that intentional?" "Yes," Isla says. "Completely." Harriet nods slowly. She knows when she has reached the edge again. "All right," she says. "I just wanted to ask. Sometimes people feel—" She stops. Isla doesn't offer her a way to finish. "They'll sit where they're placed," Isla says, voice calm. Harriet's face remains professional, but Isla can see her understanding settle. This isn't about logistics. It's corrective. People are being placed, not seated. Harriet takes another sip of coffee and nods. "Okay," she says brightly. "We'll print this version." Sebastian wanders in briefly, hair still messy, phone already in hand. He glances at the previously printed chart lying on the counter. "Still obsessing over this," he says, half amused. "You know no one cares where they sit, as long as they're fed." Isla doesn't respond. She stirs her coffee slowly, watching the spoon move as if it's the only thing in the room. Sebastian shrugs, kisses her cheek quickly, and leaves again, already distracted. A few minutes later, Julian appears, quiet as ever, and pauses when he sees the chart. He looks at it properly, eyes moving across the names. Isla watches him, waiting for the slightest flicker of judgment. Julian doesn't comment. He doesn't smile. He doesn't ask why. He simply nods. And Isla feels an unspoken understanding align between them. 10. 3 days before the wedding. By early afternoon, the house has warmed itself into a kind of closeness that feels almost affectionate, until you try to breathe in it. The day has been full of small movements. Harriet has spent most of it on hurried calls. Janet has hovered with lists she pretends are helpful. Isla turning corners with purpose, as if the corridor itself is part of her schedule. People have drifted in and out of rooms without ever really arriving anywhere. The air is thick with the smell of food, perfume, furniture polish, the faint sweet trace of flowers that have been brought in and placed strategically, like reassurance. Emily can feel the weight of it all on her skin. She has tried to be cheerful,
She has tried to be useful. She has tried to make herself small again in the ways Isla asked, without quite asking. But the dress fitting in the morning is still sitting inside her like a wrong note. Not just the dress itself, the moment around it, the silence that fell when Isla said no. The way Poppy forced her smile back into place, grateful to be given a rule to follow. The way Harriet's kindness reached a boundary and stopped. Emily has been trying not to think about it all afternoon, but the house is too full of other people's moods to make forgetting easy. So she steps outside, quietly slipping through the side door off the sitting room, letting it click shut behind her. The garden receives her with a rush of cooler air. The light is fading, softening everything it touches. In this light, the hedges look less severe, the lawn looks like velvet. Even the house looks kinder, its windows glowing faintly, its edges blurred by dusk. Emily walks along the garden path, hands in the pockets of her cardigan, breathing in the smell of damp earth and leaves. It should be calming. It almost is. She tells herself she just needed air. It isn't until she reaches the side terrace that she sees Callum. He is leaning against the low stone wall, as though he has been placed there by accident, drink in hand, body loose with the easy slackness of someone who has already had enough. The glass catches the last rays of the setting sun, amber and warm, a tiny beacon in the growing twilight. He looks comfortable, in a way no one in the house really looks comfortable, as if he has shed the oppressive formality of the evening. His shirt is slightly rumpled, untucked at one side. His hair is a touch untidy, a few strands falling across his forehead. He has the air of a man who knows he's not being watched properly, and perhaps doesn't care. When he sees Emily, his face brightens. The change is immediate, almost boyish, a genuine smile replacing the distant, contemplative expression he wore moments before. "Well," he says, his voice a low, pleasant rumble, "another escapee." Emily smiles, relieved by the simplicity of his tone. Callum is easier, in some ways, than Sebastian. He doesn't perform competence, doesn't project an air of carefully constructed success. He doesn't assume authority, doesn't speak as though the room belongs to him by default, as if his presence grants it legitimacy. He simply exists, a little messy, a little loud, and not particularly ashamed of either, a refreshing contrast to the polished perfection inside. "Hi," Emily says, pushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I thought you were asleep." Callum laughs, a short, self-deprecating sound. "I was, for about 20 minutes. Then my brain started doing its little tap dance, reminding me of all the things I'd rather not think about." He lifts his glass slightly, the ice clinking softly. "Want one?" "No," Emily says quickly, a reflex, then softens it with a small shrug. "Not yet. Trying to keep my wits about me." Callum nods, as if he understands completely, a flicker of shared experience in his eyes. "Smart." They stand for a moment, in a quiet that feels less pressured than any quiet inside the house, a comfortable silence that doesn't demand conversation. Somewhere in the distant village, a dog barks once, a lonely sound, then stops. The tall, ancient hedges press in around the garden, containing them, keeping them from being seen by curious eyes from the house. Callum looks at Emily properly, not like a guest appraising the bride's sister, assessing her place in the social hierarchy, but like a person noticing another person with genuine curiosity. "You look
he begins, then pauses, as if searching for the right word, his brow furrowing slightly. You look different from how I remember you.
Emily's stomach tightens, a familiar knot of discomfort. She has heard this all week, variations on a theme. Different, changed, better. The words always come with an edge, even when people don't mean them to, a subtle implication of past inadequacy. They turn her body into a subject, a thing to be observed and commented upon. They make her acutely aware of the space she takes up and the way she presents herself to the world. Different how? She asks, forcing a laugh, trying to make light of the sudden tension. Callum shrugs, his gaze unwavering. More confident, I guess. Like you've decided you're allowed to be here, to take up space. The words land heavily because they are said without irony and without judgment, without any hidden agenda. He isn't teasing. He isn't fishing for a compliment in return. He is simply stating what he sees, a straightforward observation that somehow feels profound. Emily feels heat rise in her cheeks, a blush she can't control. She laughs again, a little breathlessly, unsure how to receive it, how to process such an unvarnished compliment. Compliments have never sat comfortably on her. She always feels she has to return them, to deflect them, to make them smaller so they don't embarrass anyone, especially herself. "Don't," she says lightly, waving a hand dismissively. "I'm literally in a cardigan and leggings, hardly a power suit." Callum's mouth curves into a knowing smile. "Doesn't matter. It's in your face, in the way you hold yourself." Emily turns her gaze away, looking out across the fading lawn, unwilling to hold his direct stare. The light is fading further now, the garden sinking into deep shadow, the shapes of the bushes blurring. It would be easy, in this soft, forgiving light, to pretend no one can see you properly, to disappear into the encroaching darkness. Callum takes a slow, deliberate sip of his drink and exhales, a long, tired sigh. His shoulders sag against the cool stone wall, as if the weight of the evening, or something heavier, is pressing down on him. "Is it awful?" he says suddenly, his voice quiet, almost a whisper, "that I prefer it out here?" Emily glances at him, meeting his eyes. "No, not at all." He snorts softly, a wry sound. "Inside it's like being trapped in a showroom. Everyone trying not to touch anything, afraid to leave a mark." Emily smiles, despite herself, a genuine, unforced curve of her lips. The description is too accurate, too perfectly captures the stifling atmosphere within the meticulously arranged house. Callum watches her for a moment, a flicker of something curious in his eyes. Then he continues, his voice lower, more serious. "It's always like this with them, you know?" "With who?" Emily asks, though she knows, the question more a formality than a genuine query. "My lot," Callum says, a touch of weariness in his tone. "The Crows, the flawless family and their perfect son." Emily leans her elbows onto the rough stone wall beside him, leaving a careful distance between them, a small, unspoken boundary. "Sebastian isn't flawless?" Callum laughs, a mirthless sound that holds more resignation than amusement. "He's flawless in the way Richard likes. He knows how to look like he's doing the right thing. That's enough for them. Always has been." Emily's chest tightens, sympathy rising in her, despite herself. Callum has always been framed as the family's slightly embarrassing side note. The fun one, the unreliable one, the one everyone loves at Christmas and complains about in January. Callum's voice shifts into something more confessional. "It's funny," he says, staring out into the garden, as if he doesn't want to look at her while saying it. "I spent most of my life being told I'm a disappointment, like it's a role I was cast in before I even opened my mouth." Emily's instinct is to comfort, to lean in, to say something reassuring. She holds herself still instead, letting him speak. "Seb was always the good one," Callum continues, "the clever one, the one who didn't embarrass anyone, the one Mum could take to dinner parties without having to apologise for him beforehand." Emily can picture it. Margaret's cool approval, Richard's practical pride, Sebastian's effortless competence. Callum trailing behind, hungry for attention and punished for needing it. Callum's laugh is soft and sour. "You should have seen it when we were kids. Mum would take him out for little treats. Museum, ice cream, those tiny outings she could pretend were normal. And I'd be at home with Dad, who'd just say, 'Your brother's busy,' like that explained why I wasn't invited." Emily's throat tightens. "That's awful." Callum shrugs, as if shrugging might make it trivial. "It's just how it is. I didn't exactly help, did I? I was the loud one, the messy one, the one who couldn't sit still. So they decided that was what I was." Emily watches his face in profile. The dusk smooths his edges, makes him look younger, less guarded. She can see, faintly, the boy he must have been, waiting to be chosen, and not understanding why he never was. "Do you hate him for it?" Emily asks quietly. Callum turns his head towards her. His eyes are slightly glassy, whether from alcohol or emotion, she can't tell. He shakes his head. "No," he says, "I don't hate him. I get tired of being compared to him, like he's a measuring stick and I'm a failed attempt." Emily nods slowly. She understands that feeling too well. Isla as the standard, Emily is the softer version. Callum looks at her again, and his expression sharpens into something more present. "Are you enjoying the week?" he asks. Emily hesitates. The honest answer is complicated. The safe answer is fine. She chooses something in between. "It's been strange," she says. Callum nods, as if he has been waiting for her to say it. Emily continues, voice low. "I feel visible and peripheral at the same time, like everyone sees me, but not for me, for where I fit, for how I reflect Isla." Callum makes a small sound of agreement. "Yes," he says, "exactly that." Emily turns to look at him, surprised. "You get it?" Callum smiles slightly. "I live in it." For a moment, the understanding between them feels oddly steadying. Not intimacy or romance, just the relief of being seen clearly without being judged. Then, Callum's tone shifts to take on a soft edge of familiarity, a test of closeness. He leans a fraction nearer, resting his forearm on the wall in a way that narrows the space between them. "You should come out more," he says, voice warmer. "Escape with me. We could go to the pub, Get a proper drink with proper people. Emily laughs slightly, automatically. Proper people. Callum grins. Not like in there. He nods towards the house. In there, it's all performance. Emily feels the pull of it. The temptation of being the easy version of herself, the one who isn't monitored, the one who isn't placed. But she also feels the risk. Callum is charming in a way that isn't always safe. He wants connection the way someone wants alcohol, quickly, without thinking through what it might cost. Emily steps back slightly, still smiling, making it seem casual rather than defensive. Maybe another time, she says lightly. This week is busy. Callum watches her. His grin softens into something more searching. Isla keeps you on a tight leash, he says, almost joking. Emily's smile tightens. No. Callum raises his eyebrows. No. Come on, I've seen the way she talks to you. Emily's laugh becomes too bright. You're imagining things. Callum's gaze lingers. He lifts his glass and takes a slow sip, eyes still on her over the rim. Emily feels her skin prickle. The boundary holds, just, but she can feel it being tested. Behind them, at the far end of the terrace near the side door, Isla appears briefly. Emily doesn't see her at first. Callum does. His gaze flicks past Emily's shoulder, and his posture shifts, the easy looseness tightening by a degree. He straightens slightly, as if remembering he is being watched. Emily turns and catches sight of Isla in the distance, half in shadow, face unreadable. Isla registers the pairing instantly. Emily and Callum together, in the garden, out of the house's supervision. Isla doesn't pause or call out. She simply turns and moves on, disappearing back inside, as though the sight has been filed away for later. Emily's stomach dips. She forces herself not to react. It would only make it worse. A moment later, Julian passes through the open side doors, stepping onto the terrace as if he has been coming to check something outside. His eyes flick to the two of them, not lingering, just noting. His attention catches on Callum's hand, resting a little too comfortably on the wall near Emily's elbow, the casual closeness of it. Julian says nothing. He doesn't even slow down. But Emily sees the way his gaze settles, the way it remembers. Callum follows Julian with his eyes for a moment, then looks back at Emily. His smile returns, but it feels slightly forced now, as if he is aware the scene has changed shape. So, Callum says, voice lighter, you think you're going to survive the week? Emily laughs again, because laughter is her default defense. I have to. Callum's eyes drop to her arm, and he reaches out, squeezing it lightly. The touch lingers a fraction too long. Emily feels the weight of it, warm through her cardigan. She tells herself she imagined the length of the contact. She tells herself she is being oversensitive. She tells herself it was friendly. Callum steps back, lifting his glass as if in farewell. See you in there, he says. Emily nods. Yeah. She walks back towards the side door with an odd buoyancy in her chest, as if the conversation has given her something she's been starving for. Being understood. Being spoken to without being managed. And yet, underneath the buoyancy, Unease coils. As she steps into the house again, the warmth closes around her. The smell of dinner lingers. Voices drift from the sitting room. Harriet's laughter sounds polite and tired. The controlled interior resumes its grip. Emily goes upstairs slowly, not entirely sure why her hands feel slightly shaky. She doesn't know yet that the moment on the terrace will not stay contained. She still believes, foolishly, that things said in fading light can dissolve by morning. 11. 2 days before the wedding. Callum drifts into the day, already drinking. It isn't dramatic. No one gasps. No one confronts him at the door. He appears in the sitting room mid-morning, with a glass in his hand, and the faint, unmistakable smell of alcohol trailing behind him, like something he has stopped bothering to hide. He announces himself with volume rather than presence, voice pitched just high enough to cut through whatever conversation was already happening. "Morning, family," he says, grinning. "I've been working on a speech." The room responds unevenly. Janet laughs first, a bright, reflexive sound that lands a beat too early. Sebastian looks up from his phone with faint irritation, already tired of something he hasn't yet been asked to deal with. Margaret doesn't react at all, her expression smooth and unreadable, eyes flicking briefly to the glass in Callum's hand, before drifting away again. Richard, who has been half absorbed in a conversation with Harriet about timings, pretends not to hear. No one remembers asking Callum to give a speech. Isla clocks the shift in atmosphere immediately. She feels it, the way you feel a draft in a room that was warm a moment ago. Attention begins to pull towards Callum, despite everyone's attempts to ignore it. He has that effect. He fills space simply by claiming it, as if the air itself owes him accommodation. "Oh, come on," Callum says, laughing at the silence. "You didn't think I wouldn't, did you? He's my little brother." Sebastian sighs. "We talked about this." Callum waves a hand. "Relax, it's just a few words. For the happy couple." Isla watches him steadily from her seat on the edge of the sofa. She doesn't speak. She knows better than to escalate something that will only be framed as humour if she does. Callum thrives on reaction. He always has. He plants himself in the middle of the sitting room, glass still in hand, and clears his throat with exaggerated seriousness. "Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen," he begins, already enjoying himself. "Family, friends, survivors of childhood." Janet laughs again, too loudly. He grins at her. "I'm kidding. Mostly." He launches into what he calls a rehearsal, though it is really a performance. His tone swings between charming and careless, sincerity and mockery blurring together until it's difficult to tell which is which. He talks about second chances, about mistakes made and forgiven, about loyalty in families, and how it doesn't always look the way people expect. The words themselves aren't overtly offensive. That's the problem. They are just close enough to truth to land as something else entirely. Isla listens carefully, aware of how easily his phrases can be heard sideways. Mistakes, forgiveness, loyalty, second chances. The language of someone who expects to be excused in advance. Sebastian shifts in his seat, jaw tightening. He looks faintly irritated, but does not intervene. Isla recognizes the calculation. If Sebastian challenges him now, it becomes a scene, a brotherly dispute, something everyone will have to navigate. Letting it go feels easier.
Margaret says nothing. Her stillness reads as composure, but Isla has learned that Margaret's silence is rarely neutral. It is an assessment. Callum's eyes flick towards Isla briefly as he speaks, just long enough to register whether she is listening. She meets his gaze calmly, giving him nothing. "And, of course," Callum continues, warming to himself, "there's nothing like a wedding to remind you that people can change, that we're not stuck being who we were." Janet's laughter falters slightly. Margaret's posture tightens. Julian, standing near the doorway, straightens almost imperceptibly. Callum finishes with a flourish, raising his glass. "To Isla and Seb," he says, "proof that sometimes things, however implausible they seem, actually work out." He waits for applause. It doesn't come. Julian steps forward before the silence can turn sour. "Thanks, Callum," he says easily, voice calm. "Why don't we save speeches for the actual day?" The interruption is gentle, but firm. Julian doesn't raise his voice or correct Callum. He simply redirects him, the way you redirect a child who has wandered too close to traffic. Callum bristles. The flash is quick, but unmistakable. His shoulders tense, and his smile sharpens. "Relax," he says, laughing it off. "I'll leave it to you." Julian nods once. Good man. Callum shrugs and drains the rest of his drink, already reaching for another. The moment dissolves, but it leaves something behind, a residue of unease that clings to the room. Later, in the kitchen, Harriet corners Julian near the counter, while Janet fusses with the tray of mugs and pretends not to listen. "Is he going to be managed?" Harriet asks quietly. Julian keeps his voice low. "Yes." Harriet studies his face. "Managed how?" Julian doesn't elaborate. "He won't cause a problem." Harriet nods, but the reassurance doesn't quite land. She has seen enough weddings to know that people who need managing rarely respond well to it. The day drifts on, heavy with unsaid things. By dusk, the house feels full in a way that isn't comforting. The light outside softens, turning the garden gold and then grey. Isla steps out towards the back of the house, drawn by the need for air rather than any plan. Callum is there, of course. He stands near the side path, drink refreshed, posture loose. The hedges press in close, the garden narrowing into something more private. The light catches his face at an angle that makes him look almost gentle. "Well," he says, when he sees Isla. "There she is." Isla stops a few feet away. "You should slow down." Her tone is even, conversational. Not a warning, not a plea. Callum grins. "You sound like my mother." Isla doesn't smile. "I sound like someone who doesn't want you embarrassing yourself." Callum's eyes narrow slightly. He steps a fraction closer, invading space without quite crossing a line. "You always are good at telling people what they need," he says lightly. "Seb picked well." Isla holds her ground. This isn't a conversation. Callum tilts his head, studying her. "You don't like me much, do you?" Isla considers lying. She decides not to bother. "I don't trust you not to embarrass yourself, or us." The admission hangs between them, quiet and clean. Callum laughs, but there is no humour in it. "That's harsh." "No," Isla says. "It's accurate."
He leans in just enough to test proximity, his tone shifting into familiarity, something almost conspiratorial. "You're very serious, Isla. You ever think about letting go a bit?" Isla meets his gaze. "Step back." Something flickers in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or annoyance. He straightens, lifting his hand slightly in mock surrender. "Easy," he says. "Wasn't doing anything." "I know," Isla replies. "Don't." Callum grins again, the moment already reframed in his mind as harmless banter. "You're so intense," he says fondly. "No wonder Seb loves you." Isla turns away without responding. She doesn't look back. That evening, she says nothing about the encounter. She understands how easily it would be reframed, how quickly it would become awkward for everyone else instead of for him. Callum would laugh, a dismissive, booming sound that would echo through the room. Sebastian would sigh, a quiet, weary exhalation that would signal his discomfort. Margaret would smooth it over, her voice a practiced balm, redirecting the conversation with effortless grace. Janet would watch, her gaze unreadable, absorbing every nuance without comment. Isla would be accused, gently, of making something out of nothing, of overthinking, of being too sensitive, the familiar accusations softening the edges of their deeper judgment. Silence feels simpler, a safer harbour in a storm of unspoken expectations. Emily catches her later in the hallway, pausing as Isla passes. "Are you okay?" she asks, her voice a low murmur of genuine concern. Isla smiles faintly, a gesture that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Just tired," she replies, the words a familiar shield. Emily accepts it without challenge, a nod of understanding passing between them. Everyone does. Tiredness has become Isla's most useful explanation, a convenient veil for a multitude of unvoiced anxieties and unspoken burdens. As night settles, Harriet stands at the edge of the garden, a solitary figure watching the group from a distance, the cool evening air a welcome embrace. Callum's voice carries intermittently from inside the house, too loud, too free, punctuated by bursts of boisterous laughter. Sebastian laughs at something Isla doesn't hear, a sound that feels detached, almost alien. Richard dozes in a low chair. Janet moves between them, a restless, anxious presence, her dutiful attention never wavering. Margaret sits apart, still as stone, her stillness a stark contrast to the shifting dynamics around her. The wedding is close now, a looming presence on the horizon. There's no space left to correct what has already taken root, no opportunity to unravel the intricate threads of expectation and resentment that have woven themselves into the fabric of their lives. 12. Later that afternoon. Janet sits on the edge of the bed, her movements precise and methodical, folding clothes she has already folded once, perhaps twice. She does it slowly, carefully, each crease a deliberate act, as if the sheer precision of the task might quiet something turbulent and anxious inside her. A soft cashmere cardigan is lifted, smoothed with practiced hands, then folded into a perfect rectangle that will hold its shape with an almost stubborn defiance, even if no one looks at it again. She places it gently on the bed, beside a neat stack of similar rectangles, a small testament to order amidst the burgeoning chaos of the house. Socks are paired meticulously, toes aligned with heels. Pyjamas are smoothed, their folds crisp and exact.
Nothing here truly needs doing, not in the practical sense. That isn't the point at all. The ritual itself is the purpose. From downstairs comes the muffled sound of laughter, a low, convivial swell of voices rising and falling as people settle into the relaxed rhythm of evening. Someone laughs too loudly, a sudden, jarring burst of sound. A glass clinks against a countertop, a sharp, clear note. Janet pauses, her hand still, listening intently for a moment. Then resumes folding, as if she has heard nothing at all, her expression carefully neutral. This is normal, she tells herself, her inner voice a calm, steadying mantra. This is what houses sound like when they are full of family and friends. This is what families sound like before celebrations. A little frayed at the edges, perhaps. A little louder than usual, yes. Everyone tired, yes. Everyone drinking a little more than they should, of course. She presses the thought flat, the way she presses the sharp, unyielding crease into a sleeve, pushing away the nascent anxieties that threaten to surface. The room smells faintly of lavender from the drawer-liners she insisted on bringing from home, a comforting, familiar scent amidst the unfamiliar surroundings. The bedspread is smooth, unblemished, a pristine canvas. Janet has always liked bedrooms to look ready, immaculate, as if someone could arrive at any moment and need reassurance, a quiet sanctuary in a world that often felt anything but. The door opens without a knock, a soft click breaking the silence. Janet looks up immediately, her gaze sharp and expectant. Isla stands in the doorway, one hand resting lightly on the frame, the other hanging loosely by her side. She doesn't look upset, which, paradoxically, would be easier to address. Instead, she looks profoundly tired, drained in a way that suggests sustained effort and emotional depletion, rather than a momentary burst of feeling. Janet recognizes the look instantly, a familiar pang of concern tightening in her chest. It is the same look Isla wore the morning of her first school play, a mixture of nerves and determination. The night before crucial exams, a quiet resolve etched on her features. Any time something mattered enough that Isla decided she had to hold it together, to present an impenetrable front to the world. Janet feels a familiar tightening in her chest, a maternal instinct to protect and soothe. "Come in," she says, her voice gentle, already knowing Isla will, anyway, that this visit is not a question, but a quiet necessity. Isla steps inside and closes the door softly behind her, the sound barely a whisper. She doesn't sit immediately. She stands near the foot of the bed, her posture composed, almost rigid, her eyes calm but distant, as if observing the scene from a great remove. Janet gestures to the armchair nestled in the corner. "Sit down, darling." Isla shakes her head. "I'm fine." Janet sighs softly, sets the folded clothes aside, and turns fully towards her daughter. The afternoon sun casts long shadows across the room, illuminating dust motes dancing in the quiet air. "I wanted to say," Janet begins, choosing her words carefully, her voice a gentle murmur. "I thought you handled Callum very well earlier." Isla's expression doesn't change. A slight lift of her brow is the only indication she's processed the statement. "Did I?" "Yes," Janet says, gently. "You didn't rise to it. You didn't make it into something bigger than it needed to be. That took real composure." The praise is soft, maternal, and threaded through with instruction. Janet knows Isla hears both, the quiet approval and the underlying lesson. This close to the wedding, Janet continues, her gaze unwavering. It's important not to let things escalate. People are already on edge, emotions are heightened, and everyone is under a microscope. Isla nods once, a small, economical movement that acknowledges but doesn't necessarily agree. Janet takes encouragement from it and keeps going, a practiced cadence in her voice. "There's a lot invested in this week," she says, gesturing vaguely around the room as if encompassing the entire event, not just for you and Sebastian, for everyone. Families, friends, people have travelled across continents. They've taken time off work, made arrangements. Everyone is watching. Watching. The word lands heavily, a palpable weight in the room, and Janet doesn't apologise for it, knowing its power. Things can be misunderstood very easily, she adds, her voice dropping slightly, conspiratorial. The word misunderstood does a lot of work. It turns behaviour into perception. It shifts responsibility from the actor to the observer. It suggests that the problem is not what happened, but how it might be seen, how it might be interpreted by a judgmental audience. Isla listens without interruption, her hands clasped loosely in her lap. Her face is still, attentive, a canvas of calm. Janet has always admired that about her. Isla absorbs rather than reacts, processes internally before externalizing. It has made her easy to raise and remarkably difficult to argue with effectively. From the hallway comes a light knock, tentative, followed by Emily's voice, a little uncertain. "Mum, have you seen my phone charger? My battery is almost dead." Emily appears in the doorway, half in shadow, her eyes flicking quickly between them. She clocks the tension immediately. It's unmistakable, a palpable hum in the air. The atmosphere in the room feels denser, weighted with unspoken words. Janet smiles too brightly, a performance for her younger daughter. "It's probably in the kitchen," she says, her voice a little too cheerful. "Check near the coffee machine, darling." Emily hesitates, sensing the lingering intensity, then nods slowly. "Okay." She lingers for half a second longer, her gaze resting on Isla, as if she might say something else, ask a question, then thinks better of it and disappears down the hallway, her footsteps fading. Janet watches her go, the bright smile slipping from her face as soon as the door clicks shut, leaving them in the quiet once more. She turns back to Isla and lowers her voice instinctively, as though the very walls might be listening, absorbing every hushed syllable. "Families are complicated, darling," Janet says, her tone softer now, more intimate. "You know that better than anyone." Isla meets her gaze steadily, her eyes reflecting a deep understanding. "Yes. And men like Callum," Janet continues, carefully choosing her words, "they push boundaries. They always have. It's not ideal. It's certainly not pleasant. But it's not new, either. It's a pattern we've seen before." Isla doesn't respond, her silence a neutral space. Janet takes her quiet as permission to continue, to delve deeper. "Drawing attention to it only makes things worse," Janet says, her voice firming slightly. "It makes people uncomfortable. It creates sides, and that's the last thing we need right now." Isla nods again, once, a small, almost imperceptible dip of her head. Janet leans forward slightly, earnest now, her hands clasped. I don't want this week, your week, overshadowed by any issues, especially not ones that can be managed quietly, discreetly. Managed quietly. Janet's favourite phrase, a mantra she'd lived by. It has soothed her through decades of family awkwardness, smoothed over countless disagreements, kept fragile surfaces intact and appearances maintained. I need you to promise me something, Isla, Janet says, her voice softening, a plea woven into the request. Isla doesn't hesitate, her gaze direct. What? That you won't make a fuss about anything else this week, Janet says, her eyes pleading. Not speeches, not behaviour, no feelings, no matter how provoked. She lists them carefully, deliberately, as if naming them gives Isla a clear, undeniable framework to operate within, a set of rules for the coming days. This is your wedding, Janet adds softly, her hand reaching out, but not quite touching Isla's. You deserve peace, joy, and a day free from drama. Isla considers this for a moment, her gaze distant, thoughtful. The silence stretches between them, taut, but not uncomfortable. Janet resists the urge to fill it, to press her point further. Then Isla nods. Once, a decisive movement. I promise, she says, her voice clear and steady. The relief that floods Janet's chest is immediate and shamefully strong, almost overwhelming. It feels like a physical release, like a tightly wound knot suddenly loosening. She tells herself this is good. This is what mothers are meant to do. Keep things calm. Protect the moment. Safeguard the happiness of their children. Thank you, Janet says, her voice thick with emotion, and reaches out to touch Isla's arm briefly, a fleeting caress of gratitude. Isla allows it, a moment of connection, then gently steps back, the conversation concluded, the unspoken pact sealed. I should go, she says. Yes, Janet replies. Get some rest. Isla opens the door and leaves without looking back. Janet remains seated on the bed, hands resting on the folded clothes. She stays there for a long moment, breathing evenly, letting the quiet return. She is aware, dimly, of the cost of what she has just asked for. She does not examine it. Examination leads to discomfort, and discomfort leads to cracks. 13. 2 days before the wedding. Harriet spends the afternoon rechecking contracts she already knows by heart. She tells herself it's sensible, that this is what professionals do when a weekend like this is close enough to touch. She tells herself she is simply being thorough, but she has been thorough since the moment Isla hired her, and Harriet's hands don't shake when she's being thorough. Her hands are steady now, too. That isn't the point. The point is that paperwork is something you can control. Dates sit still. Clauses do not change their minds. Numbers behave. People do not. Harriet sits at the small desk she has claimed as a temporary office, a narrow room off the hallway that smells faintly of old books and polish. She has arranged it the way she arranges everything. Her laptop is centred on the desk, notes stacked in clean piles, a mug on a coaster, chargers with their cables coiled neatly. Even the chair has been adjusted to the exact height she likes. It is a tiny island of order in a house that has begun to feel subtly hostile, not in an obvious way, but in the way a room can turn cold when someone enters. She scrolls through the contracts again. Venue agreement, catering, flowers, transport, accommodation, all signed, all confirmed, all non-refundable beyond certain dates. Harriet knows them almost by heart, but she reads anyway, eyes scanning for the details she never likes to consider unless she has to. Cancellation clauses, delay provisions, force majeure language, which always makes her think of storms and floods and emergency services, never of what she is thinking of now. She taps her pen against the desk, lightly, once, then stops. It's a habit that's both grounding and annoying. Outside the office, the house carries on much the same. There are footsteps in the hallway, the soft murmur of voices, the occasional laughter that feels slightly brittle. Harriet hears someone in the kitchen open a cupboard a little too hard. She hears the clink of glass. Then Callum's voice drifts in from somewhere outside, too loud, already carrying drink. It isn't even what he's saying that makes Harriet pause. It's the tone, the ease of it, the way his volume claims space, the way he sounds as though nothing in this house could possibly apply to him. Harriet closes her office door. She doesn't slam it. She shuts it softly, deliberately, like a person drawing a line. She sits very still and listens. Through the thin wood and the old plaster, she can hear Callum laughing. She can hear someone laughing with him, then cutting off too quickly. A chair scrapes, and a door opens and closes. The house breathes around the noise. Harriet stares at the contract on her screen and realizes she is not reading anymore. She is simply looking at words while listening for what might happen next. There is a kind of instinct you develop in this job. Harriet has worked weddings where brides sobbed in bathrooms and then emerged smiling for photographs, as if the tears were just a rumour. She has dealt with mothers who tried to restage their own weddings through their daughters. She has watched grooms drink too much and become aggressively sentimental. She has seen best men ruin speeches with jokes that were really confessions. She has never, not once, felt this particular quality of wrongness settle into a group. It isn't the scale of it. It isn't even the overt conflict waiting to erupt. It is something quieter, something cumulative. The way tension has been smoothed over so often, it has become invisible. The way discomfort is treated like an inconvenience. The way everyone in the house seems to be cooperating in pretending that what is happening is normal. Harriet takes a slow breath, then another. She opens her email and begins to type a short message to Isla. "Can we speak privately this afternoon? Just 10 minutes. She stares at the words, then hits send before she can overthink it. Isla arrives less than 15 minutes later. Harriet hears her footsteps in the hallway first, measured, purposeful. Not rushed, but not hesitant either. Isla knocks once, and then enters without waiting for permission, as if she has already decided the room belongs to her in any case. She looks composed, slightly tired around the eyes. Her hair is pinned back, face calm. There is a faint impatience in the way she stands, not hostile, but braced, as though she expects Harriet to bring her an irritation she will have to manage. "You wanted to see me?" Isla says. "Yes," Harriet replies. She gestures to the chair opposite the desk. "Please, have a seat." Isla sits, crossing one leg over the other, posture neat. Her hands rest lightly on her knee. The ring catches the afternoon light and flashes once. Harriet notices it and feels a small tightening in her chest she doesn't fully understand. Harriet chooses her words carefully. She has had to have difficult conversations with couples before, but those conversations are usually about budgets, family politics, timelines. This is different. Harriet has no official language for what she is thinking. There are no templates for this. "I've been doing some final checks," Harriet begins, keeping her tone calm, "and I wanted to talk about how you're feeling." Isla's expression doesn't shift. "I'm fine." Harriet nods, as if she expected that. "I know you're capable," she says. "You've been very present, very focused. But there's been a lot of strain in the house." Isla tilts her head slightly. "Strain?" Harriet continues, gently. "It's normal, to a degree. Weddings bring pressure. But this week has felt heavier." Isla's eyes hold Harriet's, steady and cool. "Everyone is tired," Isla says. "That's all." Harriet lets the sentence sit for a moment. She can feel the edge of Isla's refusal already. Isla is not the sort of woman who agrees to share her vulnerability because someone asks politely. Harriet leans forward slightly, lowering her voice without making it dramatic. "Sometimes," she says, "when things build up like this, the kindest thing is to pause." Isla's gaze sharpens by a fraction, her attention focused. Harriet keeps going, because if she stops now, she won't start again. "A day," she says, "even just a day, a small delay. It can be framed as care, not failure, a little breathing space." Isla watches her as if she is watching a stranger. When Harriet finishes, there is a silence. Then Isla smiles. It is polite, smooth, a smile that signals closure rather than warmth. "Thank you," Isla says, voice calm, "for your professionalism and your care." Harriet feels the dismissal as clearly as if Isla has stood up and opened the door. "Everything will go ahead," Isla adds, "as planned." The sentence is final, unarguable. It offers no room for debate. Harriet holds Isla's gaze. "I understand you want it to go ahead," she says. "Of course you do. But I'm not talking about what you want. I'm talking about what might be wise." Isla's expression hardens. The smile remains, but the softness drains out of it. "Harriet," Isla says, and her tone is still polite, still controlled. "We have contracts. We have people travelling. We have expectations." She doesn't say it like a threat. She says it like a fact, like gravity, like something Harriet should be embarrassed for forgetting. "Everything is booked," Isla continues. "Everything is arranged. This isn't something you can just shift because the house feels tense." Harriet takes a slow breath. "I know," she says. "I'm aware of the practicalities. But practicalities aren't the only thing that matters." Isla's eyes flick briefly to the laptop screen, to the contracts open, and Harriet has the sudden, unpleasant sensation that Isla is counting the ways Harriet is replaceable. Isla's voice stays calm. "It's my wedding," she says, It will happen on Saturday. Harriet nods slowly. She can feel it now, the line she cannot cross. Isla has not hired Harriet to give moral guidance. Isla has hired Harriet to make the day look right. At that moment, Julian passes the open doorway. His glance flicks into the room and catches the tail end of the exchange. Harriet sees the immediate understanding in his face. He reads the situation without needing it explained. Harriet wonders, briefly, what Isla has said to Julian in private, what kind of shared logic they have developed. Julian's expression shifts subtly, not judgment, not surprise, simply recognition. He keeps walking. Harriet turns back to Isla and feels, with a dull finality, that she has lost. "All right," Harriet says quietly. "Then we proceed." Isla stands. "We proceed," she repeats. She leaves the office as smoothly as she entered, closing the door behind her with quiet precision. Harriet remains seated for a moment, staring at her laptop. Her hands are still steady. That isn't the point either. She closes the contract. The screen goes dim. She sits in the muted silence of her small office, hearing the house's hum beyond the door, and tries not to think about the exact moment at which her role changed from planner to witness. Later, in the kitchen, Harriet crosses paths with Sebastian. He is leaning against the counter with a drink again, always a drink, smiling at something on his phone. Isla stands near the sink, hands in water, rinsing cups, as if domesticity is her natural state. Harriet speaks to Isla first, keeping it casual, almost breezy. "Just a quick note," she says, her voice carefully modulated. "I've confirmed the final timings with the venue. Everything's locked in." Isla nods once, a curt, dismissive gesture. "Good." Sebastian, always attuned to the slightest shift in atmosphere, glances up from his phone. "Harriet," he says, his voice cheerfully teasing, "you look like you've just seen a ghost. Or perhaps the entire catering staff quit." Harriet forces a smile, a reflex now, a practiced mask. "Just last-minute nerves," she says, the words feeling hollow even to her own ears. Sebastian laughs, a booming, careless sound. "Planners always see disaster lurking around every corner. It's like a professional hobby, isn't it?" Harriet's smile tightens, becoming brittle. She looks at Isla, a silent plea in her eyes, expecting her to interject, to correct Sebastian's flippancy, to acknowledge that Harriet's underlying concern isn't merely a quirk, but a legitimate apprehension. Isla doesn't. Isla lets the joke sit, lets it become the prevailing truth, because it is, undeniably, the path of least resistance. Harriet realizes, with a small chilling jolt, that this is not an oversight. It is a deliberate choice, an unspoken pact. In the next room, a sudden clatter. Callum knocks something over. A glass, perhaps, or a bottle of something expensive. There is a sharp crash, followed by a burst of laughter, too loud, too quick, the forced sound of people smoothing something over by pretending it was funny, a charming accident rather than a clumsy mistake. No one intervenes to assess the damage or offer help. No one even moves from their comfortable positions. The house absorbs the noise, the faint echo of breakage, and carries on as if nothing untoward has occurred. As evening settles, and a quiet melancholy descends with the twilight, Harriet steps out onto the terrace alone, seeking a moment of reprieve. The air is cool now, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, the light fading into a deepening bruised blue. From outside, observed from this slight distance, the house looks undeniably beautiful. Warm, inviting squares of light glow in the windows, promising comfort and conviviality. It's the kind of idyllic scene that makes strangers slow their cars, craning their necks, and think how lovely, how lucky those people must be, how utterly perfect this life appears. Harriet stands, with her hands resting on the cool, smooth stone railing, and watches the indistinct silhouettes moving inside, each playing their part in the unfolding drama. Isla passes through a lit window, her head held high, her posture purposefully regal, a queen surveying her domain. Sebastian follows, his shoulders shaking with laughter at something only he finds uproariously funny, his outline relaxed and carefree. Janet hovers near the kitchen door, a small, anxious shape, perpetually on the periphery. Callum's shadow flashes briefly, exaggerated and theatrical, his arms gesticulating wildly as he speaks. Julian crosses the hallway, like a quiet, precise line being drawn through the burgeoning chaos, a steady anchor in a shifting tide. Harriet feels something cold and heavy settle in her stomach. Not fear, exactly, but a profound sense of dread. Whatever happens next, whatever disaster or triumph awaits, will happen, because no one, not a single soul, has truly stopped to wonder what they're getting into. For the very first time since taking on this demanding job, Harriet seriously considers walking away, severing all ties. She thinks of the professional lines she's always upheld, the moral ones she's instinctively drawn, the practical ones that dictate her every move. She thinks of how incredibly easy it would be to feign illness, to claim a sudden emergency, to hand over the reins to someone else, to simply step out of this grand, troubled house and let its problems become someone else's burden, someone else's responsibility. Then she thinks of the eager bride, the nervous groom, the unsuspecting guests. She thinks of the way true disasters often happen, not with a bang, but with a whimper, when no one competent or strong enough stays long enough to steer the ship away from the rocks. Harriet exhales slowly, a long, weary sigh that dissipates into the cool night air. She'll stay. She always stays. But she won't enjoy it. She watches the house glow, a beacon of deceptive warmth against the darkening garden, and tells herself, firmly, that her singular job, her paramount duty, is to get them all to Saturday intact, come hell or high water. Even if intact means something subtly, disturbingly different than it should, a compromise she hadn't anticipated. 14. One day before the wedding. The morning, after a restless night, is given over to the spa, framed by Isla as a necessary pause rather than a frantic preparation. Isla insists on it, as she insists on most things this week, with an air of absolute certainty, as if the decision was made eons ago, and everyone else has simply been informed, rather belatedly, of her decree. She says it's important. She says they all desperately need to relax. The word relax lands oddly in the echoing kitchen as she pronounces it, like a foreign term she's meticulously learned from a glossy brochure, but doesn't quite grasp the true meaning of. No one argues, not openly. Poppy nods enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling, genuinely grateful for anything that sounds like a treat, a break from the tension. Lena agrees with a small, non-committal smile, her thoughts unreadable. Emily brightens immediately, her face lighting up as if the promise of a spa day finally gives her explicit permission to enjoy herself openly, without guilt. Harriet's agreement is purely professional rather than personal, the swift, efficient nod of someone who understands, all too well, that resistance creates a friction Isla simply will not tolerate. Not now, not ever. They travel in a small convoy of just 2 cars, leaving the house behind like a stage being reset between scenes. The lanes are narrow, hedges high, the village still hidden. The spa is only a short drive away, but it feels like crossing into another world. Harriet gives directions quietly. Isla stares out of the window with an expression that suggests she's already somewhere else. The building itself is sleek and modern, the sort of place designed to feel expensive without looking showy. Clean lines, glass doors, muted signage. It promises calm. It promises escape. It promises that if you hand over enough money, your body will become manageable. Inside, the air is warm and perfumed, the scent deliberately neutral and impossible to name. A receptionist greets them with soft cheer, voice pitched low, as though loudness is banned. They are given robes and slippers and plastic wristbands that beep when you approach certain doors, a small humiliation disguised as convenience. The place is bright in an artificial way. Light pours in from skylights and reflects off pale stone floors. Everything gleams. Everything is spotless. It should feel clean. Instead, Emily feels, briefly, as though she's been sealed inside something. The quiet is enforced. The calm here is curated to within an inch. Isla moves through the spa with the same composure she's carried all week. She answers questions politely, signs forms without reading them, smiles at staff with a practiced warmth that feels like good manners rather than enjoyment. She walks as if the robe is an outfit she has chosen, not something she's been handed. Harriet watches her closely, as she has been doing more and more. Isla's calm has become its own kind of warning. Harriet has seen brides who dissolve into tears the day before the wedding, and she knows how to handle that. Tears are honest. Tears can be managed with tissues and reassurance and time. Isla doesn't cry. Isla doesn't crack. Isla simply tightens. They are led into a lounge area where low music drifts through hidden speakers, the kind of music that sounds like someone sighing politely. They are offered herbal tea, then water with sliced citrus, then champagne, each option presented as if it is part of the ritual. Isla refuses the alcohol at first. "No, thank you," she says. "Not until later." Emily raises her eyebrows at her, amused. "Since when are you the responsible one?" Isla gives her a faint smile. "Since I have to be sensible." The sentence is simple, but it lands with a dull weight. Emily laughs slightly, trying to keep it buoyant. "You say that like you're going into battle." Poppy giggles nervously. Lena looks away. Isla doesn't respond. When the champagne comes around again, half an hour later, Isla accepts a glass without comment. She doesn't announce the change. She doesn't explain it. She simply takes it, brings it to her lips, and drinks, as if this was always the plan. The spa begins to feel less like a treat and more like a corridor they are being funneled through. There are schedules,
appointments, rooms to move between. Even relaxation here is timed. The women drift from lounges to treatment rooms, from steam rooms to showers, the constant soft instruction of staff guiding them along. Emily is buoyant throughout, chatting easily, enjoying the attention in a way she never quite learned before. She talks about the facial she had last month, the new gym routine she's pretending she loves, the way her boss looked shocked when she turned down overtime for this week. She laughs at herself. She makes jokes. She fills the space with lightness that doesn't ask permission. Isla listens with a faint, distant smile, but she is aware, painfully, of how much space Emily now occupies, without seeming to ask. Emily moves through the spa as if she belongs here, as if her body belongs here. Isla catches glimpses of her sister in mirrors and glass reflections, and feels, briefly, the same strange sensation she felt in the bathroom and the dressing room. Emily looks like someone the world has decided to be kind to. Poppy tries to keep up, laughing where Emily laughs, nodding where she nods. But her laugh sounds thinner. She adjusts her robe repeatedly, as if she's worried about how she looks, even in something designed to hide. Lena stays quiet, her attention turned outward, watching other people more than she offers herself. In the sauna, Emily wipes sweat from her forehead and says, brightly, "God, imagine if we all looked like this on the wedding day, like boiled vegetables." Poppy laughs too quickly. Isla smiles thinly. Lena's mouth twitches, almost a real smile. Then Emily adds, still joking, "At least Isla would still look perfect. She probably sweats in a symmetrical pattern." The joke lands badly. It is a small thing, a throwaway comment, but it drops into the silence like a pebble into still water. Poppy's laugh falters. Lena glances briefly at Isla. Isla's expression does not change, but something in her eyes cools. Emily doesn't notice. She is still smiling, pleased with herself, unaware that she has named the thing everyone is already feeling. Isla's perfection as obligation. Isla's perfection as pressure. Isla's perfection as a standard no one else can meet. No one addresses it. The joke sits there, unspoken, doing quiet work. In the changing room later, the air shifts again. They are in a bright, tiled space with mirrors everywhere. The light is harsh, unflattering. Lockers line the walls, doors opening and closing with a soft thud. Women move around them in towels, bodies exposed in casual, unremarkable ways. Emily seems comfortable. Poppy looks as if she wants to vanish. A woman they don't know, someone from the spa perhaps, steps in with a confidence that suggests familiarity. She is with another group, laughing, and she holds a small plastic bag as casually as if it contains mints. "Anyone want a little pep?" she says, voice light, conspiratorial. Emily's eyes widen, then she laughs. "Oh my God!" The woman shrugs, grinning. "It's a big weekend." The bag is opened briefly, the white powder glimpsed like something clinical. Cocaine appears as an indulgence, offered with the same ease as champagne. It is not presented as dangerous. It is presented as normal. Poppy stiffens immediately. Her eyes dart away, unsure where to look. Her face goes pale, the way it does when someone's been forced into a room where rules have changed without warning. Lena shakes her head once. No. No explanation, no judgment,
just refusal. Emily hesitates, caught between curiosity and shock. She glances at Isla, as if Isla will decide what is allowed. Isla's mouth tightens slightly. She looks at the bag, then back at the woman. "No," she says calmly. "Thank you, though." The woman raises her eyebrows, unbothered. "Suit yourself." She closes the bag and leaves, laughter trailing behind her, as if nothing significant has just happened. The moment passes. But it doesn't pass cleanly. It leaves behind a thin residue, like a brittleness in the air, a subtle rearrangement of bodies. Emily's energy shifts. Poppy's hands tremble slightly as she opens her locker. Lena's face stays unreadable, but her posture becomes more closed. Harriet enters the changing room near the end of it, catching the tail end of the moment. She doesn't see the bag, but she sees the faces. She sees how quickly people are pretending nothing happened. She clocks the shift immediately, but she says nothing. Her concern sharpens anyway. Back in the lounge area, Poppy grows quieter as the afternoon wears on. The enthusiasm she arrived with has dampened, as if the spa has wrung something out of her rather than soothed it. She sticks close to Isla, hovering, eager to be useful, grateful for any scrap of approval that might prove she is safe. Isla offers just enough to keep her steady, placing a hand on Poppy's shoulder, a small smile. "You're doing great," Isla murmurs once, and Poppy's eyes brighten with relief. Emily tries to revive the mood, chatting about dinner plans, about how they'll all look on the big day tomorrow, about how excited she is. Her voice fills the space, but it feels more strained now, as if she's pushing against something that doesn't move. Lena responds with nods and small sounds. Harriet watches the group with a quiet, professional intensity. Isla sips her champagne slowly and looks as if she is listening from a distance. Sebastian appears briefly to collect Isla near the entrance, distracted, phone in hand, already thinking ahead to the rehearsal dinner. He kisses Isla's cheek and comments on how well she's holding up. "You're a machine," he says, smiling as if it's a compliment. "Honestly, I'd be losing it by now." Isla accepts the praise without warmth. "Someone has to hold it together," she says, and the line sounds like a joke until you hear the truth under it. Julian stands a few steps behind Sebastian, keys in hand, watching the group. His gaze flicks briefly to Poppy's pale face, to Emily's forced brightness, to Harriet's tightened mouth. He says nothing. On the drive back to the house, the car is too quiet. The lanes are narrow, hedges closing them in. The sky is turning darker, the day slipping away. Emily tries to fill the silence with chatter, telling a story about a woman in the sauna who kept dropping her towel, laughing too loudly. No one follows her lead. Poppy stares out the window, hands clasped in her lap. Lena checks her phone, thumb scrolling, eyes unfocused. Isla sits in the passenger seat, face turned slightly away, watching the countryside with a blankness that feels deliberate. The quiet presses in, making the car feel smaller. Emily's voice falters, then resumes, then stops again. When they arrive back at the house, Harriet suggests an early night. She phrases it carefully, as always. "Tomorrow is a big day," she says lightly. "It might be good to rest, keep everything fresh." Isla agrees, readily. "Yes," she says. "Perfect day." The word hangs there, unconvincing. Perfect does not describe the afternoon they've just had. Perfect is the word Isla uses when she wants a subject closed down. That evening, alone in her room, Isla stands in front of the mirror for longer than usual. She has removed her robe and changed into a simple nightdress. Her face is bare, her hair loose. She looks almost ordinary like this, and the ordinariness irritates her. She studies herself with a kind of cold attention, as if checking for signs of weakness. She touches the ring on her finger once, then drops her hand. Tomorrow will be flawless. Whatever this feeling is, it has no place in it. 15. Evening before the wedding. The pub is busy in a contained, habitual way, the sort of busy that doesn't feel like an event so much as a routine. It sits on the edge of the village green, its low roof, old brick, and windows glowing amber against the darkening sky. The sign creaks slightly in the breeze. A chalkboard near the door announces pie of the day in looping handwriting, as if the village needs reminding what it feeds itself. When Isla steps inside, she feels the subtle shift immediately. A dip in conversation that lasts only a second, a change in posture, heads turning, then turning away. Not the theatrical hush you get in films, but the quiet recalibration of people who have noticed outsiders entering their space and are deciding what to make of them. The locals are clustered in familiar groups, bodies arranged with the ease of people who have sat in the same places for years. A trio of men leaning into the bar, as if it's a railing built just for them. A couple by the fire, knees turned towards each other, pints held loosely. A group of women at a table beneath a framed photograph of the village in some long-ago snow, their laughter sharp and practised. There is music, low, and the smell of warm beer, fried food, and damp coats. The air is thick with familiarity. Isla tells herself the look's a curiosity, nothing more. A wedding group arriving the night before, well-dressed, polite. A novelty. Something to notice and then forget. Still, she is aware of how they have become a spectacle in the village this week. Not as guests or visitors, but as an interruption to quiet village life. Sebastian seems to feel none of this. He strides in as though he belongs, already smiling, already greeting the room with the confidence of someone who expects to be welcomed. He heads straight for the bar, ordering drinks with the ease of a man used to being served. 4 pints of pale ale, he says, then turns his head and asks, Wine? Isla stands beside him, close enough to appear united, aware of the eyes sliding over her. She can feel the gaze, the way you feel sun on your face when you step into it. People are looking at her hands, at the ring. They look at her posture, her clothes. They look at her the way people look at someone they think they know something about. She keeps her expression calm, mild and pleasant. She has learned to manage attention. Emily, in her new persona, seems to enjoy it. She relaxes into the evening almost immediately, laughing easily at something Sebastian says, leaning closer to him as if she is part of the couple rather than the sister. She takes a drink and smiles at a woman who glances their way, unbothered, almost pleased to be observed. Emily's ease unsettles Isla more than the village's scrutiny, because Emily absorbs the gaze naturally, without tightening, without retreating. Emily does not seem to recognize it as a thing to manage. She lets it wash over her, turning it into something warm rather than threatening. It's a quality Isla both admires and finds unnerving, a complete lack of self-consciousness that makes Emily shine brighter in the dim pub light. Poppy and Lena aren't there tonight. Margaret and Richard have opted out, claiming tiredness, perhaps sensing the subtle tension that can accompany such an outing. Janet has stayed back too, citing an early start tomorrow. Isla understands the choice. The pub is for locals, a sanctuary of familiar faces and shared histories. Outsiders magnify themselves simply by walking through the door, their presence a ripple in a still pond. Harriet hovers at the edge of the group at first, a nervous flutter, then moves towards the bar staff, making small conversation as if she can ground the moment in normality. She asks about the village, about the weather, about what time they close, her voice a little too bright. Her tone is open and friendly, but Isla can see the distance beneath the civility, the polite reserve that says, "We are being kind, but you are not one of us." A quiet barrier woven from years of shared life. Julian stands slightly behind Sebastian, drink in hand, eyes scanning, without appearing to scan. He doesn't look at people directly for too long, his gaze a quick, almost imperceptible sweep. He notices in the way a person notices a room when they're responsible for what happens in it, a silent sentinel absorbing every detail. Isla watches Julian for a moment and sees him register small things, like the way one man's gaze flicks to the empty space at their table, the seat Margaret might have taken, a silent question hanging in the air. The way another woman glances too often towards the door, as if she's waiting for someone to arrive, perhaps another familiar face to join the ranks. The looks are brief and unremarkable. They add up, anyway, forming a tapestry of quiet scrutiny. Callum has opted out too, claiming to have spent too much time in this pub anyway, and for that, and the peace it offers, Isla is grateful. Still, Sebastian talks loudly enough, his voice echoing a little in the cosy space, telling a story about work, something about a client and a meeting and a joke that makes him laugh at his own punchline, a booming sound that feels slightly out of place. The locals smile faintly, not unkind, but not drawn in. The village doesn't need Sebastian's stories, tales from a world far removed from their own. The village has its own, steeped in generations of shared experience. Isla sits on a bench by the wall, back straight, drink held lightly, a practiced pose of calm. She keeps her smile in place, a polite mask. She listens without fully hearing, the murmur of conversations a distant hum. She watches Emily across the table, leaning forward, laughing, her face bright with genuine amusement. Emily looks beautiful tonight, in a way that isn't deliberate, a natural radiance that draws every eye. That's what makes it difficult for Isla, the effortless charm that seems to amplify their outsider status. At one point, Emily catches Isla's eye and grins, as if to say, "Isn't this fun? A spark of shared joy." Isla smiles back, a little tighter than Emily's, then looks away, because the warmth of Emily's gaze is almost too much. The evening has a gentle looseness to it, a convivial atmosphere. But Isla feels something underneath, like a current running beneath the floorboards, a subtle hum of observation and judgment. Harriet returns to the table, her steps a little less confident than before, and lowers her voice slightly. "They're friendly enough," she murmurs to Isla, as if reassuring herself as much as Isla, her brow slightly furrowed. Just close-knit. Very. Yes, Isla says, the single word heavy with unspoken understanding. Across the room, one of the village women laughs, a sudden burst of sound, and Isla hears a phrase she can't quite catch. A name, perhaps, whispered amidst the mirth. The sound of it pricks something in her mind, a familiar unease, a sense of being discussed without being included, the silent subject of their amusement. Sebastian finishes his pint and goes back to the bar for another, his absence leaving a momentary quiet at their table. He leaves Isla alone for a moment with Emily and Julian. Emily chatters on, oblivious, about how nice it is to be out of the house, how the air in the village feels different, crisper somehow, how everything in the pub looks like it's been there forever, steeped in history. "It's like stepping into a postcard," Emily says, delighted, her eyes wide with appreciation. Julian nods politely. Yes. Isla watches him, a flicker of curiosity in her gaze. "Do you feel it, too?" she asks suddenly, her voice quiet enough that Emily, lost in her own observations, doesn't hear. Julian meets her gaze, his eyes unreadable. Feel what? Them watching, Isla says, her voice barely a whisper, a shared secret between them. Julian's eyes flick briefly to the room, a quick, practiced sweep. "People will always look," he says, his tone even, dismissive. "It doesn't mean anything." Isla almost believes him. Almost. But the prickle on her skin tells a different story. Later, the air inside growing thick with conversation and the scent of stale ale, Isla steps outside for air, needing a moment of solitude under the vast, indifferent sky. It isn't a dramatic exit. She simply rises, murmurs that she needs the loo, and slips out through the pub door into the cool night. The village air is damp and cold, smelling of grass and smoke, a faint tang of wood fires lingering from earlier evenings. The lane outside the pub is narrow, flanked by ancient hedges and low stone walls, their surfaces slick with dew. A few cars are parked haphazardly, locals' vehicles, practical, muddy, looking as if they've been there for years. Isla stands under the weak orange glow of a solitary street lamp and inhales deeply, trying to clear her head of the pub's stale air and the insistent chatter. Behind her, the pub murmurs on, a low, comforting hum of laughter and clinking glasses, muffled by the thick oak door. Two women pass along the lane, their footsteps soft on the damp asphalt. They aren't drunk, not loud like they might be in the city, walking with the easy, familiar pace of people heading home after a long day. Isla stiffens slightly, acutely aware of herself as an eavesdropper simply by standing there, an outsider observing the rhythm of their lives. They don't look at her directly, their gaze fixed ahead. But as they pass, a snatch of conversation, a mere fragment, drifts into Isla's reach. A name she doesn't know, spoken with a certain weight. Then the words, "terrible timing," follow, and hang in the air, sharp and deliberate. Then something about, finally, a note of resolution, or perhaps relief. The words slip away before she can place them, before her mind can fully grasp their context. They aren't spoken loudly. They aren't meant for Isla. And yet, that very fact, makes them feel more significant, more clandestine. Isla turns her head slightly, watching the women's backs as they disappear round the gentle bend in the lane, swallowed by the deeper shadows. She feels a faint chill that isn't from the weather, a prickle of unease that settles deep in her bones. When she goes back inside, the warmth and noise hit her in a sudden wave. Sebastian is already at the table again, leaning back in his chair, laughing at something witty Emily has just said. Isla leans close to him, her voice barely a whisper. "I just heard something outside," she says, her gaze flickering around the room, as if the walls might have ears. Just people talking, but it felt odd. Sebastian rolls his eyes affectionately, a familiar gesture that usually disarms her. "Of course they were talking, darling. It's a pub." "I heard a name," Isla insists, a slight tremor in her voice, "and something about terrible timing, and finally." Sebastian laughs again, a deep, reassuring sound. "Isla, my love, it's the night before your wedding. You're wired, overthinking everything. You're hearing ghosts in hedges and conspiracies in casual chat." Isla looks at him, really looks at him. His dismissal is casual, almost kind, laced with genuine affection. He thinks he's soothing her, bringing her back down to earth. He doesn't see that by doing so, he is making her feel foolish, her intuition trivialized. She has learned when not to insist, when pushing further would only lead to frustration and a deeper sense of isolation. Isla lets the subject drop, the words unspoken, hanging heavy in the air between them. The rest of the evening slides by without incident, a blur of polite conversation and forced smiles. But Isla cannot relax into it. Her senses remain heightened. She watches the way locals glance towards their table, then quickly away, their expressions unreadable. She watches Emily's effervescent laughter and feels a strange, unsettling mixture of fondness and irritation. She watches Julian's calm, almost detached observation of their group and wonders what he sees, what quiet conclusions he draws that he will never say aloud. When they finally leave, the heavy pub door closes behind them with a definitive thud, and the village night wraps around their small group like a sudden, profound hush. The walk back to the rented house is quiet, punctuated only by their footsteps and the distant hoot of an owl. The lanes are narrow, hedges high and tangled, casting long, shifting shadows. The village lights blink out behind them, one by one, as people go to bed, leaving them in near darkness. The gravel crunches rhythmically under their shoes, a stark contrast to the earlier pub chatter. Sebastian hums softly, slightly drunk, content in his own world, a hand resting on Isla's lower back. Emily walks beside him, still buoyant, her voice a little too bright as she talks about how she loves small villages, how she could absolutely live somewhere like this, away from the city's relentless pace. Isla doesn't respond, her thoughts distant, still replaying those whispered words. As they approach the rented house, Isla feels its presence draw them back in, a gravitational pull. The ornate iron gates stand open, waiting, almost expectantly. They pass through, and the house looms pale against the dark sky, its windows lit like watchful eyes, its silhouette controlled and calmly imposing. The gates close behind them without ceremony, a soft click echoing in the stillness, sealing them inside. Inside, the warmth hits them in a comforting wave. The house smells of beeswax polish, fresh flowers, and the faint, clean scent of laundry detergent. Harriet thanks them quietly, her eyes already distant, and disappears upstairs to check her schedule one last time, unable to stop working even now. Julian pauses in the hallway, looking at his phone, a brief frown creasing his brow, then nods at Isla and Sebastian and heads purposefully towards the kitchen, as if he has something crucial to check, a final inventory of the night. Sebastian goes upstairs, already half undressed, shedding his jacket as he goes, talking about tomorrow, as if tomorrow is merely a performance he can coast through on charm and good looks. Emily lingers in the hallway, smiling to herself, lost in some private reverie, then wanders towards her room, humming softly, a tune Isla doesn't quite recognise. Isla moves upstairs more slowly, the quiet of the house amplifying the persistent whisper of unease in her mind. Harriet, later, stands at an upstairs window with the curtain pulled back slightly, watching the lane. She can see the faint outline of hedges, the empty road, the glow of distant village lights. She is aware of how close the village feels now, how thin the separation has become between this house and the world outside it. A shiver, not of cold, traces down her spine, a premonition of sorts. The silence of the night pressing in, amplifying the proximity of other lives, other stories. Harriet's face is thoughtful, almost troubled. A shadow flickers across her features, a fleeting concern she cannot quite articulate, even to herself. Then she lets the curtain fall back into place and turns away, the soft fabric a barrier against the encroaching darkness and the thoughts it brings. Isla goes into her bedroom. Sebastian is already in bed, scrolling on his phone, the bluish light reflecting in his eyes, painting his face in an unearthly glow. He looks up when she enters, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You all right?" he asks, his voice a little muffled by the pillow. "Yes, fine," Isla says, the word feeling hollow even to her own ears. She brushes her teeth, washes her face, changes into her nightdress. The routine is careful, deliberate, a series of small, grounding acts in a world that feels increasingly unmoored. She keeps the ring on, a cold weight on her finger. She checks the door is locked, twisting the bolt twice, even though there is no logical reason to, a primal instinct for security overriding common sense. When she climbs into bed, Sebastian reaches for her, pulling her close in the lazy, proprietary way he has, a familiar comfort she neither seeks nor resists. Isla lets him. She lies still, eyes open in the dark, staring at the ceiling, where shadows dance with the faint streetlights from outside. She tells herself that tomorrow will absorb everything, every doubt, every unease, every stray thought that threatens to unravel her. Once the ceremony begins, there will be no room left for looking back, no space for the ghosts of the past to linger. The village will watch, their eyes curious and expectant. The guests will smile, their faces alight with genuine joy or polite approval. The vows will be said, words heavy with promise and commitment. The photographs will capture exactly what Isla wants them to capture. A perfect day, a perfect couple, a perfect beginning. And whatever has been building in the dark corners of the week, whatever unspoken tension or lingering question, will be forced to behave, to retreat into the shadows, because that is what weddings do. They turn real life into a performance and demand everyone play their part, with a smile fixed and a script adhered to. 16. Wedding Day. The house wakes early, but the atmosphere is hushed rather than excited, a palpable quiet hanging in the air. It isn't the kind of morning that rings with shrieks and laughter and champagne corks popping in joyful abandon. It is a morning of careful footsteps and closed doors, of people speaking in low voices, as if someone might still be asleep, and therefore fragile, easily disturbed. The air feels pressed flat, heavy with anticipation. Even the light coming through the curtains seems muted, filtered by the sense that today is not really a day at all, but an event with its own strict rules and unspoken expectations. Isla wakes before her alarm, a jolt of adrenaline, her internal clock. For a moment, she lies still and listens, her senses sharpened. The house is already moving, a quiet hum of activity. A faint tap of heels somewhere down the corridor, a rhythmic, almost ceremonial sound. A door opening softly, then closing with a gentle click. The murmur of voices, indistinct but present, drifting up from the kitchen like a distant tide. She can smell coffee brewing from below, a comforting aroma, and a trace of hairspray from someone who has started early, already preparing for the day's pageant. Sebastian is beside her, a warm presence, but the space between them feels empty anyway. He is on his back, mouth slightly open, breathing heavier than usual, lost in the depths of sleep. She watches him for a beat, and feels nothing she can name. Not affection, not irritation, just the brief, practical thought, devoid of emotion, that he should have gone to bed earlier or drunk less to be more rested for what lies ahead. Isla sits up and swings her legs out of bed, her movements fluid and unhesitating. Her body feels light, oddly steady, as if it has decided to obey without argument, a vessel ready for its purpose. She pads to the bathroom and turns the tap on. The water runs cold at first, a shock against her skin, then warms slowly, a comforting progression. She looks at herself in the mirror and sees a woman who looks almost calm, her expression composed, her eyes clear. She washes her face and studies her own eyes as if checking for cracks, for any sign of weakness or doubt that might betray her resolve. Downstairs, Harriet has already begun, a whirlwind of quiet efficiency. Harriet doesn't wake so much as resume, her internal clock seemingly set to an ungodly hour. She has been in motion since before dawn, checking timings, confirming deliveries, moving through the house with quiet purpose, a conductor orchestrating a complex symphony. She speaks softly to staff, to drivers, to the florist on the phone, her voice controlled and warm, a balm of reassurance. She creates a sense of order simply by standing in the right places, her presence a silent command. When Isla comes downstairs, Harriet looks up immediately, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Morning," Harriet says, her tone crisp and professional, a slight smile touching her lips. Isla nods once. Her hair is pinned back loosely, face bare, robe tied tightly. She looks like someone preparing for surgery rather than marriage. "Breakfast is ready," Harriet says gently. Isla doesn't answer. She walks past the dining room and into the kitchen as if she has not heard. Janet is there, fussing near the counter, stirring tea that doesn't need stirring. She turns when she sees Isla, and her face brightens too quickly. "Oh, sweetheart," Janet says, already on the verge of tears she thinks are happy. "Today's the day." Isla gives her a small smile. "Yes." Janet leans in and kisses Isla's cheek, holding on a fraction too long. "You have to eat something," she whispers. Isla shakes her head, calm. "I'm not hungry." Janet opens her mouth as if to argue, then thinks better of it. She has learned, over years, that pushing Isla only makes Isla more silent. Harriet notes the refusal quietly. She doesn't challenge. She simply makes sure a cup of tea appears beside Isla, steam curling up. Isla does not touch it. The morning gathers pace around her. Hair and makeup arrive like a small invasion, cases and brushes and bottles set out across the dressing table in Isla's bedroom. The room is turned into a working space. The mirror lights are switched on, bright and unforgiving. The air fills with product scents from heat protectant, foundation, spray. Isla sits in the chair and lets her hair be done. The stylist asks questions in the chatty, careful way people do when they want to set a tone. "Excited?" she asks. Isla meets her own reflection and says, "Yes." It is not a lie, but it is also not the full truth. It is a word chosen because it is expected. She answers the rest of the questions with brief replies. Where did they meet? How long have they been together? Was the proposal romantic? Isla provides the appropriate details, delivered smoothly, like a woman reciting a story she has told many times. Her attention stays fixed on her reflection. She watches herself being assembled, hair lifted and pinned, skin made even, eyes defined, lips softened. She watches the woman in the mirror become exactly what she planned. The effect is almost impersonal. It is hard to feel intimate about a face that looks this perfected. It is like looking at a photograph of yourself, rather than your actual self. Emily comes in quietly, already dressed in her robe, hair loose, cheeks flushed with energy. She looks at Isla and smiles. "You look unreal," Emily says. Isla turns her eyes slightly. "You haven't seen me yet." Emily laughs. "I can tell." Janet appears behind Emily, already teary. "Isn't she beautiful?" she says, voice trembling. Isla watches Janet in the mirror. Her mother's eyes are bright, fixed on Isla as if Isla is a completed project, a thing that has finally paid off. Margaret is in the doorway too, almost unnoticed. She stands with her hands clasped, face composed and distant, as though attending something formal rather than intimate. She looks at Isla with a cool appraisal that could pass for pride if you squint. "You look very elegant," Margaret says. Isla smiles politely. "Thank you." The room fills with women. Poppy and Lena arrive, bridesmaids' robes wrapped tightly, faces pale with nerves. Poppy looks as if she might shake apart. Lena looks observant, quiet, absorbing the atmosphere rather than reacting to it. "Morning," Isla says. Poppy's smile is too eager. "Morning," she whispers. Lena nods. "Morning." Harriet appears briefly at the door, eyes scanning. 10 minutes, she says softly. "Then we start dressing." Isla nods. Her phone sits on the bedside table, screen dark. She glances at it occasionally, without moving her head, like a person checking a pulse. Sebastian has been difficult to reach all morning.
Harriet has sent messages. Isla has sent one too, short and neutral. "Where are you?" There is no response. Janet has tried calling once and received voicemail. Richard has asked twice whether Sebastian is downstairs yet and been told, vaguely, that he's getting ready. Isla registers it all and lets it pass. She tells herself there is time. She tells herself men are always useless at this part. She tells herself Sebastian will appear when he needs to, like a child who arrives at dinner when he smells food. But her body knows something her mind refuses to name. A thin alertness settles under her skin. She watches the phone again. Eventually, when the room is almost ready for her to be dressed, Sebastian appears. It is sudden. He is simply there, in the doorway, as if he has stepped out of a different part of the house that belongs to him alone. He looks pale. Not ill, exactly, just drained. His eyes are slightly shadowed. His hair is damp, as if he has showered quickly. He gives Isla a smile that doesn't quite land. "Sorry," he says, "just lost track." Isla studies him for a moment. She sees the tiredness, the distraction, the faint tightness around his mouth. She sees, too, that he is already carrying the day like a burden. She lets it pass. "Fine," she says calmly. "It's time to dress." Sebastian nods, as if relieved she hasn't demanded an explanation. "Grand. I'll leave you to it." He steps forward, kisses her cheek, then retreats again, disappearing down the corridor without another word. Janet flutters after him, calling, "Sebastian, darling, you need to eat something." His response is muffled and unconvincing. The dressing begins. Isla stands while the stylist and Emily adjust her underwear, the dress slipped carefully over her head. The fabric settles against her body in a way that feels familiar now. She has tried it on so many times, she knows exactly how it should sit. The bodice is tightened, buttons fastened, the train smoothed. Poppy trembles as she gets dressed too, overwhelmed by the occasion. The bridesmaids' dresses are pale and identical, hanging from shoulders like soft uniforms. Poppy's dress is still too tight, and Isla sees her wince as the zip is pulled up. Poppy forces a smile, eyes shining. "You're okay," Isla murmurs, stepping close. She touches Poppy's arm briefly, deliberate, a stabilizing gesture. Poppy nods rapidly. Yes, I'm okay." Lena watches the exchange without comment. Her eyes flick from Isla's hand to Poppy's face, and then away again. She says nothing, but Isla feels her seeing. In the hallway outside, the house is moving into its roles. Harriet's voice floats up, soft but directive. "Photographer is here. Flowers have arrived. Cars are half an hour out. We'll need everyone downstairs in 15. Julian moves through the house quietly, checking timings, smoothing delays, intercepting small problems before they surface. Isla sees him in glimpses through doorways. He speaks to Harriet in low tones. He redirects a supplier. He answers a question from Richard without making it feel like a question at all. People defer to Julian without realizing they are doing it. Isla notices. Callum appears at some point, already flushed, already overfamiliar. He comes into the dressing room uninvited, as though he has every right. He is dressed in his suit, but his tie is loose, collar undone. He smells faintly of alcohol. "There she is," he says loudly. "The blushing bride!" Harriet stiffens in the doorway, but doesn't intervene fast enough. Callum strides towards Isla and hugs her. Too long. His arms wrap around her as if she is his cheek pressed against hers. Isla's hands hover awkwardly for a moment, then touch his back lightly in a perfunctory pat. "Callum," she says evenly. He squeezes once more, then releases, grinning. "You look insane," he says. "Like, I don't know, like you belong in one of those magazines Mum reads." Isla steps back without comment, smoothing her skirt. She doesn't look at Emily. She doesn't look at Janet. She keeps her face calm, as if nothing has happened. Harriet appears then, moving in briskly, breaking the moment. "Callum," she says brightly, "groomsmen need you downstairs." Callum salutes lazily. "Yes, boss." He leaves, laughing at his own joke. The room exhales after him, but no one names it. As the ceremony approaches, a moment of silence settles over the house. It is strange how quickly noise can drop. One minute there are voices and movement and laughter. The next, the corridors feel empty. Even Janet's fussing becomes quieter. Margaret stands near the window in her navy outfit, hands clasped, face serene. Richard checks his watch twice. Guests begin to gather outside, their murmurs drifting in through open windows like distant weather. Isla stands in her bedroom with her bouquet in hand. The flowers are heavy and cold against her fingers. She looks at herself one last time in the mirror. She looks exactly as she planned. Harriet breaks the silence gently. "It's time," Harriet says. The words move through the house like a release. Isla walks downstairs slowly, Emily and the bridesmaids behind her. Janet follows, dabbing her eyes with a tissue, already emotional. Margaret trails at a measured distance, posture perfect. Outside, the gardens have been transformed. Chairs arranged in neat rows, an aisle laid out cleanly, flowers placed in symmetrical abundance, guests seated and turning their heads, cameras lifting. The ceremony space looks like a photograph waiting to happen. Sebastian is at the front. When Isla sees him, she registers again that he looks tired, pale and distracted. But he smiles when he sees her, and the guests murmur with approval, and the music begins, and Isla steps forward into the aisle as if stepping into a role she has rehearsed her entire life. The ceremony unfolds flawlessly. Vows are spoken clearly. Isla's voice does not shake. Sebastian's voice is steady enough. The registrar smiles. The guests murmur and dab their eyes. Photographs capture serenity and devotion from angles chosen to erase anything messy. Isla does not falter once. Her face remains composed. Her smile is perfectly timed. Her eyes shine with something that looks like emotion. If anyone is watching closely, they will see a bride in control of herself, a bride who knows exactly what she is doing. When the rings are exchanged, Isla slides hers onto Sebastian's finger and feels the smallest flicker of satisfaction. The act is decisive, public, and unchangeable. When they are pronounced married, guests clap and laugh and stand, and the air shifts, becoming lighter, as if everyone can finally exhale. As Isla walks back down the aisle, arm linked with Sebastian's, petals falling, cameras clicking, she feels nothing but relief. The hardest part is over. The rest
she tells herself, will take care of itself. 17. Wedding day, late afternoon. After the ceremony, the guests spill into the gardens, as if someone has released them from a polite holding pen, a collective sigh of relief rippling through the elegant crowd. The formal moment has passed, the vows are done, the photographs have captured the version of the day everyone will later claim they experienced, a perfectly curated memory. There is a collective buoyancy now, a sense that the hard part is over, and so people can finally relax into the parts they actually came for, the champagne, the mingling, the unspoken permission to let their guard down. Drinks circulate quickly, almost magically. A tray of champagne appears, as if conjured from thin air, the flutes catching the golden afternoon light. Someone presses a flute into Isla's hand before she can refuse, the cool glass a stark contrast to the warmth of the day. People laugh too easily, voices rising into that bright pitch that feels like celebration, and sometimes, if you listen closely, like a barely contained exhalation of relief. The gardens look beautiful, precisely as envisioned. They were always going to, meticulously planned down to the last petal. The lawn has been trimmed to an almost unnatural smoothness, a verdant carpet stretching beneath their feet. The hedges frame everything, neat and high, creating a sense of contained elegance and privacy. The marquee gleams in the afternoon light, its white canvas almost too clean, a temporary palace for their festivities. Flowers spill from urns in generous arrangements, calculated to look effortlessly abundant, splashes of colour against the muted greens. The air is warm enough to be pleasant, carrying the faint scent of roses and freshly cut grass, cool enough to keep people from sweating through their linen suits and delicate silk dresses. It is exactly what Isla planned, a vision brought to life with meticulous precision. And yet, as she stands at the centre of it all, the radiant bride, Isla feels strangely removed from her own success, like an architect admiring a building she designed, but cannot truly inhabit. She moves through the crowd, accepting congratulations, a smile precise, a well-rehearsed curve of her lips. People lean in, hugging her, kissing her cheeks, their breath warm against her skin, telling her she looks radiant, that the ceremony was beautiful, that the setting is extraordinary. Isla thanks them all with the same measured warmth, her eyes steady, her voice calm, a perfectly modulated performance. Thank you. How lovely. I'm so glad you're here. Each phrase a polished pebble, smooth and unrevealing. She feels her energy thinning, even as she performs it. A slow drain she can't quite replenish. The day is technically a success. That feels like enough, a satisfactory conclusion to a complex project. She does not allow herself to want more than that, to crave an emotional resonance that simply isn't there. Sebastian loosens almost immediately, shedding his ceremonial stiffness like an ill-fitting suit. As soon as the registrar has gone, and the photographs have moved from formal groupings to candid shots of forced laughter, he has a drink in his hand, a golden liquid reflecting the sun. It is as if the approval of the guests has flicked a switch in him, activating his true public persona. He becomes buoyant, charming, expansive, his gestures broader, his voice louder. He laughs loudly at jokes that aren't funny, his head thrown back in theatrical mirth. He moves through the crowd with the confident ease of a man certain he is being admired, basking in the spotlight he so clearly craves. Isla watches him from the corner of her eye, a faint flicker of something akin to annoyance. It annoys her, faintly, that he can relax now, when she cannot, when the weight of the day still presses on her shoulders. It also comforts her in a strange way. Sebastian is easier when he is being looked at, when he has an audience to play to. He becomes his best self when he has an audience. And today, the entire wedding party is his captive public. He pulls Julian aside briefly near the marquee bar, a strategic move to avoid the main throng, clapping him on the shoulder with a hearty slap. "Mate," Sebastian says, grinning, his eyes bright with triumph. "We're done." Julian's expression is unreadable, a carefully constructed mask. He nods once, a small, almost imperceptible acknowledgement. Sebastian laughs, a booming sound that turns heads. I mean, not done. Still have to eat and pretend we're listening to speeches and all that. But the hard part's over. We've done the ceremony. It's just coasting now, isn't it? Julian watches him, calm, his gaze unwavering. "Yes," he says, his voice flat, devoid of the same celebratory tone. "And speeches." Sebastian raises his glass, the champagne fizzing. "To coasting." Julian lifts his own drink slightly in response, a silent toast. But he doesn't smile, his lips remaining a thin, straight line. Callum grows louder as the afternoon wears on, his voice cutting through the general hum of conversation. At first, he is merely exuberant, the way best men are allowed to be, expected even. He talks too much, his anecdotes stretching longer than necessary. He laughs too hard, a jarring, almost desperate sound. He calls people darling with sloppy familiarity, a hand often resting a beat too long on an arm or a shoulder. People tolerate it, because today is a day for tolerance, for overlooking minor transgressions in the name of celebration. But there is a restless energy in him that feels different, more agitated than joyous. A hunger that isn't satisfied by applause or champagne, a yearning for something more substantial, more disruptive. He draws Tommy Hale into his orbit, along with a couple of other men who look like they've been waiting for permission to misbehave. Tommy is one of Sebastian's old friends, the sort of man who has always been described as a laugh. Tall, charming in a slightly brittle way, eyes that dart too often, as if he's scanning for the next thing to do. Isla has met him before, briefly, at dinners and parties, where he arrived loud and left early. She knows him only in fragments, jokes, compliments, a faint whiff of arrogance. Callum claps an arm around Tommy's shoulders and pulls him towards the bar, with the swagger of a man in charge of the fun. Harriet notices the cluster immediately. She doesn't make a face. She doesn't sigh. She simply registers it, the way she registers everything. Quickly, professionally, with an internal calculation. She watches the way the men lean in together, heads close, voices pitched low for a moment, then bursting into laughter. Their energy shifts to something restless and hungry, not celebratory. Harriet makes a quiet note to keep an eye on the bar. She speaks to a staff member and murmurs something Isla can't hear. The staff member nods and disappears. Isla continues moving through the guests, smiling, thanking, nodding. A woman in a pale blue dress grips Isla's hands and tells her she cried through the vows. Isla smiles and says she's so glad. A man Isla barely knows tells her Sebastian looks like the proudest man alive. Isla laughs lightly, as if this is touching rather than simply true. Isla's champagne remains mostly untouched in her hand. She sips occasionally for show. She watches the glass more than she tastes it. Margaret stands at the edge of the garden, watching. She doesn't mingle much. She accepts congratulations with small nods and murmured thanks, then steps back again, as if she prefers to observe rather than participate. Her posture is immaculate, her face composed. She looks like someone attending a charity event rather than her son's wedding. But Isla notices her gaze flicking, repeatedly, towards the lane beyond the hedges. The lane is only partially visible from the garden, a narrow strip of gravel and shadow beyond the high greenery. Margaret's eyes keep returning there whenever conversation stalls, as if she is waiting for something to appear. Richard stays close to her, speaking low, urgent. They stand slightly apart from the guests, their heads angled together, their voices too quiet to be heard. Isla catches the shape of Richard's mouth moving quickly. Margaret's face remains still, but her hand tightens around her clutch bag. Isla watches them for a moment and feels something cold settle in her chest. She cannot hear what they are saying. She doesn't need to. The tone tells her enough. It is not a conversation about flowers or food. Sebastian drifts towards Isla at one point, grinning, and kisses her cheek. "You okay?" he asks, and the question is casual, almost absent-minded. Isla smiles. "Perfect," she says, using the word like a lid. Sebastian laughs and moves away again, already distracted by someone calling his name. Isla keeps smiling. Then she catches a fragment of something sharper from near the side rooms, the smaller spaces at the edge of the marquee where staff slip in and out and guests duck away to fix makeup or check phones. Isla is passing close enough to overhear voices. Sebastian's, lower now, and Richard's, tense and clipped. "It should have been dealt with," Richard says. "We talked about this," Sebastian replies, his voice tight with suppressed frustration. "Not today." "I'm not asking you to do it today," Richard says, his tone sharp. "I'm asking you why it isn't done already." "Because you said you had it handled," Sebastian snaps softly, the words barely audible, but loaded with accusation. Isla slows her pace slightly, careful not to betray her eavesdropping. She pretends to admire a distant flower bed, catching another fragment of their hushed argument. "It's just about the money," Richard says, the words hanging in the air like a direct accusation, heavy with unspoken disappointment. Sebastian's response is too quiet to discern the exact words, but the tone is unmistakably defensive, laced with irritation. Isla doesn't need the specific details, because the precise vocabulary is irrelevant. The underlying tone, however, speaks volumes. Something significant has been left unresolved, a loose end dangling. This unaddressed issue has followed them, like an unwelcome guest, into the sacred space of the wedding day, an insidious stain no one else has yet noticed. Isla continues her deliberate walk, her heart maintaining a steady rhythm, her face a mask of calm composure. She does not turn her head. She does not intervene. Instead, she meticulously files this observation away, a quiet note in her mental ledger. In the bustling bar area, Callum erupts in a loud, boisterous laugh, throwing his head back in uninhibited joy. Tommy laughs heartily with him, their camaraderie palpable. Another man leans in, conspiratorially, uttering something that makes all of them grin widely. Isla watches them from across the manicured garden, acutely aware of how quickly men can coalesce into a vibrant pocket of energy, effortlessly drawing everything within their orbit towards them. Tommy disappears briefly, almost imperceptibly. His departure is swift and smooth. He slips away towards the discreet side rooms, his hand brushing Callum's arm in a fleeting, almost silent communication. Callum doesn't follow. He simply watches his friend go, then turns back to the bar, already signalling for another round of drinks. When Tommy returns, a subtle but distinct shift has occurred in his demeanour. It isn't immediately obvious. His smile seems a fraction wider, revealing a little too much of his teeth. His eyes possess a glassy, unnaturally bright quality, his pupils visibly larger. His movements have acquired a new quickness, a springy, almost animated quality that feels slightly out of sync with the leisurely drift of an afternoon wedding reception. He talks faster, his words tumbling out with increased rapidity. He laughs with an amplified gusto, a little too hard. He frequently touches people's arms as he speaks, leaning in uncomfortably close, as if the established concept of personal distance has suddenly become an optional guideline. Callum, oblivious or perhaps willfully ignoring the change, laughs it off, clapping him heartily on the back. "That's it," he declares with a grin. "Now you're finally on the ball." Tommy grins back, his breath coming slightly quicker, a faint flush on his cheeks. "I'm on it," he affirms. And in his voice, it sounds less like a statement and more like a promise of things to come. Julian, ever observant, notices the alteration in Tommy's state immediately. He doesn't overtly stare. In fact, he doesn't react with any visible sign of alarm. But Isla, with her keen perception, sees his gaze flick to Tommy's face, lingering for a critical half-second longer than it had before. She also observes a subtle shift in Julian's posture, a minute adjustment, as if he has unconsciously braced himself, ready for whatever might unfold. Harriet, efficient and composed, moves gracefully through the garden, carrying a tray laden with sparkling water glasses, offering them to guests with a professionally cheerful demeanour. She pauses beside Isla, lowering her voice discreetly. "Do you want me to slow the bar service?" Harriet asks carefully, her eyes flicking towards the lively group around Tommy. Isla hesitates, a brief internal debate playing out. It would be incredibly easy to utter a simple yes. It would be the sensible, pragmatic choice. It would send a quiet, reassuring signal that the delicate balance of the day is being vigilantly managed. But Isla can already hear the inevitable murmurs, the way such a decision would be framed. Isla being difficult, Isla being uptight, Isla the joyless one, actively ruining everyone's fun, Isla treating fully grown men like errant children who need supervision. Her mother's faint, familiar voice echoes in her mind, reminding her not to make a fuss, darling. Isla looks past Harriet, her gaze sweeping over the scene, watching guests laughing freely in the warm afternoon sun, older relatives smiling benignly, friends posing for playful selfies, and Sebastian, holding court near the bar, looking every inch the charismatic host of his own private talk show. She says, her voice steady, "No, not yet." Harriet's professional expression remains meticulously neutral, yet Isla can detect a subtle tightening around her mouth, a fleeting flicker of something unsaid. "All right," Harriet replies, her tone flat.
Isla adds, as if the sheer force of her generosity will somehow make it genuinely true, let people enjoy themselves. It might sound generous to an outsider. It isn't. Not really. As the languid afternoon gradually tilts towards the softer hues of evening, the celebration, imperceptibly at first, begins to subtly change its shape, taking on a new, more unpredictable energy. The ceremony glow fades. The soft relief in the guests becomes something looser. Drinks have piled on top of drinks. Voices grow louder. The men by the bar become more animated, their laughter harsher, echoing a little too brightly in the grand hall. Tommy's energy flickers, bright and strange, a manic glint in his eyes. Callum's grin has an edge now, as if he is daring someone to challenge him, his usual charm replaced by a subtle, unsettling bravado. Margaret's gaze keeps returning to the hedges and the lane beyond, as though she can feel something approaching, a shadow lengthening on the periphery of the perfect day. Isla continues smiling, moving, performing, a graceful automaton navigating the swirling currents of the celebration. But beneath the surface, something is beginning to tilt, a subtle shift in the carefully constructed equilibrium. Not dramatically. The cracks are hairline, invisible to the casual observer, but just evident enough that if you stand still for a moment, if you listen closely to the undertones of the merriment, you can feel it. The day is technically a success. The photographs will prove it, capturing flawless smiles and carefully curated joy. And still, in Isla's chest, a quiet unease begins to thrum, steady as a pulse, a low, persistent hum, reminding her that weddings do not end when the ceremony ends. They simply move to the next act, a new stage with different scripts and unforeseen challenges. 18. Wedding evening. The reception begins with a studied ease, the room glowing softly under chandeliers and candlelight. The ceremony had been all daylight and breath held in public, a spectacle of solemn vows. This part is warmth and permission, a loosening of ties, a descent into more intimate revelry. The reception hall has been transformed into something flattering, all candlelight and gentle shadows, the sort of lighting that makes everyone look kinder than they are, softer around the edges. The tables are set with crisp white linen and small, elegant arrangements of flowers that smell faintly sweet, like a cherished memory. Glassware catches the light, refracting it into dancing specks. Cutlery gleams, poised for a feast. Place cards sit neatly, as if no one has ever argued over where they should be, a testament to meticulous planning and a desire for perfect order. When the heavy oak doors open and guests drift in, a collective murmur of admiration ripples through the crowd, a soft wave of approval. "Oh, Isla," someone breathes, genuinely impressed. "This is gorgeous," another guest exclaims, eyes widening at the opulent display. "Everything looks incredible," a third person adds, encompassing the entire lavish affair. People remark on how calm Isla looks, a serene bride amidst the joyful chaos. They praise how beautifully everything has come together, how flawless it all feels, as if conjured by magic. Isla accepts the praise with measured warmth, a slight inclination of her head, as though she expected nothing less, as though the day has gone exactly as it should, and anything else would have been surprising, almost an affront to her meticulous vision. She smiles, a practised curve of her lips. She thanks them, her voice smooth and composed,
She touches arms lightly, a fleeting connection. She listens, offering just enough engagement to appear attentive. She doesn't let her face show how tired she is, the exhaustion a deep ache behind her eyes, the effort of maintaining this perfect facade. Harriet hovers in the background, a shadow of efficiency, moving like a small, quiet force, orchestrating the unseen ballet of the event. Staff pass with trays of champagne and canapes, a constant flow. Harriet checks the top table, adjusting a napkin, ensuring perfection. Harriet nods at the band, a silent cue for the music to begin. Harriet slips in and out of side rooms, where paperwork and people are kept out of sight, managing every contingency. Her expression stays professional, a mask of calm competence. But her eyes are busy, darting, assessing. She watches the room the way you watch a fire, not afraid, but alert to where it might jump, to any spark of trouble. Sebastian moves through it all, buoyed by alcohol and relief, a man reborn in the glow of success. He is a different man tonight than he has been all week, the tension that had etched itself onto his features now completely erased. The pale distraction of the morning has dissolved into a confident glow, a flush of contentment on his cheeks. A drink appears in his hand repeatedly, always refilled by someone else, a devoted attendant, always accepted with a wide, easy grin. He greets people with genuine warmth, clapping backs, pulling friends into hearty hugs, laughing more boisterously than he has all week, a sound of unburdened joy. Isla watches him from a distance, registering the shift without engaging it, a silent observer of his transformation. She stands at the top table with Janet for a moment, while Janet dabs at her eyes again, overwhelmed by the beauty of it all, or perhaps by the sensation of having achieved something she can finally show other people, a tangible proof of her daughter's triumph. "You've done it," Janet whispers, her voice thick with emotion, a mixture of pride and awe. "Look." Isla turns her head slightly, her gaze sweeping across the scene. She sees guests milling, laughing, holding glasses aloft in toasts, turning to each other with faces loosened by drink and atmosphere, their inhibitions gently shed. The room hums with contentment, a symphony of happy chatter and clinking glasses. "Yes," Isla says, the word a soft exhalation, a quiet acknowledgement of the beautiful, fragile illusion she has created. Janet squeezes her hand. Isla allows it, then gently withdraws, already aware of the next obligation. Someone needs her attention. Someone wants a photograph. Someone wants to tell her she looks radiant. She obliges them all and keeps moving. Callum drinks steadily, growing louder as the evening wears on. At first, he is manageable, a groomsman in a suit, smiling too wide, already warm with alcohol. He cracks jokes to groups of guests. He flirts with older aunties as if it's harmless. He laughs at the band between songs. His charm is familiar, almost like a family trait everyone has decided to tolerate. Then, the charm loosens. The jokes begin to edge closer to impropriety. A comment about Isla's dress being dangerously fitted. A joke about Sebastian finally getting what he wants. Something about keeping the bride happy that makes a woman laugh loudly and then glance around as if checking whether she should have laughed. People laugh anyway. Isla notices how quickly indulgence follows discomfort. A few guests exchange glances. Someone makes a face. Then the laughter rises again, the moment smoothed over by alcohol and social habit. Callum is allowed to go a little too far, because stopping him would be awkward. Stopping him would require someone to admit the joke wasn't funny. Stopping him would make it into a thing. No one wants a thing. Instead, people gather around him the way they gather around a fire, not because it's safe, but because it's warm and loud and draws the eye. He tells stories that land unevenly, a childhood anecdote that makes some guests laugh and others glance away. A tale about Sebastian at school that sounds affectionate until you hear the contempt in it. He needles Sebastian openly now, half-joking references to money, mistakes, things they are meant to pretend are charming. "Remember when you tried to sell Dad's watch?" Callum says, grinning, eyes on Sebastian. "Thought you were a little entrepreneur." Sebastian laughs, but it's brittle. "That didn't happen." Callum's grin widens. "Oh, it happened." A couple of men laugh too loudly, hungry for the drama they're not meant to want. Someone's wife smiles politely and looks at her phone. Sebastian lifts his glass, performing amusement. "Callum," he says, warning and indulgent all at once. Callum raises both hands in mock surrender. All right, I'm only saying. We all had our phases." Isla watches from a slight distance, a smile held in place, the scene playing out like something she already expected. Callum has always known how to make attention tilt towards him. He doesn't do it by being interesting. He does it by being risky. Emily stands near the bar with Lena and Poppy, flushed and unsteady. Not drunk, exactly. Overwhelmed. Her cheeks are pink from heat and movement. Her hair has loosened slightly from earlier, strands escaping. She looks bright and alive, and slightly too open. Poppy clings to her drink like a prop, smiling whenever someone looks at her, grateful for any cue about how to behave. Lena stands a little apart, posture calm, gaze moving. She watches Callum's corner, then looks away, then watches again. Callum drifts over, drink in hand, as if pulled by instinct. He slides into their space with careless intimacy, leaning close, speaking too warmly to Emily, as if they've been sharing jokes all day, instead of trading careful glances. "There you are," Callum says, smiling at Emily as if she has been missing. "Thought you were hiding from me." Emily laughs, a little too bright. "No, just hot." Callum lifts his drink. "You look great, by the way." Poppy's smile tightens. Lena's eyes flick to Emily's face. Emily laughs again. "Thanks." Callum's gaze lingers. "No, seriously, you've changed." The word again. Emily's mouth tightens slightly. "Yeah, well, you know." Callum smiles, like he knows far too much. "I do," he says, and his tone makes the hairs on Isla's arms lift, even from across the room. Janet notices. Isla sees her mother's posture shift, the way Janet stiffens slightly as she watches Callum lean into Emily's space. Janet's lips press together. Her eyes dart to Isla, then away. She does not intervene. She does what Janet always does. She calculates how it looks. Julian stays close to the edges of the room, too, watching patterns rather than people. He doesn't dance. He doesn't drink much. He doesn't become part of the noise. He lingers near doorways, near the bar, near the staff corridor, always placed where he can see without being seen. When Callum's volume spikes, Julian intervenes quietly, not with confrontation, but with redirection. He steps close,
murmurs something, shifts Callum's attention towards another group. He suggests a cigarette outside. He pulls him into a conversation with Richard for a moment, a practical question asked at exactly the right time. Callum bristles occasionally, but he goes. Julian has a way of making compliance feel like a choice. Isla notices how often people defer to Julian. Even Harriet, who is used to being in charge, relies on Julian's presence more than she would admit. When she speaks to staff, she glances towards him. When she sees Callum move towards the bar again, she watches whether Julian is near enough to intercept. Emily drifts further from Isla as the night unfolds. She begins near the top table, smiling dutifully, lifting her glass when people toast. But once dinner is served and the formalities loosen, she is drawn into conversation. Someone from Sebastian's side asks her about her job. A woman she barely knows compliments her dress. A man tells her she looks fantastic, and Emily laughs, enjoying the novelty of being noticed without being compared. Isla watches her drift across the room like a small balloon on a string. She allows it, because she has already learned what happens when she doesn't. When she pulls Emily close, Emily becomes tense, guarded, resentful. When Isla leaves her alone, Emily flourishes. Isla can't decide whether that is comforting or insulting. Poppy stays close to Isla as the night goes on, hovering at her shoulder like a nervous shadow. When Isla moves, Poppy moves too. She asks small questions. Do you need water? Do you want to sit down? Is your dress heavy? Her devotion is both touching and exhausting. Lena watches quietly, speaking little, her gaze flicking across the room as if she's cataloguing. Isla catches Lena looking at Callum more than once, not with interest, with caution. Harriet keeps an eye on the bar, quietly limiting excess where she can. Her presence is a subtle anchor, a silent promise that things will not spiral completely out of control, even as the evening progresses. She speaks to the bartender in low tones. She suggests water trays, brimming with ice and fresh lemon, placed strategically on every table. She makes sure coffee appears after dinner, strong and hot, as if caffeine might re-anchor people to the present, to sobriety. She catches Isla's eye once across the room, a silent check-in, a shared understanding passing between them. Isla nods, appreciative but distant, her focus already stretched thin. It isn't that Isla doesn't care, it's that she cannot care about everything. She has been caring for days, for weeks, meticulously planning every detail. Her caring has been the engine of this week, of this entire event. Now, the machine is running on its own momentum, propelled by champagne and good cheer. She feels both relief and something like panic at the loss of control, a strange emptiness now that her intense vigilance is no longer required. During the speeches, applause rises and falls on cue, a well-rehearsed rhythm. Sebastian's father speaks first, stiff and earnest, thanking people, congratulating his son with a pride that feels practical rather than tender, a duty fulfilled. Margaret says nothing, smiling faintly, her eyes flicking occasionally towards the doorway, as if she is still half in the lane outside, still processing the day's events, not fully present within the celebratory hall. Then Callum stands, a glint in his eye. The room shifts, a palpable change in the atmosphere. You can feel it in the way people straighten, a collective intake of breath. The way laughter quietens, replaced by an expectant hush. The way a few women press their lips together
as if bracing themselves for an inevitable, perhaps uncomfortable performance. Callum holds his glass up, grinning, a mischievous glint in his eyes that promises both entertainment and potential peril. Julian is close, not at the front, but near enough to intervene if necessary. Harriet is watching, her expression unreadable but alert. Isla sits very still at the top table, bouquet placed beside her plate like a shield, hands folded, a picture of serene composure. Callum's contribution is brief and carefully managed, stripped of the sharper edges he rehearsed earlier, perhaps toned down by a quiet word from Julian or Harriet. There are jokes, but they are softened, defanged. There is sentiment, but it feels borrowed, generic, lacking genuine warmth. There is a line about Isla being a saint for putting up with Sebastian, which makes people laugh in relief because it is mild enough to be safe, a familiar trope that avoids any real intimacy or insight. Isla listens without reacting, her gaze steady. She does not smile wider, she does not stiffen. She remains composed, a master of her own composure, relieved when it ends, the tension in the room finally dissipating. The applause comes like a collective exhalation of relief. Callum sits, satisfied, as if he has delivered something dazzling rather than simply not disastrous. He drains his glass and reaches for another, already forgetting the careful tightrope walk he just performed. The evening loosens again, the speeches of fading memory. Music swells, filling the hall with a vibrant energy. People dance with abandon, inhibitions melting away with each glass of wine. Shoes come off, discarded under tables. A group of older relatives huddle in a corner, faces glowing with wine and nostalgia, reminiscing about past celebrations. Sebastian dances with Janet, laughing, spinning her clumsily around the floor. Janet laughs loudly, delighted, as if this is proof she raised a joyful child, capable of marrying a man who knows how to celebrate. Isla dances with Sebastian once, briefly, for photographs, a performance for the camera. She smiles. She looks into his eyes, a practiced tenderness. She allows herself to be guided across the floor, a graceful figure in his arms. Sebastian whispers, "We did it," his voice thick with triumph. And Isla nods, as if she feels it too, a shared accomplishment, a milestone reached. Then she steps away, the dance concluded, the duty done. Later, on the terrace, Callum corners Emily, a predator sensing weakness. Isla sees it happen from inside the hall, through the glass doors. Emily has stepped out for air, her cheeks flushed from dancing, hair slightly loose around her shoulders. Callum follows with a fresh drink and an easy, practiced smile. He leans close, too close, speaking into her ear as if they are sharing an intimate joke, a secret meant only for them. Emily laughs, a bright, clear sound that carries faintly through the glass. It looks, from a distance, like harmless flirting, a typical wedding scene, like the sort of interaction guests will later describe with fondness, Callum being Callum, Emily enjoying the attention. Isla watches, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes, then looks away, a deliberate turning of her head. Some things unfold whether acknowledged or not. Looking doesn't stop them. Looking only makes you responsible for what you saw, for the knowledge you now carry. Harriet's gaze flicks to the terrace too, quick and sharp, missing nothing.
Julian shifts slightly, watching the doors, his hand unconsciously tightening on his glass. He doesn't move yet, but he is ready. Harriet clocks the tension all at once. It happens the way weather changes. A room that was warm becomes close. The air feels heavier. Too many small frictions, too little release. Harriet moves through it, eyes sharp, body angled towards the bar staff. She signals, subtly, to slow things down again. More water, a smaller pour, a pause in the service. A bartender nods, but when he moves to replace champagne with water, a guest waves him off, laughing. "It's a wedding," the man says, as if those words are a legal exemption. Harriet smiles politely and steps back, knowing this is the exact problem. The permission of the day, the way people assume celebration means consequence-free. Tommy Hale reappears, after disappearing for a while. He comes in through the side door near the staff corridor, suit slightly rumpled, face too bright. His energy is jittery, animated, words tumbling over each other as he greets someone he barely knows with intense enthusiasm. "Mate," Tommy says to a man near the bar, gripping his arm too tightly. "Mate, you having a good one? This is unreal. This is proper." The man laughs awkwardly. Tommy laughs too, a little too loud. Callum spots him instantly and strides over, slapping him on the back too hard. "There he is," Callum says. "Thought you'd died." Tommy grins, eyes wide. "I'm completely alive." Callum laughs and pulls him into the orbit of his corner, as if Tommy is another trophy. "This lad," Callum says to the gathered group, "this lad never misses a party." Julian notices the pressure of the moment shifting. He has been standing near the edge of the room, close enough to see the hole. Isla sees him watching the way people begin to orbit risk rather than celebration. A slightly tighter cluster near Callum. Guests leaning in, not because they're interested, but because they sense something might happen. Julian's gaze flicks to Harriet across the room. Harriet's face is calm, but her eyes are tense. She gives the smallest shake of her head, almost imperceptible. Not now. Not cleanly. Not without making it worse. Emily crosses paths with Isla near the corridor leading to the side rooms. It is accidental. Emily is moving quickly, cheeks flushed, clutching her clutch bag like she might run. Isla is returning from the bathroom, dress gathered slightly to avoid heels catching. They stop for half a second, because they have to. Sisters, intersecting. Emily leans in, voice low. "This is weird," she says. "Sebastian's family seems something off. Margaret's been watching the door all day. Richard looks like he's going to explode." Isla's expression doesn't change. She responds politely, firmly, shutting the comment down without emotion. "Emily," she says quietly, "just enjoy yourself." Emily blinks, caught. She flushes. The hallway light makes her look suddenly younger, like a girl being told she said the wrong thing at a dinner table. I just meant," Emily begins. Isla's smile is small and fixed. Not now. Emily is left exposed, embarrassed, her earnestness hanging in the air like damp laundry. Sebastian overhears part of the exchange as he approaches, drink in hand, face loose with alcohol. "What's going on?" he says, tone already irritated. He looks at Emily. "Can you just enjoy yourself instead of analysing everything?"
The rebuke is sharp enough to draw attention. Emily's mouth opens, then closes. Her eyes flick to Isla, then away. Isla remains still, face calm. Janet intervenes immediately, laughing too loudly. "Oh, for goodness sake," Janet says brightly, as if the whole thing is a joke. "Sebastian, leave her alone. Emily's always been observant. It's a gift." She turns to Emily and smiles too hard. "Isn't it, darling?" Emily forces a laugh. "Yes." The moment is smoothed over on cue. Voices rise again, glasses are refilled. Someone knocks into a table. Nothing breaks, but the sound carries, a sharp clink of glass against wood that slices through the music for a moment. The band swells the volume as if to cover a tension even they are feeling. Isla returns to the room, sliding back into her role. She smiles at a guest who tells her the food is wonderful. She laughs at a joke she doesn't hear properly. She dances briefly with an uncle. She allows her photograph to be taken again and again, her face angled slightly, her smile held. But beneath it, she feels the room tipping. Not a sudden collapse, a gradual tilt into excess. The evening pressing forward, heavy with drink and permission. People's voices too loud, their movements less careful. The walls too close, the chandeliers too warm. Julian catches Harriet's eye across the room once more. Harriet's mouth tightens. She does not move. She cannot move. The wedding machine is running now, and it will not accept interference without chewing someone up. As dusk presses against the windows, the celebration tips fully into excess. The room is no longer contained. Everyone feels it, but no one names it. 19. Wedding night. The party thins, but it does not end. It changes shape, that's all. The room empties in slow, uneven waves, guests peeling away, as if the night has begun to tug them back to their real lives. Coats are fetched, shoes are found. Goodbyes are performed with that soft, drunken sincerity people like to mistake for intimacy. The band packs up. The last song fades into chatter. But the heat of it lingers in the corridors. Callum is the sort of man who takes a closing time as a suggestion. He is still bright with drink, cheeks flushed, tie loose, jacket discarded. He gathers a small group around him near the bar and speaks with the exaggerated confidence of someone convinced the night is his. The laughter that answers him isn't warm anymore. It's thin, eager, fueled by the desire not to be the one who admits they're tired. "Come on," Callum says, clapping his hands once. "We're not done." Someone protests weakly, and everyone laughs. Someone shrugs, as if they have forgotten the concept of choice. Callum leads them away from the main reception, towards the guest rooms, voice too loud for the hour, footsteps careless on the carpeted stairs. Tommy Hale stumbles behind him. He isn't simply drunk. There is something unfocused about him now, a jittery brightness that makes his movement slightly jerky, as if his body can't decide whether to speed up or slow down. His eyes are wide. His smile keeps appearing and disappearing, unanchored. He laughs too loudly at Callum's jokes, not because they're funny, but because he needs to show he's still in. He needs to prove he's keeping up. Callum reaches into his pocket as they move along the corridor and pulls out something small, passed from hand to hand with casual intimacy. Not a secret, exactly. More like an understood indulgence, a way to stretch the night longer than it should go.
No one asks questions. They are all adults. They are all at a wedding. They are all pretending this is normal. Julian notices the group splinter and follows at a distance. He does not rush. He does not announce himself. He moves quietly, keeping pace without being part of it, watching for the moment when he might need to step in. His expression is calm, but his attention is sharp. He has spent the whole day watching how the room tilts, how small permissions become large consequences, how the delicate balance of the evening can unravel with a single misplaced word or gesture. He can hear Callum's laughter echoing against the corridor walls, a boisterous, almost triumphant sound. He can hear Tommy's laugh, too, higher, slightly strained, a nervous counterpoint to the other's confidence. Ahead, a guest room door opens, spilling a rectangle of warm light onto the carpet. Someone fumbles with a keycard, the plastic scraping against the lock. There is a burst of laughter, and then the sound of bodies moving into a confined space, the night folding inward, drawing the revelry deeper into the heart of the building. Julian pauses outside the door for a moment, listening, his posture still and observant. The noise inside is loose and messy, a cacophony of voices and movement. Someone knocks into a side table, the thud echoing slightly. A glass clinks, then another, suggesting refills are already underway. Callum says something that makes the others laugh too quickly, a forced, brittle sound that hints at discomfort beneath the surface. Julian's phone buzzes in his pocket, a sudden vibration against his thigh. A message from Harriet, short and practical, cutting through the haze of the night. "Where are you? Are things contained?" Her words are not a question, but an expectation. Julian doesn't answer immediately. He watches the corridor, a long, quiet stretch of carpet and closed doors, listens to the sound behind the door, weighing its implications, and then moves again, slow, controlled, a sentinel in the fading hours. Isla appears briefly, gliding out of her room further down the corridor, a vision of composed elegance. She looks as though she has stepped out of a photograph, untouched by the evening's excesses. Her dress is still immaculate, a silk sheath that catches the dim light, her hair still pinned in an intricate chignon, makeup still flawless. The contrast is unsettling. Everyone else has softened and loosened with the night, their composure fraying at the edges. Isla remains finished, a perfect, unblemished sculpture. She pauses, her eyes flicking towards the door, where the noise is coming from, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. Her gaze catches Tommy as he sways unsteadily in the hallway, mouth parted, eyes too bright, the picture of youthful abandon teetering on the brink of something less charming. For a moment, something like detached concern crosses her face, a fleeting shadow, quickly smoothed back into calm, her expression becoming a carefully constructed mask once more. She looks to Julian, a silent inquiry passing between them. Julian gives the slightest shake of his head, a subtle signal that speaks volumes. Not yet. The situation is not resolved, but it will be. Isla holds his gaze for half a second longer, a shared understanding passing between them. Then nods once, a crisp, efficient gesture, as if accepting instruction without needing it explained. She turns and moves away again, down the corridor, her footsteps silent, leaving the noise behind her like a problem she has chosen not to own, not to acknowledge. Julian remains, a steadfast presence, his vigil unbroken.
Harriet, downstairs, is gathering glasses with the staff, the clinking of crystal a counterpoint to the distant laughter. She should be relieved. The formalities are done, the ceremony happened, the reception ran seamlessly. People laughed, no one cried in public, no one threw a punch, no one made a scene big enough to become a story that would echo through family gatherings for years to come. But Harriet has learned that weddings are rarely over when people think they are. They just move into a different kind of danger. The hour when tiredness and alcohol combine, stripping away inhibitions. The hour when guests stop performing and start revealing. When true intentions and long-held grievances can surface unexpectedly. She hears Callum's laugh echoing from upstairs, louder now, and feels something tighten in her stomach, a familiar knot of apprehension. She excuses herself, leaving the staff to clear the remnants of the feast, and follows the sound up the stairs, a sense of foreboding guiding her steps. By the time she reaches the guest room door, it is already too late to stop anything, only to witness what has unfolded. The door is ajar, a gaping mouth. Noise spills into the corridor, a boisterous wave of voices and music that now feels less like celebration and more like chaos. Callum is inside, leaning against the dresser, smiling too wide, his eyes shiny with drink and entitlement, a predatory gleam in their depths. 2 other men are on the bed, laughing, slumped against the pillows, their ties loosened. Someone is sitting on the floor, head tipped back, blinking slowly, a half-empty bottle clutched in their hand. Tommy is standing near the end of the bed, swaying, his face flushed, a look of bewildered excitement mingled with fear in his eyes. He has taken his jacket off. His shirt is untucked. His tie hangs loose around his neck like a careless noose. His face is pale under the flush. Sweat beads along his hairline. His pupils look too large, swallowing the colour from his eyes, making them seem like dark, bottomless pools. Harriet's heart gives a hard, sudden thump, a warning bell clanging in her chest. "Tommy," she says, instinctively stepping forward. Her voice is calm, but her body knows, before her mind catches up, that something has shifted, that the air in the room has grown heavy with unspoken dread. Tommy turns his head towards her slowly, as if the movement takes effort, each muscle a protest. He smiles, but it doesn't quite connect, a mask of amusement that doesn't reach his troubled eyes. "Harriet," he says, and the word slurs slightly, a thick, unfamiliar sound. "Harriet, wedding lady." Callum laughs, a brittle, forced sound. "He's fine," he says, waving a dismissive hand. "He's just had a big day. A bit too much celebratory cheer." Harriet's gaze stays fixed on Tommy, a knot tightening in her stomach. "Tommy, sit down," she says gently, a voice an anchor in the rising tide of unease. Tommy tries to laugh. It comes out thin, a reedy whisper. He lifts a hand as if to gesture. Then his arm drops suddenly, heavy, as if gravity itself has increased its pull on him. For a second, no one moves, frozen in a tableau of bewildered anticipation. It happens in a way that is almost quiet, a silent, horrifying ballet. Tommy's knees buckle, and he folds to the floor like a puppet whose strings have been cut, collapsing into a heap. There is no dramatic cry, no attempt to catch himself, no flailing limbs. Just a collapse, sudden and final, leaving an echoing silence in its wake. The laughter cuts off mid-sentence, strangled by the sudden reality. Panic arrives unevenly, a discordant symphony of fear, people speaking at once, then not at all, their voices catching in their throats. Someone swears, a guttural sound. Someone gasps, a sharp intake of breath. Someone laughs again, reflexively, a desperate, high-pitched sound, as if trying to convince themselves it was a joke, a performance, a party trick gone awry. "Tommy," one of the men says, bending down, his voice laced with a raw urgency. "Mate? Mate?" Tommy doesn't respond, his body utterly still. Harriet drops to her knees beside him without thinking, her movements automatic, driven by instinct. Her hands hover over his chest, uncertain, trembling. She has planned for 1,000 crises in her life, meticulously organised every detail, but none of them included this sudden, terrifying helplessness. Julian pushes into the room, his presence changing the air instantly, a wave of authority washing over the chaotic scene. He doesn't shout, he doesn't panic, he simply takes control without announcing it, his voice low and decisive, cutting through the rising hysteria. "Everyone out," he says, his voice a command that leaves no room for argument. Callum straightens, his face pale. "He's fine," he insists, his voice too quick, too loud. "He just needs sleep. He's done this before, honestly. He's just over-celebrated." The insistence sounds rehearsed, even to him, a flimsy excuse, crumbling under the weight of the moment. Julian's gaze flicks to Callum, cold and direct, a stare that silences. "Out," he repeats, his voice like chipped ice. Something in Julian's tone cuts through Callum's bluster like a sharp blade. The other men stumble up, confused, frightened, suddenly aware of themselves as participants in something they don't want to be part of, a grim reality they can no longer deny. They spill into the corridor, muttering, faces pale and drawn, their earlier revelry a distant memory. Harriet stays on the floor, hands shaking now, trying desperately to assess Tommy's breathing, his pulse, anything that might give her a clue. Julian crouches beside her, his movements swift and efficient. "Call an ambulance," Harriet says, her voice tight, barely a whisper. Julian is already doing it, his phone already pressed to his ear. He speaks clearly, his words concise and urgent, giving the address, describing the situation with brutal simplicity. Overdose, unresponsive, breathing uncertain. Wedding guests, needs urgent assistance. His gaze sweeps the room, taking everything in. His voice doesn't waver, a rock in the turbulent sea of fear. Harriet's hands tremble as she tries to position Tommy, to clear space around him, to do something, anything useful. Her mind flickers between practicalities, the frantic search for solutions. Where are the staff? Where is the nearest defibrillator? What do you do when someone is not breathing properly, when their life hangs by a thread? She hears herself talking. Nonsense words, a desperate litany, as if Tommy might be coaxed back by language, by the sheer force of her will. "Tommy," she whispers, her voice raw. "Come on, fight it." Julian ends the call and turns to Harriet, his eyes sharp with concern. "Is he breathing?" "I don't know," Harriet says, and hates herself for the helpless tremor in her voice. Julian leans in, checks, listens, his ear pressed close to Tommy's mouth. His face tightens, a grim mask. Barely. His breath is shallow and ragged. He begins compressions, his body moving with practiced efficiency. Harriet watches his hands, strong and steady, pressing down on Tommy's chest in a precise, urgent rhythm. The movement is rhythmic, controlled, a stark contrast to the chaos swirling around them. It feels unreal, like a rehearsal for a scene no one wanted in the script, a nightmare unfolding in slow motion. The corridor outside fills with murmurs. Doors open. Faces appear. Sleepy, confused, frightened. Someone asks what's happening. Someone answers too loudly. A woman starts crying, then stops, as if embarrassed. Callum stands in the doorway, face pale now, mouth working. He looks as if he wants to be outraged, wants to be the centre of it. But something has finally cut through his haze. His eyes dart to Tommy's body on the floor. "It's nothing," he says again, weakly. "He's fine. He's just—" Julian doesn't look up. "Shut the door," he says to Harriet. Harriet reaches up and pushes it closed with a shaking hand. Minutes stretch. The house that has held laughter and music all day holds this instead. The soft sounds of breathing failing, Julian's instructions and Harriet's whispered counting. The dull thud of footsteps in the corridor, the muffled panic of people outside who don't know what to do with their hands. Then sirens, faint at first, then closer, cutting through the night like an accusation. Harriet feels relief and dread collide in her chest. When the paramedics arrive, the room fills with brisk competence. They kneel, assess, speak in clipped phrases, open bags, pull out equipment. The smell of antiseptic cuts through the stale air. Harriet backs away slightly, hands pressed together, fingers sticky with sweat. Julian steps aside too, giving the professionals space. Isla arrives as they do. She stands at the doorway, dress still perfect, hair still pinned, face unreadable. She looks like a bride on her wedding night who has wandered into the wrong room. Her eyes flick to Tommy on the floor, to the paramedic's hands, to the equipment. She watches silently, as if she is taking in a scene she will later have to explain. Someone says her name, softly. Isla doesn't respond. Harriet watches Isla watching, and feels a sudden sharp anger. Not at Isla, not exactly. At the unreality of it, at how the dress still looks so clean. One of the paramedics speaks quietly to another. A look passes between them. Harriet understands before anyone says it out loud. Tommy is already gone. The paramedics work anyway, because that's what they do. They do not stop because the room wants them to. They do not stop because it is a wedding. They do not stop because people need a different story. They work until they can't justify working anymore. When they finally stand, the room feels impossibly quiet. Harriet presses a hand over her mouth, choking on something she doesn't have language for. Someone in the corridor begins to sob. Someone whispers, "No," over and over, as if repetition might change the outcome. Callum stares at the floor, face blank, then angry, then blank again. His mouth opens, closes. Julian speaks to the paramedics, low and controlled, answering questions. Names, ages, what he took, when he collapsed, who was with him. Harriet can barely follow. Isla remains in the doorway, still as stone. Her face does not change. Her hands hang at her sides. She looks at Julian once, briefly, and Julian's gaze flicks back to her with something like acknowledgement. No comfort or reassurance, just the shared understanding that this cannot be undone. When the paramedics wheel Tommy out, the corridor parts for them like a reluctant sea. The house holds its breath. Then the sirens fade into the distance, taking the last trace of the wedding with them. By the time the sound disappears, the wedding is over in every sense that matters. The flowers are still on the tables downstairs. The cake is still half cut. The candles are still burning in the reception hall, dripping wax onto linen. But the spell has snapped. Harriet stands in the corridor, hands shaking openly now, and looks at the faces around her. Shock, disbelief, surface reactions that don't fit the shape of what has happened. People will try to talk this into something smaller by the morning. They will use phrases like tragic accident. They will say it was just too much drink. They will say no one could have known. But Harriet has been watching all week. She knows this didn't come from nowhere. And in the dim corridor, under the softened lights, with the smell of sweat and perfume and panic still hanging in the air, she feels, with cold certainty, that whatever comes next will not be contained by the word wedding ever again. 20. Morning after the wedding. The house wakes slowly, heavy with the aftermath of celebration and shock. It smells of last night in a way that feels shameful. Stale champagne, warm beer, melted wax, the sweet, tired perfume of flowers that have been handled too much and left without water. Somewhere downstairs, a bin bag rustles as someone clears up. A glass clinks against another glass. The sound is too sharp in the morning quiet, as if the house is wincing. The reception hall looks like a room that has hosted happiness and then been abandoned by it. Half-finished bottles line a side table. Place cards are bent and smudged. The dance floor is scuffed. Someone's heel lies under a chair, orphaned. The cake sits half-cut, icing drying slightly at the edges. Confetti is trapped in corners and along skirting boards, stubborn as glitter. Isla comes down early. She is still dressed in white, but today it's a simple white slip and a robe thrown over it, as if she has decided that changing out of white would be a concession she isn't ready to make. Her hair is down, slightly mussed. Her face is bare, and without the wedding makeup, she looks younger, almost ordinary, which makes the whiteness feel more jarring. She moves into the kitchen with quiet purpose, as though the day is already pressing in on her, and she intends to meet it before it can surprise her. The kettle has been boiled at some point, and the counter is crowded with mugs and plates that were never washed properly last night. Someone has left a half-eaten canapé on a napkin, now curled at the edges like a dead leaf. Isla looks at it for a moment, then picks it up and drops it in the bin without expression. Janet is already there, perched at the kitchen table with a cup of tea held in both hands. She looks tired in a way she won't admit. Her eyes are puffy. Her hair is brushed, but without care. She watches Isla enter and offers a smile that is meant to be comforting. "Morning," Janet says softly. Isla nods. "Morning." The word feels strange. Morning suggests continuity. Morning suggests the day after something ordinary. This morning feels like waking up after a performance and finding the stage still lit. Sebastian is making coffee when Callum appears in the doorway with a glass of water in hand, face grey, tie still hanging loosely around his neck. He says nothing. He doesn't need to. He just sits and lets the awful silence surround them all. confirmation of Tommy's death arrives quietly, without announcement, as though the building itself has been told first and is deciding how to pass the information on. Isla senses it before anyone speaks. A change in atmosphere, a thinning, the subtle withdrawal of sound, as if the walls have leaned back a fraction, holding their breath. Julian is standing near the back door, with his phone pressed to his ear, his body angled away from the kitchen table, voice pitched low. He isn't whispering exactly, but he's careful. Isla watches the set of his shoulders, the rigid line of his spine, the way his hand has stilled against the doorframe, fingers spread flat, as if grounding himself against an unseen tremor. His gaze is fixed on a point just beyond the window, seeing nothing, processing everything. She already knows. The premonition had been a cold, dull ache in her bones since the first distant wail of sirens in the early hours, a sound that has sliced through the muffled late revelry of the wedding reception like a surgeon's scalpel. When Julian ends the call, he doesn't rush back into the room. He takes a moment, breathing out slowly through his nose, a long, deliberate exhalation that seems to carry the weight of the news. Then he turns, his face carefully neutral, yet etched with a weariness that wasn't there an hour ago. "Tommy Hale," he says, his voice steady, almost too steady, "has been confirmed dead." No one speaks. Even the kettle, usually whistling its cheerful tune, seems to quiet. The name hangs there, detached from meaning for a second, a familiar sound, now imbued with a terrible, unfamiliar weight. Then, like a stone dropped into still water, it finds its place, sending ripples of understanding through the room. Emily's hand flies to her mouth, a sharp, instinctive gesture of disbelief. Janet makes a soft, involuntary sound, half gasp, half rebuke, as if she might be able to stop what's coming next if she interrupts quickly enough, if she can somehow rewind the last few seconds. Sebastian swears under his breath, a low, guttural sound, and pushes back from the counter, running a hand through his hair, already pacing, before he seems to realize he's doing it, his movements agitated, restless. "They've told his next of kin," Julian says. He keeps his tone even, almost clinical, factual. "They believe it was a drugs overdose." The words are delivered without inflection, a stark pronouncement that leaves no room for argument. The explanation follows immediately, a grim appendix. Cocaine. Something else mixed with it, something potent and unforgiving. Alcohol on top, a deadly cocktail. A body, young and vibrant just hours before, that simply couldn't process the speed of the night, the sheer volume of toxins. An accident. The word falls like a shroud, swift and efficient. The word settles fast, neat and useful. It arranges itself into a story people recognize, a narrative that fits within the bounds of tragedy, yet offers a degree of distance. A groomsman, a wedding party, uncharacteristic excess. Tragic, yes, undeniably, but comprehensible. It's a story the authorities will understand, the village will whisper, and the family will cling to, for want of anything else. Emily shakes her head sharply, a frantic, almost desperate motion. "No," she says, her voice thin, reedy with denial. "He was fine. He was laughing. Her voice catches, a raw, ragged sound of protest. Janet's hand finds her arm at once, a firm, comforting pressure. "Emily," she murmurs, her own voice laced with a gentle warning. Love, not now. Sebastian stops pacing, his gaze fixed on Julian, sharp and intense. How? He asks, his voice clipped, irritated in a way that doesn't quite match the information, a veneer of frustration covering something deeper, more unsettling. How did this happen? The police are on their way, Julian says, his eyes meeting Sebastian's with a shared, unspoken understanding. They'll want to know how he got it, where it came from. Sebastian exhales loudly, a sound of profound exasperation, and something else, something akin to weary resignation. Jesus Christ! The expletive is less an oath and more a lament. Margaret sits very still at the far end of the kitchen table, a statue of composure amidst the sudden disarray. Her hands are folded neatly in front of her, almost primly. Her expression doesn't change, a mask of practised stoicism. But Isla, ever observant, notices the tightness at the corners of her mouth, the almost imperceptible tremor that ripples through her clasped hands, the way her gaze drops briefly to the polished surface of the table, before lifting again, resolute. Richard leans forward, his lawyer's mind already sifting through the facts, dissecting the implications. "Who was with him?" he asks, his tone precise, methodical. Julian meets his eyes, a flicker of something unreadable passing between them. "There were others there," he says carefully, choosing his words with professional caution. "No one is being accused of anything. They're calling it an accident, as I said." Richard nods once, a curt, decisive movement, already processing the information, building mental frameworks, anticipating questions. Isla says nothing. Her silence is not born of shock, but of a deeper, more profound recognition. She sits at the table with her back straight, hands resting loosely in her lap, face composed, almost serene. She has already worked through the worst of it, emotionally. The sirens, a distant mournful wail that had grown steadily louder, the corridor, hushed and tense, illuminated by the flashing blue light filtering through the stained glass window, the paramedics moving with that quiet, grim efficiency that signals inevitability, a choreography of crisis. The wedding, with all its carefully constructed joy and underlying tensions, had, in a perverse way, trained her for this moment, prepared her to receive disaster without spectacle, to absorb the blow with an outward calm that belied the turmoil within. Harriet stands by the counter, tea going cold in her mug. She watches Isla, waiting for something to surface. A crack, a delayed reaction, anything. Nothing comes. The house absorbs the news unevenly. Emily sinks into a chair, eyes bright and unfocused. Janet fusses, offering tea, then water, then deciding against both. Sebastian mutters about headlines, about what this will look like, about how people will talk. Callum sits with his head in his hands. "Shit," he says quietly, for once without bravado. Isla finally looks at him. Just once. Her gaze is calm, unreadable. Callum drops his eyes first. The police arrive mid-morning. They come in an unmarked car, respectful, unhurried, as though aware they are stepping into something already broken. Harriet meets them at the door automatically, her professional instinct snapping into place, even as her unease deepens. 2 officers, one older, one younger, both polite. They explain why they're there. They apologise for the intrusion. They ask if they can sit. The sitting room feels wrong with authority in it. Wedding flowers still sit in low arrangements along the windowsill. Confetti clings to the rug. A place card is lodged behind the sofa leg, bent but stubborn. Statements are taken one by one, though the questions are careful, non-accusatory. What was Tommy doing? Who was he with? Did anyone notice him unwell earlier in the evening? Was anyone supplying substances? Had anyone intervened? The answers come out rehearsed, though no one has rehearsed them together. He was drinking, yes, but so was everyone. He seemed fine. No one supplied anything. No one thought anything was wrong. Julian answers with precision. He offers nothing extra. Isla notices how he keeps his body still, voice steady, eyes level. Harriet clocks it too, the competence unsettling rather than reassuring. Sebastian grows defensive under questioning, his irritation surfacing in clipped answers. Janet steps in when she can, smoothing edges, laughing awkwardly, reframing things as stress, as celebration gone too far. Emily struggles. Her answers wobble. She repeats herself. Janet squeezes her knee hard enough to hurt. Margaret speaks only when spoken to. Her voice is calm and controlled. But Isla notices the slight delay before each answer, the way Margaret seems to measure the space before she speaks, as though checking it for traps. Richard hovers close to her, answering some questions before they're fully directed, practical to the point of severity. When the officers reach the end of their questions about Tommy, there's a pause, a breath. The younger officer clears her throat. "There is one other matter," she says. "Unrelated, as far as we're aware." Isla feels it before the words are finished. "A woman was found this morning," the officer continues, "near the village lane behind the fields. Also deceased. We suspect foul play." The room stills completely. Not the stunned stillness of shock, but something tighter, held. The officer continues quickly, kindly. "We don't, at this stage, believe the two incidents are connected." Margaret freezes. This time it's unmistakable. Her body locks, spine rigid, hands clenched together in her lap. Colour drains from her face in a way that cannot be disguised. Isla sees it clearly now, the reaction Harriet noticed earlier, sharpened and undeniable. Richard's head lifts. "Where exactly?" he asks. "Which lane?" The officer answers. Isla barely hears it. She is watching Margaret. Emily gasps. "A woman?" she says. "Who was she?" "We're still working on identification," the officer replies. "She was in casual walking gear, so we don't believe she was a guest. Though she is not a local either, apparently. Obviously, we'll need everyone's details. There will be follow-up questions. We're just letting you know out of courtesy." Emily's voice rises, raw. "So she just died out there while we were—" Janet cuts in immediately. "Emily," she says, soft but firm, "please." The silence that follows is thick, uncomfortable, a suffocating blanket drawn over the morning's raw edges. Julian registers the shape of the morning instantly, his mind clicking through possibilities. 2 deaths, 2 narratives forming, one neat and tragically straightforward, already being whispered as a sad accident, the other loose, inconvenient, unplaceable, a jagged shard of truth that refuses to fit. He watches closely, observing who relaxes and who doesn't, noting the subtle shifts in posture and gaze. Sebastian laughs, a sharp bark of sound that lands badly in the heavy air. "Jesus," he says, his voice too loud, too brittle. "This wedding must be cursed, truly cursed." Isla turns to him, her eyes like chips of ice. "Stop," she says, the single word cutting through the tension. Her voice is even, devoid of emotion, but there is no mistaking the absolute authority in it. Sebastian looks at her, startled, his flippant remark dying on his lips, then looks away, chastened but clearly resentful, a dark cloud gathering in his expression. The officers wrap up quickly after that, their movements efficient, their faces carefully neutral. Condolences are offered, sounding hollow and perfunctory. Contact details exchanged, crisp cards passed between numb fingers. Promises to follow up if needed, a bureaucratic formality in the face of such raw shock. When the door closes behind them, the room exhales unevenly, a collective, ragged sigh of relief and lingering dread. People move instinctively, drawn back into familiar formations, seeking the comfort of routine. Janet, ever practical, steers a pale and trembling Emily into the kitchen, murmuring reassurances. Sebastian, ever self-indulgent, reaches for a bottle, but is stopped by Isla with a single withering look. He puts the bottle down with a clink, muttering under his breath, defeated, but not entirely compliant. Harriet remains by the doorway, a statue of professional composure finally crumbling. She stares at the empty space the officers have left behind, her usual meticulous control visibly slipping. This is no longer something she can manage with schedules and contingency plans. It is chaos, an unforeseen rupture in the fabric of her carefully constructed world. She looks at Isla again, a silent appeal, searching for guidance, for an anchor in the storm. Isla does not give her anything, her face an unreadable mask. Instead, Isla stands and smooths the front of her silk robe, a gesture so composed, so utterly detached, it borders on surreal, a deliberate act of defiance against the encroaching disorder. "We should eat something," Isla says calmly, her voice steady as a rock in a turbulent sea. It is absurd, of course, a ridiculous suggestion in the face of such tragedy. And yet, people respond immediately, a collective sigh of relief at the simple instruction. They are grateful for direction, for anything that might impose order on the unravelling. Cups are lifted, plates are fetched, the mundane machinery of normality creaks back into motion, a fragile attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness. From the sitting-room window, the village lane remains just out of sight, a quiet path that now holds unspeakable secrets. Whatever happened there has already entered the house, seeping through its ancient stones. It has threaded itself irrevocably through the wedding, through the fragile promise of the marriage, through the lives of the people Isla believed she could place and manage, each one a carefully catalogued piece in her grand design. For the first time since arriving, Isla feels something she cannot correct with planning or restraint, a cold dread seeping into her core. The chilling sense that the story has begun to move without her permission, a narrative untethered from her control. And this time, she is not the one arranging how it will be remembered. She is merely a character in a drama she did not write. 21. Later that morning. Harriet returns from a run into the village with a look of concern and a bag of fresh bread and supplies. She is usually composed, in the way of someone trained to hold other people's chaos. Even when she's worried, she carries it neatly. Right now, her composure is off, as if she has been out in bad weather and hasn't fully dried. Her cheeks are pink from cold air. Her hair is pulled back quickly rather than carefully. She has her phone in her hand, thumb hovering over the screen, as if she's been reading messages she doesn't want to repeat aloud. She looks at Isla, then at Janet, then at Callum, and something flickers across her face. Harriet's gaze holds Isla's for a beat, then slips away. Julian appears a moment later, moving into the kitchen with his usual quiet steadiness. He looks tired, but alert. His shirt is fresh. His face is calm. He nods at Isla, then at Harriet, eyes narrowing slightly as he registers her unease. "What is it?" Julian asks. Harriet's throat works. She takes a breath. "I've been into the village. There's talk," she says. "Talk?" Callum repeats, already irritated. "Christ! Every village loves talk." Isla glares at him, and he quietens. Harriet continues, keeping her voice low, as if the walls might carry it. "They found the woman on the lane behind the fields," she says. "The one that runs past the hedgerow, near the old gate. They're already talking about how it connects to the house, across the back fields." Isla's hand tightens around her mug. "Don't be ridiculous," Sebastian's voice says from the doorway. He has entered without anyone noticing, hair damp, wearing a fresh shirt. He looks irritated, as if he's waking into inconvenience rather than horror. "Ridiculous," Sebastian repeats, scoffing. "It's got nothing to do with this house." Harriet's expression stays calm, but her eyes are tight. That's what they're saying. Sebastian shakes his head. "Village gossip," he says. Callum snorts. "Unless it's someone else who couldn't handle the wedding." He grins at his own joke, then stops when Janet's stare hits him again. He looks away, muttering. Isla remains very still. Something cold and clear settles over her, a feeling she recognises from other moments in her life when things have threatened to veer off script. It is the sensation of the ground shifting beneath your feet, while your face remains composed. The sense that the world has introduced an unscheduled element and is waiting to see how you'll respond, how you'll adapt to this unexpected disruption. "All they're saying is that it was a woman," Harriet says quietly, as if adding detail makes it easier to hold the unsettling news. "And she's definitely not local." Janet makes a small sound, half gasp, half swallowed word. Emily appears in the doorway then, hair loose, face pale, drawn by the urgent, hushed tone of the conversation. She steps into the kitchen and looks from face to face, alarm rising visibly in her features. "What's happened?" Harriet repeats it, briefly, the stark facts hanging in the air. Emily's eyes widen. "A woman? Who?" "No one knows," Harriet says, her voice barely a whisper. Emily shakes her head sharply, a ripple of disbelief crossing her face. "Someone must know. If she's not local, why would she be here? They don't think she's one of our guests, do they?" The question hangs, heavy and unanswered. The absence of information begins to feel deliberate, a purposeful void. Isla looks at Harriet with a calm that is almost unnerving, a practiced composure. "It must be a mistake," Isla says, "or an unfortunate coincidence." Her voice is steady, a carefully constructed facade. She chooses each word carefully, as if placing stones in a precarious path. This is important. The wedding cannot be further contaminated by something outside it, by anything so dark. The wedding has already been punctured once, by Tommy and the ambulance, the sirens fading into the night. Isla has been holding that shock at arm's length, keeping it contained, trying not to let it touch the rest of the story, the carefully curated narrative of their perfect day. Now, this new, unwelcome intrusion. Sebastian scoffs again, a dismissive sound. "It's a coincidence," he says. "Honestly. People in villages like this put 2 and 2 together and make 15. Margaret enters quietly, almost silently, and stops at the edge of the kitchen, a sombre figure. She has dressed now, in navy trousers, a pale blouse. Her hair is neat, pulled back from her face. She looks like she's going to a formal meeting rather than waking up after her son's wedding, a night of celebration. But when she hears their conversation, when she hears the words Lane and woman, there's a subtle shift in her demeanour. Margaret goes very still. Her face remains composed, a mask of control, but the stillness in her body is sudden and absolute, like an animal freezing when it senses danger, every muscle tensed, every breath held. Isla notices it immediately, a flicker of recognition in her sharp gaze. Richard comes in behind her, face flushed, eyes alert, his presence radiating a sense of urgency. He looks at Harriet and speaks in a practical tone that cuts through the emotional haze, anchoring them in reality. "Have they identified her yet?" Richard asks, his voice firm. "Who found her?" Harriet looks at him, surprised by the specificity of his questions, the sudden demand for facts. "I don't know," she admits, her voice faltering slightly. "It was fragments, people talking, whispers in the village." Richard's jaw tightens. He nods once, as if he already expected this lack of concrete information, then turns towards Margaret, his gaze intense. "I'd like to know what's really happening," he says low, an undercurrent of command in his voice. Margaret doesn't respond, her silence profound. Her eyes have drifted towards the window, towards the lane beyond the gates, as if she can see straight through hedges and fields, past the familiar landscape, to the precise place Harriet described, a place only she might recognize. She puts her hand to the window. Emily looks at Margaret, confused, a dawning suspicion in her eyes. "Do you know something about her?" Emily asks before she can stop herself, the question bursting forth unbidden. Isla turns her head slightly, gaze sharpening, missing nothing. Janet laughs too quickly, a brittle, forced sound. "Of course she doesn't," she says brightly, as if Emily's question is utterly silly, preposterous even. "She's as shocked as the rest of us. Darling, don't be ridiculous." Emily flushes, embarrassed by the reprimand, but she doesn't look away.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
Eyes are wide, searching Margaret's face for any sign of recognition, any hint of a secret. Julian steps in quietly, his voice calm, a steadying presence amidst the rising tension. But his attention sharpens, moving between faces, meticulously registering reactions and unspoken cues. "Everyone should stay inside for now," Julian says, his tone firm, an unexpected command, "until we know more." Sebastian rolls his eyes, a theatrical gesture of exasperation. "Oh, for God's sake!" Julian looks at him, not confrontational, just firm. "Until we know more," he repeats, "and the police have finished their inquiries." Something in Julian's tone shuts Sebastian up. Not fully, but enough. By late morning, police cars are visible beyond the gates. The first sight of the blue lights feels like an intrusion, the official world pressing into the private bubble Isla has tried to hold around this house. Cars pull up on the lane outside, tyres crunching. 2 officers approach the gate, uniforms crisp, faces neutral. Harriet moves automatically into hostess mode. She meets them at the entrance, polite, composed, voice steady, despite the tremor Isla can see in her hands. The officers are courteous. They ask questions in soft tones, as if they know they're walking into a house full of fragile people. They request names. They ask who was out last night. They ask if anyone noticed anything unusual. They ask, politely, whether anyone recognizes the woman. They show a photograph of her, now cleaned up and on a slab. No one at the house claims to know her. The answers are neat and uniform. Isla stands in the sitting room with her arms folded, watching the exchange from a distance. She keeps her expression calm. She speaks when spoken to, voice steady, offering nothing beyond what is asked. No, we didn't see anyone. No, we don't know her." Sebastian plays irritated, offended by the implication that their wedding might be connected to something ugly. Callum tries to look innocent, then bored, then offended again. Janet hovers behind Isla, face tight, offering sympathetic smiles to the officers, as if charm might smooth the moment. Margaret says very little. When she does speak, her voice is measured, careful. "No," she says, and the word sounds like it has been practiced. Richard answers practical questions, almost too quickly, as if the faster he gives information, the sooner the officers will leave. Julian watches everything with quiet intensity, eyes flicking between faces, between the officers' gestures, between Harriet's tense posture and Margaret's stillness. Harriet feels the shift in the house. This is no longer just a wedding disrupted. Something heavier has arrived, and it has no interest in being managed. Harriet can see it in the officers' calm professionalism, in the way they don't react to the wedding decorations still present, to the half-cut cake, to the floral arrangements wilting in corners. They are here for something that doesn't care about aesthetics. When the officers finally leave, the house exhales unevenly. Their car rolls away down the lane, blue lights off. For a moment, the lane outside the gate looks empty again, as if the house has been given permission to return to pretending. But the permission doesn't hold. Isla stands at the window, watching the lane. She looks out at the hedges, at the thin strip of road beyond, at the faint movement of leaves in the breeze. The wedding is over. The house no longer feels sealed off. The gates feel symbolic now, not protective. Whatever has entered this place will not leave quietly. Isla keeps her face calm as she watches.
But inside her, the cold clarity remains. A woman, not local, found on a lane behind the fields. Police at the gates. A story is forming, whether Isla likes it or not. And Isla, who has spent so long arranging how things will be remembered, understands with a sinking certainty that from this point on, memory will not belong to her. 22. Later the same day. The police are gone. Their official cars vanished from the gravel drive. But the house does not recover. It remains suspended in a state of uneasy limbo, a place where joy was promised and tragedy delivered. Their presence lingers in the air like something metallic, faint but unmistakable, a ghost of authority threading itself through the rooms no matter how many doors are opened or windows unlatched to air out the gloom. Isla notices it most clearly in the way people speak, once they believe it is safe to do so again. Voices return cautiously, testing volume, testing tone, each conversation beginning a fraction too brightly, a forced cheerfulness, then recalibrating when no one quite meets it, the fragile facade of normalcy threatening to crack. The wedding detritus has been half cleared, a haphazard attempt at erasing the recent past. Flowers are still arranged, though some have been moved, repositioned, as if tidiness might restore meaning, might somehow rewind the clock. Chairs have been pushed back into place, forming neat, empty rows. A tablecloth has been changed, its fresh linen stark against the lingering sense of disarray. The house looks like it is attempting, with a desperate futility, to present itself as functional, domestic, normal, a stage set after the play has gone horribly wrong. Isla moves through it steadily, a beacon of calm she does not feel, offering reassurances that taste like ash in her mouth. She tells Janet that things will settle once people have eaten, a mantra she hopes will become true. She tells Sebastian that the village will calm down when the police leave, a hollow promise against the tide of gossip. She tells Harriet that the staff handled themselves well, that everything was contained, a lie she repeats to herself as much as to others. The word contained appears more than once, used deliberately, firmly, as if merely naming it might make it true, might somehow seal the breach. Inside, she feels hollowed out rather than shaken, a peculiar emptiness. The sensation is not panic, but something colder, more profound. The recognition that the event she worked so hard to shape, to control, has been irrevocably breached by a story she did not author and cannot revise, a narrative that has taken on a life of its own. Margaret withdraws to the drawing-room mid-afternoon without announcement, a silent retreat from the unravelling world. She closes the door behind her with careful finality. Not a slam of anger, not a flourish of drama, simply a decision, a quiet drawing of a line in the sand, a declaration of her own private grief. Isla notices immediately. She always notices when people remove themselves with intention. The withdrawal reads as an admission, whether Margaret means it that way or not. Richard follows her a few minutes later. He does not knock. He slips into the room and closes the door behind him. From the corridor, their voices are audible but indistinct. Low and controlled, they speak as though emotion is something that might escalate if allowed too much space. Isla pauses outside briefly, then continues down the corridor. She does not need to hear what they are saying to understand the shape of it. There is no comfort in Margaret and Richard's marriage. There is alignment, yes, strategy, shared vigilance, but not warmth, even now. Especially now. In the kitchen, Sebastian is pacing. He has changed his shirt again. He looks marginally more presentable, which does nothing to disguise the agitation underneath. He runs a hand through his hair repeatedly, then stops when he realizes Isla is watching him. "We should consider postponing the rest of the celebrations," he says. "The honeymoon." He frames it carefully. He always does. Sensitivity, respect, optics. "People are shaken," he continues. "It might look wrong." Isla hears what he is not saying, that the wedding no longer feels like a triumph, that it has been overshadowed, that control has slipped. She reacts more sharply than she intends. "No," she says. The word lands hard in the room. Final. Sebastian blinks. "Isla, no," she repeats. "There is no reason to cancel anything. What happened was tragic, but it was not connected to us. Tommy was foolish. It could have happened anywhere. And this woman, she's just a coincidence." The word coincidence is used again. Firmly. Deliberately. Sebastian exhales, frustration flickering across his face. "2 deaths in less than 12 hours, he says. "You don't think that seems—" "I think," Isla interrupts, voice cool, "that if we change our plans now, we give it meaning it doesn't deserve." The sentence surprises them both. Janet, who has been hovering nearby, steps in immediately. "She's right," she says, smoothing the moment with practiced ease. "Jumping to conclusions helps no one. We don't know anything about this woman, and apart from where they found her, she's nothing to do with us." She places herself physically between them, without making it obvious. A small shift. A mother's instinct. Sebastian looks at Janet, then back at Isla. Something like resentment flashes across his face before he reins it in. Emily, sitting at the far end of the table, watches the exchange closely. She has been quiet since the police left, too quiet. She senses the imbalance, even if she cannot yet articulate it. The insistence, the way certain words are being chosen carefully and others avoided entirely. Callum appears in the doorway with a glass in his hand. Even with everything that's gone on, it is too early for it to be excusable. He knows that. The defiance is deliberate. He leans against the frame, restless energy radiating from him. He laughs once, a sound that does not invite response. "Well," he says, "that escalated quickly." Julian, who has been standing near the back door, moves almost immediately. "Come on," he says mildly, placing a hand at Callum's elbow. "Let's get some air." Callum bristles for a second, then allows himself to be steered outside, the movement framed as casual rather than corrective. Isla watches them go, noting the way Julian's grip tightens just enough to be felt. In the garden, Callum's voice carries briefly, then fades. Harriet finds Isla in the side room not long after. She closes the door carefully behind her, not wanting to be overheard. The gesture alone signals that this is not a routine check-in. "Are you all right?" Harriet asks. The question is simple, unadorned. It carries no agenda. Isla hesitates for half a second too long. "I'm fine," she says, then corrects herself, "as well as can be expected." Harriet nods, accepting the answer without believing it. "If you want," she continues, choosing her words with care. "I can speak to the police again. Clarify anything. Make sure—" "No," Isla says, too quickly. The speed of the response is its own answer. Harriet clocks it immediately, but does not press. She has learned when pressing will harden rather than open. "All right," she says quietly. The concern remains, unsatisfied. Later, Emily corners Isla near the stairs. Her face is pale, her voice unsteady. "Do you think—" she begins, then stops. "Do you think it's all a bad omen?" The question lands badly. Isla feels it like a slap, sharp and unexpected. "No," Isla says, cool and immediate. "That's not up for discussion." Emily flushes. "I didn't mean—" "I know what you meant," Isla says. Her tone is not unkind, but it is final. "The wedding was perfect." Emily nods, chastened. "I'm sorry." Isla does not respond. 23. Later the same day. The house has grown quiet in the way it does after something breaks. Not peaceful or settled, but a hush that feels held in place, as if everyone is listening for the next sound that might confirm what they already fear. People have drifted to their rooms. Even Callum has gone silent somewhere upstairs, his energy briefly exhausted by the consequences of his actions. From the back corridor, the drawing-room door looks the same as it always has. Painted wood, brass handle, a faint sheen where hands have touched it over the years. The normality of it is almost insulting. Inside, voices move low and controlled, not raised, not trembling, not the soft, broken cadence of grief. Isla hears Margaret's voice once, clipped and precise, and then Richard's, more urgent, but still contained. Their tone is not mourning. It is calibration. It is two people aligning their version of events. Strategy. Isla passes the door twice without stopping. She has no reason to be there. She has no right. And yet, the door feels like the centre of the house now, the place where the true ceremony is being held, not the one with flowers and vows, but the one with terms and conditions. Harriet is in the kitchen, speaking quietly to staff. Julian is outside in the garden, moving along the terrace, as if checking something, although there is nothing left to check. The day has already happened. The machinery is coasting now, grinding forward on habit. Isla walks the corridor slowly, her bare feet silent on the rug. The house smells faintly of polish and old flowers. Somewhere a radiator clicks. A tap drips with annoying steadiness. Ordinary sounds, insisting on their place in the world. When the drawing-room door finally opens, Isla is at the far end of the corridor, close enough to see, but far enough to pretend she wasn't listening. Richard steps out first, his posture taut, face set. He looks as though he has been holding his breath. He doesn't look at Isla. He walks straight down the corridor and turns towards the back door without hesitation, as if he has a task to attend to. Margaret follows more slowly. She closes the door behind her with careful precision and stands for a moment in the corridor, one hand resting lightly on the handle. She looks older now. Not dramatically, but as if a layer has been peeled away. Her face is still composed, but the lines are deeper, and there is a dryness around her mouth that suggests she has been speaking for too long without water. Her eyes lift and land on Isla. For a beat, they simply look at each other. Isla holds her posture steady, shoulders back, chin level. She gives Margaret nothing in advance. If Margaret wants something, she will have to ask for it. Margaret walks towards her, steps measured, and stops at a polite distance. Close enough to be intimate, far enough to remain formal. Isla, Margaret says. Margaret. Margaret's eyes flick over Isla's face, as if checking for visible damage. Then, with the same controlled calm she used with the police, she smiles. Thank you for your composure. The words land oddly, because they are not quite gratitude. They are assessment and approval, a small stamp of competence, as if Isla's calm has been a service rendered to the family, to the situation, to Margaret herself. Isla understands exactly what is being asked of her. Margaret's words were not a request for comfort or for connection. They were a request for continued performance, continued restraint. A promise that Isla will not turn this into something messy, public, emotional. That she will not force truth into the light when everyone else is working to keep it in shadow. Isla nods once. Of course. Margaret's mouth tightens slightly, as if relieved. Her gaze shifts past Isla briefly, towards the staircase, towards the rest of the house, as though checking whether anyone is near enough to overhear. Then she says, quietly, "It will be spoken about, in good time." It isn't a question. It isn't even a statement. It's a warning, shaped into a fact. Isla meets her eyes. Yes. Margaret watches her for another second, then inclines her head and walks away. The exchange finished, the contract implied. Isla remains in the corridor, feeling the aftertaste of it settle in her mouth. The strangest thing is that Margaret hasn't asked her to lie, not explicitly. She hasn't had to, because all Isla knows is that there is a truth. She just doesn't know what it is yet. Harriet finds Isla in the back corridor not long after, moving with the same professional quiet she has maintained all week. But there is a change in her now. Less caution, less softness. The day has pushed her past politeness. She closes the door to the small side room they used earlier for schedules and last-minute fixes. It's a room that still smells faintly of paper and printer ink and Harriet's hand cream, stubbornly normal scents. Harriet faces Isla fully. "You're not in any trouble," Harriet says, because she has to start somewhere, and that is the language people understand. No one is accusing you of anything. Isla doesn't speak. She watches Harriet with the calm of someone who has already decided how the conversation will end. Harriet takes a breath. "But 2 deaths in 24 hours is not nothing," she says, more directly this time. "Tommy, and the woman, that isn't normal." Isla meets her gaze. She says nothing. Harriet's expression tightens. "I've worked hundreds of weddings," she continues. "I've seen fights, affairs, breakdowns, cancellations, ambulances. I've never seen this." Isla remains still. Harriet's voice drops slightly. "If there is something you haven't said, something you think you can handle privately, you can't. Not with police already at the gates. Not with everyone watching the lane. People talk. Villages talk. The truth will come out." Isla's face does not change. but something in her eyes sharpens. Harriet stops, waiting for a response that never comes. Isla has learned, over years, that silence is often mistaken for agreement, and sometimes that is useful. Harriet exhales, frustration flickering across her face. She looks at Isla as if trying to see past the composure, as if trying to find the girl beneath the bride, the person beneath the role. But Isla does not let her. Harriet finally says, quietly, "All right," and steps back. The concern remains, unsatisfied. Outside, Julian is in the garden. The light is beginning to thin, evening pressing gently against the hedges. The grass looks darker now, the shadows longer. Julian stands near the terrace wall, hands in his pockets, gaze fixed towards the gates, not watching the road exactly, but watching the idea of it. He sees Harriet step out of the side room. He sees her face, the tension in it. He sees Isla follow a moment later, composed and unreadable as ever. Julian doesn't move, but Isla can feel his attention. She looks at him, briefly. He gives her nothing. No reassurance, no question, just a steady look that acknowledges the fact of what is happening around them. Julian understands the alignment that matters most now. Not Harriet's concern, not Sebastian's irritation, not Emily's horror, not Janet's frantic smoothing. It's the alignment between the people who will keep quiet. Richard emerges into the garden then, stepping out through the back door as if he's been looking for Julian. His face is set. He walks straight over, posture stiff, but controlled. Isla watches them from the edge of the terrace, distant enough not to intrude, close enough to read the shape of it. Richard stops in front of Julian and says, "Thank you." Julian's expression doesn't change. "For what?" "For your discretion," Richard says. "Last night, this morning, for handling things properly." Julian holds his gaze for a moment, then nods once. "Of course." The exchange is short, but Isla feels its significance like a weight, a heavy stone settling deep within her. This is the real conversation of the day, the one that truly matters. Not the one with condolences and tea, murmured sympathies that felt hollow. Not the one with Janet whispering to Emily, telling her to calm down, to maintain appearances. Not the one with Sebastian sulking because his meticulously planned wedding has been inconveniently marred by tragedy. This is the conversation where roles are confirmed, allegiances solidified, and unspoken expectations made crystal clear. Reliable, discreet, useful. These are the qualities that define her position now. Richard turns away and walks back towards the house, the gratitude delivered, the expectation established, a silent pact sealed between them. Julian remains where he is, his gaze returning to the quiet lane beyond the ornate gates, a thoughtful, almost distant expression on his face. Harriet has disappeared inside again, likely to make another urgent call, to rearrange a critical timeline, to manage staff departures with a firm hand, to contain what can still be contained within the family's carefully constructed world. Harriet will keep doing her job, because that is intrinsically what she does, even now, even when the job itself has changed shape into something far darker and more complex. Isla goes to the sitting-room window, drawn to its silent vigil. It has become her position of choice today, a sanctuary. The place where she can look out without being seen as restless or intrusive. The window frames the lane beyond the thick hedges, a narrow strip of asphalt and gravel visible between the dense green leaves. It looks utterly innocuous, a typical country lane, gravel crunching underfoot, mud at the edges from recent rain, a weathered wooden gate. Beyond, endless rolling fields stretching to the horizon. It is hard to believe that something so terrible happened there. Hard to believe that a woman's body lay somewhere just behind that hedgerow, discovered by a stranger, and then folded into village gossip like a new, unsettling ingredient in an old recipe. But the flashing blue lights of the police cars were real. The probing questions were real. Margaret's profound, unnerving stillness was undeniably real. Isla watches the lane as evening slowly falls, the light fading to a soft grey, acutely aware that whatever truly happened there has already been irrevocably folded into the fabric of the week, becoming part of their collective story. The wedding, she thinks, with a faint, bitter taste, will be remembered as beautiful, picture-perfect. People will say the flowers were stunning, a riot of carefully chosen blooms. The food was excellent, a feast for the senses. The vows were moving, tear-jerking in their sincerity. Isla looked radiant, a vision in white. Sebastian looked proud, every inch the dashing groom. The house was perfect, a stately backdrop, the village charming, an idyllic setting. They will also say, in quieter, more hushed voices, that it was such a shame about Tommy, such a tragedy, such a waste of young life. They will shake their heads, cluck their tongues in performative sympathy, and then, inevitably, move on to other, less disturbing topics. And the woman in the lane, the stranger whose life ended so abruptly on exactly the same night, that will be explained away, smoothed over with convenient fictions, not as truth, necessarily, but as a palatable narrative, a story that fits. Not connected to the wedding party, the police had assured them. An unfortunate coincidence. Terrible, terrible timing for such an event. The words are already being laid down like sturdy planks of wood over a gaping dark hole, concealing what lies beneath. Isla understands, then, with a chilling clarity that makes her stomach go cold, that silence is not merely an absence of sound or words. It is active participation, a conscious choice. It is choosing which version of events survives, which narrative gains traction and becomes accepted fact. It is agreeing, without uttering a single word, to let certain uncomfortable things be smoothed over, to let certain crucial questions remain unasked, to let discomfort settle into a convenient story, rather than escalating into a messy, inconvenient confrontation. Isla stands at the window and watches the lane disappear into the encroaching darkness. She thinks of Margaret's polite, distant thanks, her composure a finely honed service. She thinks of Harriet's blunt, unyielding directness. 2 deaths are not nothing. They demand a response, a cover-up. She thinks of Richard thanking Julian for his discretion, as if the entire day has been a carefully orchestrated test that Julian passed with flying colours. She thinks, briefly, of Emily's innocent, horrified face when she asked about the woman. The genuine horror, unpractised, the kind that still believes adults tell the truth when something truly terrible is wrong. Isla turns away from the window, the tableau of the quiet lane now a blur in her mind. She walks upstairs slowly, her feet soft, and almost soundless on the plush carpet, and closes her bedroom door behind her with a gentle click. She sits on the very edge of the bed, the mattress sighing softly under her weight, and looks at her engagement ring, glinting in the dim light. Then she slides it off her finger, the cool metal a familiar weight, and places it carefully on the bedside table, a silent sentinel. The gesture is small, almost imperceptible, quiet and decisive, a private moment of acknowledgement and a silent rebellion. Silence is a choice, Isla thinks, the words echoing in the quiet room. And she chooses it. Not because she doesn't understand the profound, far-reaching cost of such a choice. Because she does. She understands it perfectly. 24. 2 days after the wedding. By the second morning after the wedding, the house has learned how to behave in this new reality. Not gracefully, or even honestly. It behaves the way a family behaves in a waiting room, full of lowered voices, careful movements, eyes that slide away from anything too direct. The rooms are still half-dressed for celebration, as if the place itself refuses to accept the event is finished. Flowers sit in squat vases on sideboards, their heads beginning to dip. Confetti has migrated into corners and along skirting boards, glittering faintly whenever light catches it, stubborn as a grudge. The cake has been moved to the butler's pantry, boxed up like evidence, the icing beginning to sweat in the colder air. The group eats breakfast as if they are doing something slightly wrong. The breakfast room is bright with morning light, all pale sky and a thin sun that offers illumination without warmth. The long table feels too long now. Too many chairs, too much space between people's elbows. Isla sits at the head out of habit rather than entitlement, though the effect is the same. She has swapped wedding white for a pale blue jumper, the colour chosen carefully, soft enough to read as fragile, composed enough to read as unbothered. Her hair is brushed, her face is calm. Her plate is mostly untouched, not for drama, nor for attention, simply because hunger feels like something that belongs to another life. Janet talks about the coffee, and the fact that the coffee machine in a house like this should not be making noises like a lorry reversing. She smiles as she says it, making a small joke out of annoyance. It is an attempt at normality, and it lands with a polite, thin laughter from Harriet, who is passing through with her phone in hand, and a look that suggests she has been awake for hours. Emily smiles too, but her eyes stay fixed on the window for a moment longer than they need to. She looks as if she is listening for something outside. Sebastian is on his phone. He's not even pretending otherwise. Thumb scrolling, jaw tense, the restless energy of a man who wants the story to be over and cannot bear that it is still unfolding. He speaks only to ask whether anyone has seen the charger for his laptop. When no one answers quickly, he sighs as if they are failing him deliberately. Margaret eats almost nothing. A slice of toast, cut into precise rectangles, butter spread thinly, a few sips of tea. Richard eats quickly, efficiently, the way he did when Isla first met him, finishing a plate as if clearing it removes the obligation to sit here any longer. He asks Janet what time they are leaving. Janet says, soon, and then immediately begins talking about something else. Callum is laid down. He comes in through the back door with a gust of cold air behind him, cheeks red, hair damp, as if he's washed it under a tap and run out before it could dry. His coat isn't buttoned properly. He smells faintly of smoke and mint. He pours himself coffee without asking, hands shaking just enough to be seen if you're looking. Isla watches him over the rim of her cup. Callum avoids her eyes. He drops into a chair with more force than necessary and begins tapping his foot against the table leg. Janet sees the foot. She does not comment. Harriet pauses in the doorway, taking in the scene as if it's an arrangement she didn't choose, but must now manage. She says she's going to make a few calls. She says it lightly. Her mouth doesn't match the tone. When the police return mid-morning, they arrive with the quiet confidence of people who know they will be let in. No sirens, no drama. An unmarked car that pulls up beyond the gates, tyres crunching gravel, doors opening with a soft thud. 2 officers walk up the path. Different faces from yesterday, though the manner is the same, polite, measured, aware of the social theatre they are stepping into. Isla meets them in the hall before Harriet can. "Of course," she says, when they ask if they may speak to the household. Her voice is steady, pleasant, a hostess voice, as if the house has simply received an unexpected delivery. They choose the sitting room. It looks ridiculous, Isla thinks, staged for comfort while asking questions that make comfort impossible. The flowers are still there, arranged on the mantel, beginning to brown at the edges. A stack of thank you cards sits on a side table, blank and accusing. They sit in a loose cluster. Isla in an armchair, hands folded in her lap. Sebastian leaning against the fireplace with arms crossed. Janet perched on the sofa, spine straight. Emily near the window, as if she needs the option of escape. Margaret and Richard sit side by side, not touching. Callum hovers near the doorway, refusing a seat. Harriet stands slightly back, phone face down in her palm. Julian stands in the corner, quiet, watchful, present without claiming centre. The older officer explains the visitors' routine. They are following up. They are asking if anyone recalls seeing a woman near the house or in the village in the days before the wedding. Did anyone notice anyone unfamiliar on the lane? Did anyone speak to a stranger? Did any guest mention meeting someone local? The questions are gentle. The room is not. Isla answers first. She does it well. She keeps her language plain and unremarkable, offering nothing that could be mistaken for narrative. No, she didn't see anyone. Yes, deliveries came. Yes, staff were present. No, nothing stood out. She speaks in the same calm rhythm she used in her vows. She has practiced calm for years. Sebastian's irritation flickers when he's addressed. He says no. He adds, "We were rather busy," as if the word busy should excuse them from the world. The officer nods, as if it does. Janet's answers are smoothed into politeness. She says, "I'm afraid not," and "How awful," with the same breath. She tries to make sympathy do the work of information. Emily looks as if she wants to say more than she has. She shakes her head, then repeats the question back, almost. "No, I didn't see anyone," she says. But her voice wavers. She feels the weight of what they are pretending not to feel. Margaret is still, hands folded, fingers interlaced. When she speaks, it is factual and minimal. No. Nothing else. No filler. No softening. Richard mirrors her. direct and measured, answering without hesitation and without elaboration. Callum is asked last. He shrugs and says he doesn't remember much. He tries to smile. It looks painful. Julian answers when he is addressed, brief and tidy. Harriet offers nothing beyond confirming staff lists and arrival times. The officers take notes, nod, thank them. They do not accuse. They do not interrogate. That is what makes it worse. Politeness allows everyone to remain presentable. When the officers leave, the house exhales unevenly, like a body that has been holding its breath without noticing. Emily follows Isla into the corridor almost immediately. "They didn't seem very interested," she says. Her voice is low, urgent. "In any of us." Isla keeps walking, forcing Emily to walk with her. "Why would they be?" Isla says, as if the question is foolish. Emily frowns. "Because she was found right there, near us. And Tommy was careless, but it was an accident," Isla interrupts. Calm, controlled. Rumours move quickly. If they thought we mattered to this, they'd be asking different questions. The explanation feels thin, even as Isla hears herself speak it. She feels the gap between the words and what they cannot cover. Emily hears it too. That is why she doesn't let go. "But don't you think it's strange?" Emily presses. Isla stops in the corridor and turns. "I think," she says, with quiet finality, "that the past 2 days have already taken enough from me." Emily flushes. Her mouth opens, closes. She nods too quickly. "I'm sorry," she says, and steps back as if she's been pushed, though Isla hasn't touched her. Isla turns away. The conversation is over because Isla says it is. Later, Callum comes back from the village again, and this time everyone notices. He enters through the kitchen, shoulders tight, eyes darting. Margaret looks up from the sink, where she is rinsing a mug. "Where have you been?" she asks, before she can stop herself. "Out," Callum snaps. The word is sharp enough to cut. Margaret's face tightens. A beat passes. Too long. "Sorry," Callum says at once. Too fast, too bright. "Sorry, I just needed air." His hand goes to his pocket. He checks his phone. He checks it again. He looks towards the back door as if he might leave a third time. Julian notices the rhythm of it, the agitation and the defensiveness. He does not react. He does not ask why. He simply files it away, the way he has been filing everything away since the first dinner, since Callum's volume began to swell and nobody stopped him. Julian has learned that evidence comes in drips, not floods. Harriet disappears for an hour in the afternoon. When she returns, her cheeks are flushed from cold, hair slightly windblown. Isla finds her at the back door, pulling off her coat. Harriet looks as if she has seen something she cannot unsee, and the worst of it is that what she saw was ordinary. "I walked the lane," Harriet says, as if confessing. Isla does not ask why. She already knows why. Harriet continues anyway, voice low. "There's still a bit of tape," she says. "Not much, just a strip caught on the hedge. It's like the place is trying to pretend it never happened." Isla looks at Harriet's face. "It did happen," she says. Harriet nods. "That's what unsettles me," she says. "How quickly everything looks normal again." Normal is a word they've been trying to use like a plaster. Harriet says it like an accusation. Sebastian grows more impatient as the day goes on. He brings up London again at lunch, then again after lunch, then again in the late afternoon, when he catches Isla alone near the stairs. He talks about work, about meetings, about how long they have already been away. He frames it as practical necessity, but Isla hears the relief beneath it. She hears the desire to outrun whatever is pressing against the house. "We should still go tomorrow," Sebastian says. Isla studies his face. He looks pale, tired, irritated. There is a brittle edge to him now, as if the week has scraped him down to something less charming than he meant to be, revealing a raw nerve underneath. "We can," Isla says, her voice measured, betraying none of the turmoil she feels. Sebastian exhales, grateful. Too grateful. It lands in Isla's chest like a small, cold stone, heavy and undeniable. He wants to leave, because leaving means the story ends, neatly tucked away. He wants a clean cut. Isla knows that cuts bleed, whether you look at them or not, and the stain lingers. In the sitting room, as evening falls, a hush settling over the old house, Isla finds Julian by the window. The room is dimming, shadows stretching long and distorted. The lamps are on, casting pools of warm light, but they do little to dispel the encroaching gloom. The sky outside is a dull slate, an early darkness pressing against the glass like a heavy hand. Isla speaks quietly, her voice barely a whisper, acutely aware of Harriet lingering in the doorway and Emily's restless movements somewhere upstairs. "They'll come back," Isla says, the words tasting unfamiliar on her tongue. "The police." It is the first time she has allowed uncertainty, a tremor of doubt, to creep into her voice, a crack in the carefully constructed facade. Julian turns to her, his gaze steady. His face is calm, almost gentle, a stark contrast to Sebastian's agitated weariness. "Not unless something changes," he says, his tone even. "And will it?" Isla asks, her eyes searching his. Julian's pause is fractionally too long to be meaningless, a beat of hesitation that speaks volumes. "Nothing links any of us to that woman," he says finally, his voice firm, as if trying to convince himself as much as her. "Not that they can prove. The woman wasn't connected to the wedding. That's their working assumption." Isla nods, accepting it, a quiet resignation settling over her. She does not ask how he can be so sure, nor does she probe what he knows, what hidden depths of information he might possess. She takes the reassurance because it is offered, because it fits the narrative she desperately needs to hold on to, a fragile shield against chaos. Emily tries again later, in the quiet solitude of the kitchen, catching Isla as she pours tea, the clinking of porcelain the only sound. "It feels wrong," Emily says, her voice tight with suppressed emotion, "to act like any of this is over." Isla sets the teapot down carefully, the movement precise, controlled. "It is over," she says, her voice flat, leaving no room for argument. Emily shakes her head, a tremor running through her. "Someone died," she whispers, her gaze fixed on the steam rising from the teacup. "2 people."
awful. And everyone keeps... Isla turns her head slowly, her gaze cool, unwavering, cutting through the silence. Everyone keeps what? She asks, her voice devoid of warmth. Emily falters, her courage draining away. They keep pretending, she finishes, the word hanging heavy in the air. Isla looks at her sister for a long moment, a silence stretching between them, thick with unspoken accusations. Then she says, her voice remarkably steady, I am not pretending. I am choosing what I will give my attention to. I am choosing survival. Emily's eyes fill with tears, glistening in the soft kitchen light. You can't choose that, she says softly, a plea in her voice. Isla's voice remains level, unyielding as stone. Watch me. Emily's face crumples slightly, a fleeting moment of raw pain. Then she pulls it back together with a visible effort, her features tightening. She looks down at her hands, twisting them together. I'm sorry, she says again, the words muffled, as if apology is the only language she has left, the only offering she can make. As the village quiets for the night, the distant hum of traffic fading into silence, the house does not feel sealed anymore, its protective shell cracked open. That is what Isla notices most, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The gates are still closed, the ancient iron a barrier. The hedges are still thick, a green wall against the world. The lane still runs away behind the fields, disappearing into the darkness. But the sense of separation has thinned, as if the outside world has pushed its fingers through the cracks, insidious and persistent, and will not be prized out, leaving the house vulnerable. From the window in the upstairs corridor, a narrow sliver of glass offering a limited view, Isla can see a sliver of road between the gnarled branches of an old oak. No cars pass for a long time, the road deserted. No lights flicker in the distance. Nothing moves, no sign of life or activity. It looks peaceful, deceptively so. It looks like nothing ever happened, a perfect, undisturbed facade. Isla stands there for several minutes, a silent sentinel, watching, waiting for something to break the stillness. She thinks of the officers' polite questions, their carefully neutral expressions. She thinks of Margaret's unsettling stillness and Richard's almost clinical precision. She thinks of Callum's foot, tapping a nervous rhythm under the breakfast table, a restless energy. She thinks of Sebastian's barely concealed impatience, his desperate desire to return to a life where weddings do not end in ambulances and police visits, where the veneer of normalcy remains intact. 25. 3 days after the wedding. Morning arrives without announcement, slipping into the house as though it has been there all along, waiting patiently in the wings. A pale, hesitant light filters through the curtains, chasing away the last lingering shadows of the night. There is no rush, no shared sense of purpose. Instead, the rooms fill slowly with movement that does not quite resolve into action. Bags sit half-packed at the foot of beds, abandoned like forgotten thoughts. Jackets are folded and unfolded, restless hands seeking an anchor. Phones are checked, set down, picked up again, a nervous tick. People drift into the breakfast terrace and then away from it, as if unsure whether they are meant to stay or go, caught in an invisible current.
The wedding is finished. Everyone knows that. But the week has not yet released them from its peculiar hold, a lingering echo of celebration and unease. Isla stands at the terrace doors with a mug she has no intention of drinking, its warmth a forgotten comfort in her hands. She watches the garden take shape under the thin morning light, the world slowly regaining its definition. The grass is damp, each blade heavy with dew. The chairs are stacked neatly where staff left them the night before, an orderly contrast to the disarray within. Beyond the hedges, the lane remains quiet, giving nothing away, its familiar path now seeming strangely unfamiliar. It looks benign again, almost apologetic, as if it, too, is recovering from the events of the past few days. Sebastian comes up behind her, already dressed for travel, his movements sharp and decisive. He smells faintly of aftershave, and something sharper beneath it, a restlessness that has been building since yesterday afternoon, a tension in the air around him. He does not kiss her when he speaks, does not soften his tone in advance, his words cutting straight to the point. "We should leave today," he says, his voice low but firm. Isla does not turn. "Today?" The word hangs in the air, a question and a statement. "Yes." He exhales, a short, sharp sound, irritated by how obvious this feels to him. There's no reason to drag it out. Work's piling up and, frankly... He gestures vaguely towards the house, a dismissive sweep of his hand. "This atmosphere isn't helping. It's stifling." Isla hears the urgency immediately. The way the words come too quickly, as though rehearsed, a script he has been running through in his mind. He wants distance, from the house, from the village, from whatever unsettling presence has attached itself to both and now refuses to loosen its grip, a silent, unseen weight. She takes a moment before responding, long enough for Sebastian to shift his weight, a subtle tremor of impatience. "All right," she says eventually, her voice calm, almost detached. The ease of her agreement surprises him. He blinks. "All right." He had expected resistance, a debate. "Yes," Isla repeats, turning slightly to meet his gaze. "If that's what you want." Her eyes reveal nothing of her own desires. Sebastian nods, relief flashing across his face before he can stop it, a momentary crack in his composed facade. "Good," he says, his voice lighter. "I'll tell the others." He turns, already moving, eager to put the plan into motion. Janet agrees immediately, almost eagerly. She is sitting at the breakfast table with a folded napkin beside her plate, hands wrapped around her mug as if it might slip away otherwise, a small gesture of insecurity. When Sebastian announces the plan, she brightens at once, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "That makes sense," she says, her voice a little too loud. "There's no point lingering. Everyone will feel better once we're moving, getting back to our routines." The word moving does a lot of work. It promises progress, escape, closure, a return to the familiar, a reprieve from the unknown. Emily looks up sharply, her fork clattering against her plate. "Today?" Her voice is thin with disbelief. "Yes, love," Janet says gently, though her eyes avoid Emily's. "It's probably for the best. Time to go." Emily's disappointment is visible, unguarded, a raw emotion on her young face. She has not yet learned how to disguise it, how to build the walls that the adults around her have perfected. Her mouth opens, then closes again, a silent protest. She looks at Isla, searching for something she does not find, a kindred spirit in her reluctance. "All right," Emily says quietly, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Margaret supports the decision with cool practicality, her expression unreadable. She does not express opinion so much as necessity, laying out the facts with crisp precision. "It's sensible," she says, her voice flat. "The house needs clearing. Staff need notice. People have commitments to return to." Richard nods alongside her, already listing routes, cars, timings, his mind already miles away, planning the logistics of their departure. Their alignment feels automatic, rehearsed, as though this is not the first time they have agreed to move on without discussion, a silent, practiced choreography of avoidance. Callum reacts badly, a sudden, explosive burst of frustration. He is sprawled in one of the terrace chairs, jacket slung over the back, the glass already in his hand, despite the hour. He sits up abruptly when Sebastian speaks. "Why?" Callum demands. "What's the rush?" Sebastian stiffens. "I just said, work, and everything else." "Everything else?" Callum repeats, his tone sharpening. "You mean the fact that people are being weird?" No one answers him. Callum laughs, a brittle sound that skids too close to anger. "Right, so we just walk away, go back to our lives, pretend nothing happened?" Julian moves in before the words can land fully. "Let's get some air," he says mildly, placing a hand at Callum's elbow. "You look wound up." Callum shrugs him off, but he stands. "I'm fine," he snaps. "Everyone else seems to be the problem." Julian does not argue. He simply stays close, presence steady, intercepting without spectacle. Harriet finds Isla near the back corridor, not long after. She has her phone in her hand, departure lists already forming on the screen. Her voice is gentle, but direct. "Do you want help arranging departures?" she asks. "I can stagger them, if you'd rather not have everyone leaving at once." "Yes," Isla says, then hesitates. "No, actually—" She stops, irritation flashing across her own face now. "It doesn't matter." Harriet watches her closely. The contradiction does not go unnoticed. "All right," Harriet says. "Just tell me if you change your mind." She steps back, but the concern remains. Isla can feel it pressing against her composure, the sense that control is beginning to slip, not dramatically, but steadily, in increments too small to correct. Emily corners Isla in one of the guest rooms, while suitcases are being dragged out into the corridor. The room smells faintly of perfume, the air disturbed by packing. Emily closes the door behind her with care. "Why is everyone pretending we can just go back to normal?" she asks. Isla keeps her back turned, folding a scarf with unnecessary precision. "Because speculation helps no one." "That's not an answer," Emily says, her voice shaking now. 2 people died, one of them right there. She gestures vaguely towards the window. "And everyone just wants to get on with their lives." Isla turns. Her expression is not cruel, but it is cool, impatient now. "I am not pretending nothing happened," she says. "I am choosing not to turn it into something it isn't." Emily shakes her head. "You don't know what it is." "No," Isla agrees. "And neither do you. but I won't let it define everything else. The gap between them widens, something fragile stretching too thin. Emily looks at her sister as if seeing her properly for the first time, and not liking what she finds. Julian takes a short walk beyond the gates, alone. He does not announce it. He does not explain. Isla notices only because she has begun to notice everything. He returns 20 minutes later, with mud on his shoes and very little to say. But there is a heightened attentiveness about him now, a quiet alertness that does not go unnoticed. "Everything all right?" Isla asks. "Yes," Julian says, "for now." As cars are booked and plans adjusted, the house takes on the feeling of something being dismantled rather than concluded. Rooms empty gradually. Beds are stripped. Forgotten chargers are retrieved. Staff move efficiently, already shifting into turnover mode. The celebration has ended without resolution, leaving behind only logistics and the faint residue of something unresolved. 26. That evening. Departure time arrives without ceremony. There is no sense of occasion to it, no shared acknowledgement that something has ended. Instead, the house shifts into logistics. Cars are brought round to the front. Times are confirmed and reconfirmed. Luggage begins to line the hallway in uneven clusters, wheels turned inwards like obedient animals waiting to be called. The house already feels hollowed out, as though it has started the process of forgetting them before they have properly gone. Isla moves through the rooms slowly, checking nothing in particular. She opens doors she knows are empty. She pauses in places that no longer require her attention. It is not nostalgia that holds her back, but something closer to reluctance, an instinctive resistance to leaving before the place releases her of its own accord. The drawing room looks smaller than it did when they arrived. The kitchen smells faintly of cleaning product and cold coffee. Upstairs, the guest rooms have reverted to neutrality, beds stripped, wardrobes bare. It is remarkable how quickly a space can be disinhabited, how little evidence remains of the people who once filled it with noise and movement and intention. Harriet works quietly at the centre of it all. She stands near the hallway table with a clipboard and her phone, coordinating departures with the same calm efficiency she has maintained all week. She is careful not to rush anyone, equally careful not to linger. There is a balance she has learned to strike, one that signals conclusion without inviting reflection. She thanks Isla warmly when they cross paths, her tone sincere, professional, almost affectionate. But beneath it, Isla detects something else, too. Relief. Not at the wedding having gone ahead, but at the ending of it. At no longer having to hold everything in place with vigilance and charm. "You did beautifully," Harriet says. Isla smiles. "So did you." They hold each other's gaze for a moment longer than necessary, both aware that this is the final exchange that will be asked of them. Harriet steps back first. Sebastian grows restless as the morning wears on. He paces. He checks his phone repeatedly, irritation flickering whenever a delay presents itself. A car running late, a suitcase that hasn't appeared when it should. He wants motion, distance. He wants the physical act of leaving to do the work that staying no longer can. Isla understands this instinct immediately, even as she does not share it. Leaving feels safer to him than remaining. Forward momentum offers the illusion of resolution. She does not say this aloud. Margaret and Richard say their goodbyes with restraint, that borders on formality. They appear together in the hallway, coats on, expressions composed. Margaret kisses Isla's cheek, the contact cool and brief. Richard shakes her hand with a firmness that feels unnecessary, his grip lingering a fraction too long. "It's been a success," Margaret says, "despite everything." Despite everything hangs between them, undefined. Isla nods. "We're glad it's over," Richard adds, as though this is a kindness. The exchange leaves Isla unsettled in a way she does not examine too closely. There is something transactional in their farewell, as though an agreement has been honoured and is now concluded. Callum makes a show of lingering. He drags his departure out, stretching the moment in a way that draws attention without quite asking for it. He complains about the car, about the timing, about how abrupt it all feels. His unhappiness at leaving is performative, but no less real for that. When he hugs Isla, it is again too long. She stiffens, then extracts herself without comment. Her expression remains neutral. No one remarks on it. Janet looks away. Sebastian is already distracted by his phone. The moment passes without acknowledgement, as so many have. Emily hesitates in the doorway. She stands there with her bag slung over one shoulder, looking back at the house, as though something unresolved might still speak if she listens hard enough. Her face is open, searching. Isla does not follow her gaze. "Come on," Isla says quietly. Emily nods and steps outside. Julian waits until most of the others have gone. He lingers by the front door, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed but attentive. When he finally speaks, his tone is measured, deliberately calm. "Everything will settle down once people are back in their own lives," he says. It sounds less like reassurance than assessment. Isla hears the distinction and appreciates it. "I know," she replies. They exchange a look that contains more understanding than either of them articulates. Isla thanks him. Julian inclines his head once, then turns away. As Isla and Sebastian pull away from the house, Isla watches it recede in the rear-view mirror. The long drive curves out of sight. The hedges close in again, concealing the lane beyond. The house shrinks quickly, reduced to stone and glass, and then nothing at all. She tells herself that whatever happened there is finished. The drive to London is quiet. Sebastian sleeps almost immediately, his head tipped back against the seat, mouth slightly open. Exhaustion has overtaken him now that motion has been achieved. Isla drives on, alert, replaying moments she has avoided thinking about until now. The ring, the seating plan, Callum's voice, Harriet's hesitation, Margaret's stillness, Julian's watchfulness, the way the house felt sealed until it broke open. By the time they reach the motorway, the house already feels distant. What remains is not relief, but the steady, unwelcome awareness that something has followed them anyway. Not the village, not the house, but the knowledge of how easily everything held, and how much that required. The road stretches ahead, clean and impersonal. Isla keeps her eyes on it, hands steady on the wheel, already understanding that leaving a place does not mean leaving its consequences behind. 27. 1 week after the wedding. London does not pause to take stock. Life resumes itself immediately, with the brisk indifference of a city that has seen worse and expects nothing. Traffic presses in from the main road. Deliveries arrive on schedule. The neighbours nod politely and ask how the wedding was, already half turned back towards their own lives before Isla finishes answering. "Beautiful," she says. "Perfect." The word comes easily now. Inside the house, Isla unpacks with deliberate care. The suitcases are emptied slowly, item by item, nothing rushed, nothing abandoned in a heap. Wedding things are dealt with first. Shoes wrapped again in tissue, the dress hung carefully in its bag, zipped all the way to the top. Cards stacked neatly on the hall table, unread for now, as if sentiment might leak if handled too quickly. The house is exactly as they left it. Clean lines, neutral tones, and carefully chosen art that speaks of taste rather than attachment. It is large, without being warm, curated rather than lived in. Isla notices this now, more than she did before. Perhaps she always has, and the week away simply sharpened her awareness of it. She opens windows to let the city in, and hears the sirens, engines, voices, and the distant drag of water beyond the embankment. London asserts itself with sound rather than presence, reminding her that whatever happened elsewhere has not marked it at all. Sebastian slips back into routine with visible relief. Early mornings return immediately. Meetings fill his calendar. Calls are taken behind closed doors, his voice low and assured, the language of work settling around him like a second skin. He talks about it all constantly. And pressure, constant timelines, as though anchoring himself there will keep everything else at bay. At dinner, he scrolls through emails between mouthfuls, apologising without quite looking up. Isla watches him with a patience that feels newly acquired rather than instinctive. "You don't have to do that," she says once. Sebastian smiles, distracted. "It helps." She lets it go. It is only after a few days that she begins to notice the swimming. At first, it is mentioned casually, in passing, a comment about the water being colder than expected, a joke about discipline, about starting married life properly. He frames it as clarity, as control, something that keeps him sharp. "It's good for you," he says, toweling his hair briskly as he comes in one evening. "Clears the head." She raises an eyebrow. "In the Thames?" He grins. "I'm not licking it." Isla laughs lightly, but the image settles uncomfortably. The river is not something she associates with cleanliness or renewal. It carries too much with it. Histories, refuse, bodies, if one thinks too hard. Sebastian brushes off her mild concern with ease. He jokes about toughness, about how people overthink risk. It is framed as resilience, as a refusal to be delicate. Julian checks in midweek. The call is brief, ostensibly about practicalities left over from the wedding. The conversation is polite, restrained, the words chosen carefully. Beneath it runs something quieter, a shared understanding that the event is not finished with them yet, even if they have both pretended otherwise. "Everything settled your end?" Julian asks. "Yes," Isla replies, "as much as it can be." There is a pause. Julian fills it with a neutral acknowledgement. "If you need anything," he says. "I know," Isla answers. They hang up without saying what neither of them needs to say. Margaret calls 2 days later. She speaks crisply, efficiently, already looking ahead. arrangements for thank you notes, a suggestion about timing for returning certain items. She does not mention the woman from the village. Isla follows her lead instinctively, matching tone for tone. When the call ends, Isla realizes her shoulders have been tight throughout. Emily phones once. Her voice is tentative, careful. She asks how Isla is settling back in, how married life feels. Isla keeps the conversation short, reassuring without warmth. "Fine," she says. "Busy." There is a pause at the other end, as though Emily is deciding whether to press. She does not. The distance between them remains, unchanged by geography. One evening, Sebastian comes home late, even later than usual. He smells faintly of alcohol, not enough to be remarked upon, but enough to register. He is buoyant, restless, pacing as he talks, recounting frustrations and minor triumphs with equal intensity. He mentions stress, the need to clear his head. The Thames comes up again, casually, as though it has always been part of his routine. "I went in again this morning," he says. "It helps." Isla watches him move through the house, struck by how unchanged he seems, how easily he has resumed his life, as though the week away were an interruption rather than a rupture. She feels something close to impatience rather than affection. "You're going in quite often," she says. Sebastian shrugs. "Why not?" That night, Isla lies awake, listening to the city. Traffic murmurs constantly, a low, unbroken sound. Somewhere beyond it, water moves. She cannot see the river from their bedroom, but she knows it is there, threading its way through the city with quiet persistence. The city offers no insulation. Everything here carries on, whether resolved or not. By morning, Sebastian is gone early again. She hears him moving downstairs, the soft thud of the front door closing. When she looks out of the bedroom window later, she sees him at the end of the street, towel slung over his shoulder, already turning the corner towards the river. Isla watches until he disappears from view. There is nothing dramatic about the moment, no premonition, just the faint, unwelcome awareness that habits form quietly, and that people rarely notice which ones matter until it is too late. She turns away from the window and begins her day, unaware that the rhythm he treats so lightly will soon be all anyone remembers of him. 28. 6 to 8 weeks after the wedding. The call comes on a weekday morning that begins like any other. Isla has been awake for an hour, moving quietly through the kitchen in socks, making coffee she barely tastes. The house is pale with winter light, every surface clean, every object in its place. Outside, London hums with the same persistent indifference it always has. A bin lorry groans on the corner. Someone walks a dog past the front gate. A neighbour's child shrieks briefly, then is shushed. Sebastian has already left. He went early, as he has been doing more often lately, towel over his shoulder, hair still damp, muttering something about needing the cold to clear his head. Isla watched him from the hallway and felt nothing that resembled pride. She is folding laundry when her phone rings. The number is unfamiliar, but not withheld. The voice on the other end is brisk, controlled, professional. It takes only a few seconds for the words to arrive, delivered with the bluntness of someone trained not to soften life-changing information. "Mrs. Crowe, this is Detective Inspector." Isla barely hears the name. The phrase that lands is the one that rearranges everything. Richard Crowe has been arrested. The charge is murder. For a moment, Isla's body does not react in the way it should. There is no rush of heat, no dizziness, no trembling. She stands perfectly still in the kitchen, one hand resting on the edge of the counter, the other holding her phone, her fingers cold. She thinks of the village lane, the hedges, the tape fluttering in the wind like something unfinished. The woman has a name now, the officer says, and a history, and, it turns out, a reason for being there. And the house that once felt sealed off opens retrospectively, spilling its secrets outward. What Sebastian's parents managed to keep contained for days is suddenly everywhere, pouring into the present with the ease of something that was always meant to escape. When Isla ends the call, she remains standing for a long moment, phone still pressed to her ear, as if the silence might offer correction. It doesn't. She goes upstairs, changes her jumper, brushes her hair, and sets the kettle on again, all with the calm precision of someone preparing for a meeting. It is only later, when she notices the laundry still half-folded on the kitchen table, that she realizes her movements have been too deliberate, too neat, as if order might prevent collapse. Margaret arrives before noon. There is no warning, beyond the sound of a car door outside and the firm, decisive ring of the bell. Isla opens the door to find her mother-in-law standing on the step, coat buttoned, scarf wrapped neatly, handbag held close against her body. Her face is composed, her eyes are dry. Margaret steps inside as if she belongs here, as if she has always belonged here. And Isla realizes, with a jolt, that she has never seen Margaret uncontained. Not once. Not even at the wedding. Not even when she watched the police in the sitting room. Not even when she stared too long at the lane beyond the hedges. Margaret removes her gloves and places them on the hall table. "We need a solicitor," she says, before Isla has even offered tea. Isla nods. "Yes." Margaret's mouth tightens slightly, approval flickering across her face. "Richard has one, of course," she adds, as if this is a reassurance rather than an indictment. "But we'll need someone separate, for statements, for optics." Optics. The word is almost funny in its coldness. Isla feels a thin, sour amusement rise, and then settle. Margaret speaks as if the issue is not that a woman was killed, but that the killing has been made public. Margaret does not cry. She does not apologize. She does not explain. She sits in Isla's sitting room, posture straight, hands folded, and begins talking through practicalities of the statements they'll have to make, of managing any press, the need to keep things simple, clean, controlled. Isla understands immediately that whatever happened was never meant to be shared, only contained, only absorbed the way the system has absorbed other things before. When Sebastian comes home early, it is with the frantic energy of a man who believes movement is the same as action. He bursts into the sitting room, still wearing his coat, hair damp, cheeks flushed from cold. His eyes flick from Margaret to Isla and back again, as if expecting one of them to say, "This is all a misunderstanding." "Tell me it's wrong," he says. Margaret looks up. It's not wrong. Sebastian swears under his breath, pacing. "How?" he says. "How could he be so—" He doesn't finish. He doesn't say stupid. He doesn't say careless. He doesn't say
capable. Instead, he says, "What about the fallout?" It is the first thing he reaches for, instinctive. Reputation, consequences, and timing. These are things that matter to the Crows. He talks about work, about clients, about headlines. He talks about how quickly things spread. He does not talk about the woman herself. He doesn't even ask her name. Isla listens, measuring how rapidly tragedy becomes inconvenience. Margaret answers his questions with calm efficiency. "We will get through this," she says. "We have to." "We?" Sebastian repeats, bitter. "You mean me? You mean Isla?" Margaret's gaze sharpens. "I mean the family." Isla sits silently, watching the exchange with a strange clarity. The wedding, she thinks, did exactly what it was meant to do. It fused them. It created a unit that must now hold, regardless of truth. The press gathers with indecent speed. By late afternoon, there are already cameras outside. A journalist calls Isla's mobile. Another calls the landline. The first photograph appears online before Isla has even processed how they got it. It's a shot from the wedding week. Isla stepping out of the car in Oxfordshire, pale and composed, her face turned slightly away, as if she's refusing to give the camera her full attention. Richard and Margaret, just behind her. The captions write the story for her. A wedding blighted by crime, a new wife's trust betrayed. Isla watches it from her phone and feels nothing that resembles anger. She has always understood that people prefer narratives they can swallow. A bride is easier to sympathise with than a complicated woman who might have known something and said nothing. She allows it. When she leaves the house the next morning to meet a solicitor, she does so with her posture immaculate, sunglasses on, despite the grey light. She keeps her expression blank. She gives the photographers nothing beyond the image they already want. Julian checks in that evening. Once more, the call is brief, careful and restrained. "I heard," he says. Isla closes her eyes for a moment. "Of course you did." "How are you holding up?" Julian asks. It is not an empty question. Julian never wastes language. "I'm managing," Isla replies. The words feel sufficient between them. There is a pause, and Isla can almost hear Julian weighing what he could say and choosing not to. He doesn't push. He doesn't probe. "If you need anything," he says. "I know," she replies, and the call ends. Emily phones later. Her voice is shaken, breathy with disbelief. "Isla," she says, as if Isla has become a location rather than a person. "What is happening?" Isla keeps her own voice calm. "Richard's been arrested." "I saw," Emily says. "But why? How? Who was she?" Isla gives her only what she can afford to give. She was someone connected to his past. Emily goes quiet. "Isla," she says softly, "did you know?" The question lands in Isla's chest like a weight. "No," Isla says. It is true in the narrowest sense. She didn't know specifics. She didn't know the shape of it. But she knew something was happening between Richard and Margaret, and that Sebastian knew, and that was enough to know she had to keep quiet. And she knows Emily is asking about that, too. Emily swallows audibly. This is insane, she whispers. This is evil. Isla does not correct her, but she does not soothe her either. I can't talk long, she says. I'm sorry. Emily's voice breaks. You don't sound sorry. Isla ends the call before she can respond. As details leak, the story shifts from shocking to explainable, not in the way that brings comfort, but in the way that satisfies curiosity. People want motive and a pattern. The woman is named in the papers now. Her face appears beside Richard's. Her life is described in paragraphs that make her both real and easy to digest. A brief mention of an old relationship, a past dalliance, a suggestion of an agreement, a hint of money, an implication of threat. It becomes clear, quickly, that Richard killed her in panic rather than rage. Not cruelty for its own sake. Panic. The kind of panic that comes from believing the system will absorb it, as it always has. Margaret's silence is exposed for what it is. Not ignorance, but participation. The Crow family fractures publicly and spectacularly, because wealth does not protect you when the story becomes too ugly to contain. It only makes the fall louder. People who once smiled politely now speak with relish. Old acquaintances appear on news panels, offering vague recollections of Richard's charm, Margaret's coldness, the family's difficult reputation. Sebastian spirals through emotions without ever arriving at grief. Disbelief and anger vie with a brittle determination to fix things. He talks about legal strategy as if it's a business problem. He talks about timing as if timing might undo a murder. He rants about his father's stupidity, his mother's silence, the unfairness of being dragged into this. He still does not talk about the woman who was killed. Isla watches him and feels something settle rather than break. This was always how things would end. Not with love, not with warmth, not with the quiet satisfaction of building a life together, but with the consequences of being part of his family. In the evenings, Sebastian drinks more heavily. It begins with a glass of wine while he reads, then becomes whiskey, poured too generously, the bottle left on the sideboard as if it belongs there. He talks about pressure, about needing space, about wanting to clear his head. The Thames reappears in conversation, not as discipline now, but as release. "I need it," he says one night, voice thick, eyes bright with restless energy. "I need the cold. I need something that shuts everything else off." Isla looks at him across the room. "You could just go for a walk," she says. Sebastian laughs sharply. "You don't understand." He says it with irritation, but Isla knows what he means. The river is his place of disappearance, his private vanishing act. The city can watch him and still not touch him. He can submerge himself and come up feeling cleaner, lighter, absolved. Isla watches him carefully now, not because she is afraid of him, but because she has begun to recognize the shape of the story as it moves forward, indifferent to desire. She thinks of the village lane again, the hedge with the flapping police tape, the ordinary look of a place after something terrible. She thinks of Margaret arriving at her doorstep, composed, practical, unbroken. She thinks of Sebastian's first question being about fallout rather than a dead woman. She thinks of her own face in photographs, blank and immaculate, already being used as a symbol.
In bed, later, she lies awake, listening to Sebastian's breathing as he sleeps beside her, heavy with drink, mouth slightly open. Isla closes her eyes and feels something inside her become very quiet, very steady. She will get through this. Her way. What Sebastian's father has done will not bring her down too. 29. 3 months after the wedding. Sebastian's death is reported as an accident, just as it was planned to appear. The phrasing arrives already formed, tidy and familiar, the kind of language designed to settle rather than disturb. An early morning swim with alcohol in his system and cocaine. Sleeping pills still in his system at a level that blunts judgment without immediately alarming anyone. The river did the rest. It is all very reasonable and explicable, even in its tragedy. The Thames is described in neutral terms. Cold, fast-moving and unforgiving, but not malicious. The implication is clear. This was not violence. This was excess meeting inevitability. Another man who pushed himself too far, blighted by family scandal. Isla reads the report once, carefully, from beginning to end. She notes the cadence of the sentences, the way responsibility is dispersed across substances and circumstances until it belongs fully to no one. She notices what is absent as much as what is present. There is no speculation, no suggestion of intent, no lingering on motive. When she finishes, she folds the pages neatly and places them back into the envelope. She does not reread it. There is nothing more to extract. The language has done its work. In the days that follow, Isla learns how quickly a story settles when it offers people what they expect. Friends and acquaintances respond with the same softened expressions, the same murmured phrases. Tragic, so young, terrible luck. There is sympathy, certainly, but also relief. Relief that the shape of the event is recognizable. A man drinks too much. A man swims too early. A river claims him. It is sad, but it makes sense. No one asks about the wedding week. No one mentions Oxfordshire. No one draws lines between one death and another. Not to her, anyway. The city absorbs Sebastian's death quietly, the way it absorbs most things. The funeral is discreet. Attendance is selective rather than sparse, curated rather than limited. People arrive in dark coats and low voices, standing in careful clusters that never quite overlap. Isla has chosen the service with the same restraint she applied to everything else. No hymns that linger, no speeches that invite reflection, nothing that might loosen control. Isla wears black that photographs well, though the cut is severe and elegant, and the fabric matte, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. She knows how it will read. She will look dignified, devastated but composed. A woman bearing grief without spectacle. People tell her she's brave. They tell her she's strong. They tell her she's young, resilient, lucky in ways they don't quite articulate. Lucky to have no children yet. Lucky to have financial security. Lucky, perhaps, that this happened early rather than late. Isla accepts each comment with a nod, a soft thank you, a lowered gaze. She has learnt the choreography of grief quickly. She understands which responses soothe and which provoke discomfort. Inside, There is no chaos to manage. Grief does not arrive as a storm. It settles more like inclement weather, to be acknowledged and navigated rather than endured. There are moments of sensation, of course. The strangeness of waking in a house that no longer holds another person's routine. The absence of Sebastian's restless pacing, or his towels slung over chairs. His easy assumption that the world would accommodate him. But these moments do not overwhelm her. They pass her by easily enough. Emily and Janet come to see her a few days after the funeral. Janet arrives with concern etched on her face. Emily arrives with flowers she clearly spent too long choosing, her coat still on when she steps into the sitting room, as though she might not be staying. The room is dim, the curtains half drawn, the afternoon light filtered into something soft and uncommitted. A tray with tea sits untouched on the low table between them. Emily perches on the edge of the sofa, twisting her hands together. "I didn't know what to say," she begins, then stops. "I still don't." Isla sits opposite her, legs crossed neatly, posture perfect. "You don't need to say anything." Emily nods, relieved and unsettled at once. She looks around the room, taking in the stillness. The absence of Sebastian is palpable here in a way it never quite was before. The house feels quieter without him, but also less crowded. Emily clears her throat. "How are you, really?" Isla considers the question. "I'm managing," she says. The phrase has become reflexive now, a smooth surface that discourages further probing. It's something people can't argue with or advise on. They sit in silence for a moment. Emily's gaze drifts back to the teacup in her hand. "At least," Emily says finally, her voice tentative, "at least you won't have to worry about money now." The words land badly. They echo in the room with a bluntness that cannot be softened by tone or intention. Emily flushes immediately, realizing too late what she has said. "I didn't mean it like that," she adds quickly. I mean, you're secure. You don't have to—" Janet, who has been hovering near the doorway, steps forward sharply. "Emily!" The reprimand is immediate, horrified. "That's enough!" But Isla raises a hand, stilling her. She turns to her sister slowly, deliberately, as though adjusting her focus. Her voice, when she speaks, is quiet and precise. "Whatever existed between us," Isla says, "is over." Emily stares at her. "Isla, I didn't mean—" "I know exactly what you meant," Isla replies. "That's why I can't look at you." There is no anger in her tone, no accusation, just certainty. Emily's face crumples, something raw breaking through her careful concern. She stands abruptly, fumbling for her bag. "I'm sorry," she says, already retreating. "I'm so sorry." Isla does not follow her to the door. She does not call her back. The line has been crossed, and she has no interest in pretending otherwise. Janet follows her younger daughter, with apologies, and promises to sort things out. Isla tells her she has no interest in ever seeing Emily again. In the weeks that follow, Isla settles Sebastian's affairs with calm efficiency. Insurance pays out, and accounts shift. Documents are signed and filed. Nothing appears remarkable on paper.
The numbers are clean, and the transitions relatively seamless. It is the kind of administrative closure that suggests order rather than disruption. Julian meets her once, briefly, in the neutral space of a bar that invites no sentiment. They sit across from one another, with drinks between them. He confirms that everything has gone through as agreed. His language is careful, professional. There is no celebration in it, no relief, only acknowledgement. "It's done," he says. "Yes," Isla replies. They do not discuss Sebastian, and they do not discuss Richard. They don't discuss the woman from the village, whose name now exists only in archives and quiet conversations. There is no need. Understanding has replaced explanation. They finish their drinks, embrace briefly, and go their separate ways. It is done. 30. 4 months after the wedding. They tell her to go, as though it were a kindness. A holiday will do her good, a break from everything here. The honeymoon she never got to take. At first, it's a tentative suggestion, offered gently, then withdrawn if she looks tired. A friend mentions Kenya, because it sounds wholesome and purposeful, full of space and animals and perspective. Another suggests the Maldives, because grief, apparently, should be rewarded with beauty. Her mother phrases it differently, careful and practical, saying it might help if Isla didn't go alone. A friend, perhaps. Someone to make sure she eats. Someone to stop the night stretching into a lonelier place. Isla listens, nods, thanks them for their concern, and refuses the suggestion. She says she needs to be alone here, that time only works if it's quiet, that she doesn't want distraction dressed up as support. She says it calmly, evenly, with enough softness to sound sane, and enough certainty to end the discussion. No one argues for long. The language lands the way it's meant to. It sounds like grief handled correctly. It sounds like self-knowledge. It sounds, to everyone else, like strength. The night before she leaves, she walks through the house without turning on the lights. The place has already been stripped back to neutrality. No flowers or cards remain, leaving leftover traces of sympathy. Everything is where it should be, which is to say, nowhere that demands attention. The sofa cushions are aligned, the dining table cleared, and the bed made with hotel precision, tight enough to resist touch. She opens the wardrobe. Sebastian's clothes are gone. Not recently, either. They were removed weeks ago, folded and boxed, and dropped at the charity shop without ceremony. The empty space where they hung looks deliberate now, as though it was always meant to be like this. Isla closes the door again, unbothered by the absence. Her suitcase waits in the spare room, packed earlier that afternoon. Each item in it has been chosen and placed with care. Clothes folded, shoes wrapped, jewellery sealed into soft pouches she's owned for years. There is no checking and rechecking, no last-minute changes. Whatever decisions needed making were made long before tonight. Eventually, she goes to bed, where she sleeps easily. At the airport the next morning, she moves with the confidence of someone who has already left. Heathrow hums in its usual way, that peculiar blend of urgency and sedation. People funnel through glass corridors, clutching coffee and phones and passports, already half elsewhere. Isla passes through security without delay, her bag waved through, her passport returned with a polite smile that lingers a fraction too long.
The officer checks her name again. There's a flicker of recognition in his eyes, quickly smoothed over. Isla notices it. People know her name now, if not her story. They've seen her photographed enough times to understand she belongs to a category. Widow. Heiress. Something adjacent to tragedy, but not unmanageable. She is waved through. Once airside, she slows. Not because she's early, because she can. The terminal stretches around her, glossy and anonymous, designed to feel luxurious while ensuring no one settles. Screens flash destinations in calm rotation. Gates change numbers without warning. Announcements echo and dissolve before meaning fully arrives. Isla pauses by a wide window overlooking the tarmac and watches a ground crew cluster around a plane, their movements brisk and impersonal. Nearby, a family crouches around a buggy, the parents whisper arguing over a document. A man paces, while speaking too loudly into his phone, promising someone he'll fix it, whatever it is. A woman sits on the floor, crying into a paper napkin, her suitcase upright beside her like an accusation. Isla registers all of it distantly, the way one registers weather. There is a faint sense of misalignment she can't quite place. Not dread or nerves, just the feeling that something has slipped a half-inch out of position and stayed there. She moves on. She stops first at a boutique she doesn't need, where the assistant greets her with practiced warmth, recognition flaring, and settling into something deferential. Isla selects a handbag without touching the others, something structured and discreetly expensive. It will age well. It will photograph beautifully. It signals permanence without ostentation. The assistant wraps it carefully, as though handling proof of survival. Isla pays without checking the total. As she turns away, she catches her reflection in a mirrored wall. Sunglasses on, mouth neutral, shoulders relaxed. She looks exactly right. The image unsettles her more than she expects. Next, perfume. The counter gleams under softened light, bottles arranged like reliquaries. The assistant sprays scent onto card, then her wrist. The smell blooms sharp and metallic, before settling into something darker, medicinal almost. Isla inhales once. It catches at the back of her throat. She thinks of cold water, clean-looking, deceptive. Yes, she says, that one. At the champagne and oyster bar, she takes a seat at the counter. The man beside her orders 24 oysters and eats them quickly, without ceremony. Isla orders half a dozen and champagne, dry and cold. The oysters arrive arranged with careful symmetry, shells gleaming. She eats them slowly, savouring the brine, the faint metallic edge. The taste lingers longer than expected. She thinks, unbidden, of the phrase, the sweet taste of revenge, and feels a flicker of amusement she doesn't bother to suppress. People glance at her without knowing why. She wears designer sunglasses despite the indoor light, her posture immaculate, her expression sombre enough to invite projection. She could be mourning. She could be celebrating. It is impossible to tell, and that ambiguity works in her favour. Still, the sense of wrongness persists. It sharpens as she finishes her drink and rises, the bar already erasing her presence. She checks the departure boards twice, though she knows her gate. She pauses again at the window, as a plane taxis, stops, waits longer than expected. Nothing happens. It moves on. In the first-class lounge, the quiet feels deliberate. The carpet absorbs sound. Voices lower automatically. Isla chooses a seat with a clear view of the runway and places her bag precisely at her feet. She watches planes lift, heavy bodies peeling themselves from the ground. Around her, travellers perform their small rituals. A couple argue in whispers over a screen. A man sleeps with his mouth open. A woman laughs too loudly into her phone, promising she'll explain later. Isla watches them with detached interest, as though studying a species she once belonged to and no longer does. She removes her sunglasses briefly, rubs her eyes, then puts them back on. The reflection in the darkened glass looks back at her, composed and unreachable. She feels again that sensation of being observed, though no one is looking. When boarding is called, she stands at once. On the plane, she stows her bag, sits, and fastens her seatbelt carefully. The cabin smells faintly of citrus and leather. A flight attendant offers champagne before she's fully settled. Isla accepts. Only then does she turn in her seat to look around her. Julian is already there, seated beside her, jacket folded neatly, expression composed. He looks as though he's been there all along. The surprise lasts a heartbeat, replaced immediately by recognition. Of course, this too has been arranged. They smile and clink glasses softly, the sound swallowed by the low hum of the cabin. Julian lifts his glass slightly. To good planning, he says, and effective follow-through, Isla replies. Around them, passengers adjust headphones, scroll through screens, prepare to be carried elsewhere. No one looks at them twice. Julian turns his glass slowly in his hand. It's remarkable, he says lightly, how often people mistake inevitability for accident. Isla keeps her gaze forward. It makes things easier. For the survivors, Julian says. There is a pause, long enough to matter. The timing was tight, Isla says, as though referring to the trip. It could have gone badly wrong. Julian smiles. But it didn't. No, Isla says, because we didn't hesitate. Their eyes meet briefly. Whatever passes between them doesn't require clarification. Julian's tone shifts, almost fond. I always wondered if you had it in you. Isla tilts her head. Restraint? No, he says. The resolve. She considers this. I was taught well. Julian laughs quietly. You're colder than I expected. That's very generous of you, Isla says. He studies her, something like admiration sharpening his gaze. You're a cold-hearted bitch, he says, not unkindly. But you're my cold-hearted bitch. Isla smiles slowly. For now. The engines roar. The plane shudders, gathers speed. Lights blur into abstraction. Isla feels the lift as the ground drops away. She takes another sip of champagne. Below them, the city shrinks. As the plane climbs, Isla leans back, the taste of salt lingering on her tongue. Whatever felt wrong in the terminal sharpens now into something precise. This isn't an escape. It's a fresh start. Julian watches the horizon ahead, already calculating what comes next. Neither of them looks back. Epilogue. 14 months after the wedding. They have chosen the place carefully. It is not fashionable, not noisy, not the sort of destination people announce with enthusiasm. It sits just beyond the usual routes, expensive without advertising itself, discreet in a way that suggests longevity rather than novelty. The kind of place that assumes its guests understand how to behave and has no interest in correcting them if they do not. The terrace belongs to the apartment rather than the hotel. Wide stone tiles, bleached by years of sun. A low wall that drops straight into air, the sea far below, flattened and metallic in the late afternoon light. From a distance, the water looks calm, almost decorative. Up close, Isla knows, it is not. Julian is already there when she steps outside. He is standing with his back to her, jacket folded over the back of a chair, sleeves rolled to the forearm. He has chosen linen, pale and uncreased, the uniform of a man who understands how appearances work in places like this. He does not turn immediately when he hears her. She notes that. "Sorry," she says lightly, as if it matters. "The call ran long." Julian smiles without looking at her. "They always do." Isla crosses the terrace and sets her bag down beside the table. 2 glasses sit there already, condensation pooling at their bases. Neither has been touched. She does not apologize again. They stand side by side for a moment, looking out at the water. From here, the city is barely visible. The noise of it dissolves before it reaches them. The effect is deliberate. Julian likes vantage points. Isla likes separation. This offers both. "How long are you staying?" Julian asks. 2 nights, Isla says. 3, possibly. Depends. Julian nods, as though the answer confirms something he already assumed. Same. They sit. The chairs are angled just enough to allow conversation without requiring proximity. Isla notices Julian has chosen the seat with a better view, though he does not look at it once he settles. He prefers to know it is there. They talk first about neutral things. Travel, the weather, a minor inconvenience with the transfer that was resolved quickly. Their voices are relaxed, their tones unforced. To anyone listening, they would sound like people who have known one another long enough to have abandoned performance. And they have, in a way. Their lives have run alongside one another for 18 months now, intersecting where necessary, diverging where convenient. There have been decisions made jointly, assets shifted, risks evaluated, and quietly removed. Nothing dramatic, nothing that leaves marks. On paper, they have been remarkably successful. Julian mentions a situation he dealt with in Lisbon the previous month. He frames it as an irritation, a loose end that needed tying. "Nothing serious," he says. "Just someone who thought they understood the arrangement better than they did." Isla lifts her glass, swirls the liquid slowly. And now they don't. Julian's mouth curves. Now they don't have an arrangement. He does not elaborate. He doesn't need to. Isla can hear what he leaves unsaid. She registers the faint imprecision in his wording, the way he glosses the ending. Whatever he did, it was not as clean as he wants it to sound. She files that away, without comment. Isla talks next, briefly, about a legal matter that has finally resolved. Something dull and procedural, dragged out longer than necessary by people who mistook persistence for leverage. "But it's finished now," she says, "in my favour." Julian inclines his head. "I would never doubt it." She meets his gaze, holds it. He believes that, because he thinks they operate on the same plane, that her advantages are visible, that her methods mirror his own. It is a generous assumption. They drink as the sun lowers, dragging shadows across the terrace. The light shifts from bright to honeyed, flattering without being soft. Isla watches it change across Julian's face, the way his expression remains steady, regardless. She has learned his habits. He waits before responding, always. One beat longer than politeness requires. It gives him space to assess, to adjust. He rarely fills silence unless there is something to gain from it. Julian has learned hers, too. Her stillness, her refusal to rescue conversations. The way she never volunteers information, never expands a point unless invited. He reads it as discipline, as control. Neither of them recognizes it as a warning. "There's something reassuring about this place," Julian says, gesturing vaguely towards the view. "The predictability." Isla hums agreement. Predictability is underrated. Most people confuse it with boredom, Julian adds. Most people confuse danger with excitement, Isla replies. Their eyes meet again. Something like amusement flickers between them. They are at ease now. This is the part they both enjoy most. The moment where competence becomes intimacy, where understanding replaces explanation. They have never touched one another beyond the polite, occasional contact of shared spaces. They have never needed to. The pleasure lies elsewhere. Julian talks about loyalty then, though not directly. "It's interesting," he says, "how much weight people put on it, as if it's a moral quality rather than a practical one." Isla considers this, as though she hasn't already done so at length. "Loyalty only works when it's useful to both parties," she says. "Otherwise, it's just sentiment." Julian smiles. "Exactly." They believe they are aligned. They are wrong. Each of them, privately, has already begun to consider the other as a future problem. Not in emotional terms, not with urgency, but as a quiet, ongoing calculation, updated incrementally with each interaction. Isla watches Julian as he talks, noting the precision of his gestures, the confidence with which he occupies space. He is careful, but not cautious. He trusts his instincts. He believes his experience insulates him from surprise. He will make one error too many, she thinks, without malice. Everyone does. Julian watches Isla in return, attentive to the way she speaks, the economy of her movements. He has never seen her flustered, never seen her misjudge a room. Her composure is flawless, but he has begun to suspect she believes it renders her invisible. She will overestimate that, he thinks. She already has. Neither intends to act. Not yet. They are still useful to one another, still learning, still enjoying the symmetry of their partnership, the way each reflects the other's intelligence back at them. There is a pleasure in proximity when the danger is theoretical. A waiter appears briefly, refills their glasses without comment, disappears again. The sun drops fully now, the horizon bruised with colour. The sea darkens, losing its sheen. From a distance, they look like any other couple at rest. Julian leans back in his chair. "Do you ever think," he says casually, "about how all of this will end?" Isla does not answer immediately. She lets the silence sit between them, measuring it. Then she smiles, faint and unreadable. "Endings are overrated," she says. "They only matter to people who need closure." Julian laughs softly. "And you don't?" "No," Isla agrees. "I prefer continuation." He lifts his glass in a small, ironic salute. "To continuation." They drink. The air cools as dusk settles fully, the terrace lights flickering on one by one. Somewhere below, waves strike rock with a dull, repetitive sound. It is not violent, just persistent. When the sun has fully set, they stand together at the low wall, looking out at the water. Julian rests his forearms against the stone, relaxed. Isla stands slightly apart, hands loosely clasped, her posture impeccable. They do not touch. They do not need to. Each of them believes they are in control. Each of them believes they will see the moment coming. Each of them believes the other will hesitate first. Behind them, the city glows softly, unaware of the calculus unfolding above it. Ahead, the sea stretches out, indifferent and waiting. They will live like this for a while yet, in ignorant, arrogant bliss, until the day one of them moves. And when that day comes, neither will be as surprised as they pretend to be. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Perfect Wedding by Jennifer Kelley, narrated by Bronwen Price. Copyright 2025 by Black Swan Digital. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.